Friends, welcome in. Jada Echo variety streamer, blah blah words, blah 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 blah. We're gonna watch YouTube and play video games. Sup? It's like 6:30 on a Tuesday. 6:30 on a Tuesday. Those are the words I was trying to use. So, we're gonna watch some shit. A variety of shit. Kind of want to start with Bailey, but I know we should start with Spill.
I'm struggling with missing teeth.
All right.
And
also I'm playing a game. There, you can see what I'm playing.
I wouldn't have done anything like this. I would have went straight to Nuvia and had it done. I would not recommend to get a denture that has
gingivitis.
Your gums.
Ned Fulmer is clawing his way back into the spotlight, and it's worse than anyone could have seen coming. Years after his cheating scandal forced him into hiding, he's back. And just like before, he's leaning on the very woman he betrayed to rebuild his image. The wife he once used to gain fame is now the backbone of his return. And people are noticing. He's doing it using the same family channel they once built together on all things parenting. He didn't just start a podcast. He took their parenting channel and all of the subscribers it had, deleted the content, and then just rebranded it and used it to, yet again, profit off of Ariel's pain and experience. We all need to stop framing it like he just showed up in a new space. Nope. He took over something that was from their marriage and made it all for and about him.
Gross.
It's a desperate rebrand that many are calling out for what it really is. A podcast that never should have happened. So let's dive into the key moments that are making people vow to never click on his channel again.
Because he looks shocked for having answers. And that's one thing I can't stand with people who make selfish choices that destroy things. They really can't grasp the understanding that this is a consequence. This person might not even want to fool me no more. This person don't even like me no more.
I think this man needs psychiatric help. I can't stand him.
The way he was sitting there looking like he was emotionally lost, and then saying, I'm doing this podcast for her to heal and move on. I think she already moved on.
Ned, previously of the Try Guys, recently took to YouTube to share a deeply personal podcast depicting he and his ex-wife, Ariel, talking about the scandal that broke not only their marriage, but also both of their careers and lives as they knew it. And so, as he claims in the start of the video before his conversation with Ariel begins, this was a necessary step for her to move forward.
I hope to make amends
Goodness.
over time. And one step is to publicly witness the pain of my partner, Ariel. It's painful at times. It's
Gross.
honest, vulnerable, brutal.
Clickbait. It's
But
clickbait.
It's necessary for her
Gross.
to move forward,
It's
and
gross.
I'm grateful for the chance
Gross. It's gross.
to
It's
witness it.
gross.
And even
Gross,
though it
gross,
starts
gross.
with them admitting that they would both
Hi,
like to
Tia now.
leave the room,
I mean, I'm on the verge of like standing up and walking out of this room. Absolutely.
Same.
I'm like, what the hell am I doing? What am I doing?
instead they remained seated and had a conversation about the past, present, and future. But there are a number of points throughout the podcast that many people just couldn't get over. First was just how uncomfortable the whole exchange was. Many commenters noted how Ned's voice sounded forced and intentionally dramatic.
Hi, I'm Ned Fulmer.
This intro is absolutely hilarious.
And-
what is this man even saying?
God.
This whispery,
Just-
somber voice he's putting on? Like,
Hi, Tia now.
Fulmer, did you not script this? The apology accent in the beginning? Bro, I'm trying so hard not to laugh. His slow, sad, scratchy voice actually sounds like nails on a chalkboard. It's
Yep.
so infuriating. I
Yep.
can't deal with the YouTuber apology video voice that's always 3 times lower than their natural octave. Why is he talking like that? I don't mean what is he saying. I mean his voice pitch is so forced it's bordering on satire. He sounds like he is trying to imitate a croaking toad. And a number of
Savory
seemingly
sap.
intentional long
I got a
awkward pauses in
portal over there
conversation
for
with
the big
prolonged eye
trees.
contact between revelations were both being celebrated and made viewers feel like this was meant to be behind closed doors and not in front of a microphone and cameras. Like their exchange when
Oh,
Ned
wait.
reveals when he realized just how much he'd hurt
Check
her.
the clinic.
This is like I've been hurting this person
Stop
that I
it,
love
dude.
this whole time.
Never considered that it would be hurting somebody. I was like, fuck off, dude.
You didn't realize until then.
Well, you know, but then there's other things you tell yourself to kind of sort of compartmentalize, or I guess.
I roll.
Interesting.
And when Ariel asked Ned what led him to choose the affair over their marriage,
What happened?
Well, it, the dream started to break apart for me, and then rather than being able to talk about it or to confront those feelings, I wanted to
I cannot eye roll hard enough
I guess
right
I was
now. And it's grossing me
too
out.
afraid to say how I was actually
Pepper
feeling, and it seemed, I don't know,
I roll, buddy.
I chose to deal with it.
You are
and
not
I
the victim.
deal with like
are
feelings
not
that I was
A
experiencing
victim.
in a way that was really self-destructive and hurtful to you.
Derp.
And it wasn't like anything you did or like we had a bad marriage. It was about me and choices that I made and just actions that I took that I'll
Somebody else
always
gagging
regret.
right now.
I'll always regret
Nauseating.
how much pain I caused you.
Oh my
the
god,
list
shut
goes
up.
on, and though uncomfortable, people were mostly all for it. This should be in a therapist office, not a podcast. Microphones aren't therapists. I love that she lets silence hang in the air after he says something horrible or stupid and just fully lets him feel uncomfortable. I love that she doesn't give in to the uncomfortable silences. She doesn't just say anything to make things lighter. She's facing all of the feelings that lay heavy in that room, pointing them out, while he just stares and grimaces. She's effortlessly and even respectfully making him squirm, while she grows. Amazing. If you don't already know, Ned Fulmer rose to prominence as one of the 4 original members of the Try Guys, a comedy group that started on BuzzFeed in 2014 before branching out into their own independent company in 2018, Second Try LLC. Known for their funny, experimental videos where they would try everything from extreme stunts to baking challenges, the Try Guys quickly built a massive online following, amassing millions of subscribers and expanding into live shows, books, and television appearances.
Ned was known as the wife guy, with a lot of the focus on the content being how much he loves his wife. He was also the first of the Try Guys to be married, so he was the only one with a wife for a while. Around the time they're leaving BuzzFeed, Ned's wife Ariel is pregnant with their first child. And 5 of the first 10 videos on the Try Guys' new channel are about Ned's wife having a baby, or like tangentially related to it. Try Guys throw a baby shower, they deliver a baby, they diet like pregnant people, they try 14 hours of labor pain simulation, and of course they meet Ned's baby. He's the wife guy, he's the family guy, he's the only dad among the Try Guys.
But then, as things continued to ramp up with the Try Guys' success, things took a wild turn.
This Reddit user posts a picture of herself with Ned Fulmer at a Harry Styles concert at Madison Square Garden. She says that she saw Ned and Alex, but she didn't see anybody else from the Try Guy.
Ned was also photographed kissing other women while in New York City. Things started reaching the other Try Guys, and Ned was quickly removed from his segments in their new videos.
But even though they were not making any public statements yet, there was very clear signs that things were happening in the background.
And when everything came out about his affair, the Try Guys made an official statement that they would no longer be working with Ned after an internal review.
Ned also makes a statement. Family should have always been my priority, but I lost focus and had a consensual workplace relationship. Very interesting way to describe hooking up with your subordinate. Sorry for any pain that my actions may have caused to the guys and fans, but most of all to Ariel. The only thing that matters right now is my marriage and children, and that's where I'm going to focus my attention.
And since then, Ned and Ariel have laid low and out of the spotlight. But the new podcast on a channel called Rock Bottom with Ned Fulmer apparently seemed like the right time for them to come forward and speak publicly on all that happened together. But people were not as welcoming as Ned may have hoped. In fact, most people were just disgusted by the overall vibe of Ned's new podcast and agreed that it never should have happened in the first place. I felt sick to my stomach seeing Ariel talk about the cheating in front of him, knowing he's making money off her pain. I will absolutely be boycotting his podcast. Just gross. You could not waterboard me to do a podcast with a man who cheated on me. I can't believe he's really interviewing her about him traumatizing her. And they continue to point how, in many ways, it seems as though Ned was victimizing himself.
And throughout the whole podcast, Ned keeps referencing to his cheating as a mistake. And I don't know, it kind of feels like he's trying to make himself sound like the victim just because he's accepting the blame.
Man fails to convince his ex-wife that he's also a victim of his months-long affair. Pack it in, Squidward. Nobody's buying it. Damn, that really sucks that happened to you. Ned's vibe the whole time. Ned referring to cheating on his wife as outdated drama hit me like a truck. What is wrong with him? Ned gives the vibe of, sure, I cheated on you, but come on, it's not my fault. Not him portraying his own cheating scandal with his employee as something he overcame and survived. LMAO. This is also combined with the number of times Ned referred to his cheating on his wife as the scandal.
It became a massive public scandal that caused a lot of pain to a lot of people. How did having it become such a public scandal?
Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers.
He sure
but the
did.
process was painful. So he ordered the supplies he needed from Amazon Business.
Peter Piper.
Kind of change everything for you? Did it make it worse? Broadly speaking, these like scandals
The
are
frog
such
voice, I can't.
you know, ignition
Annoying.
points.
Notice how he says the public scandal caused a lot of pain, not the act of him actually cheating and tearing his family apart. I saw someone else comment, the fact he says the scandal and she says your affair tells you everything you need to know. And now that I've seen some clips, they were right. And though Ariel did also refer to the affair and its subsequent fallout as the scandal on multiple occasions throughout the video that went on for over an hour, the comment is right. She also called it what it was, Ned's affair. And one of those instances was when Ariel got real about the heart-wrenching way she came to find out about Ned's betrayal.
I found out about your affair from the fans. I mean, and I was so blindsided that somebody sent me a picture and I couldn't, it was like my brain couldn't compute. And it's like for some reason I didn't see what was actually there in the picture. I thought it was your sister. And I remember sending it to you and being like, what's your sister doing in New York?
But it was Ned's response to another time Ariel became candid with how the affair made her feel and what he did to her that really set viewers off.
In that like sort of release of their like of all of that like
Yeah, shame,
guilt
guilt,
and guilt that they've been holding. It's almost like they feel so much relief, but the partner then has to accept it, and that's exactly what happened. You know, when you told me, suddenly then I had to take all of that guilt and shame of your affair, and it was so much to carry.
Ariel continued by explaining how, in society, when a husband cheats on their wife, the wife is often then burdened with the guilt and shame that comes with other people's questions and opinions. The ones where they ask what the wife did to cause the husband to look elsewhere.
And there was so much shame there. And I'm so tired of holding that.
Then, when she asked Ned how hearing all of that made him feel, it was his reply that outraged viewers.
I don't think it's fair that as a society you're put in that position. It's certainly not true.
You put this guilt and shame on me. It's unfair that society does that. No, Ned, not society. She said you, as in the cheater. You. I cannot believe that when Ariel confronted Ned about the guilt and shame he put on her, he started talking about society. Like, WTF, you're the one who's at fault. She said, you put that shame on me, and I'll have to carry it for the rest of my life. And his answer was, it sucks that society puts that on women. Blah, blah, blah. Gross. Just gross. I cheated on you. How did it make you feel? You really hurt me publicly and personally. I'm sorry society hurt you. It shouldn't do that. Oof. Buddy, that was not the point. Because even though Ariel was the first to tie in how society reacts to women in divorces resulting from their husbands' affairs, that was definitely not how Ned should have responded in that moment. It was a chance for him to humble himself, accept accountability, and apologize. And though he did continue by saying that he didn't imagine that's what would happen when he was in the middle of the affair, he really ought to have worded things differently there. And Ariel's facial expression to his words show her disbelief right alongside everyone else who witnessed the cringy reply. Then there was the fact that Ned continuously referred to the woman he had an affair with as his producer, when in reality it was much more controversial than that.
3 years ago, I cheated on my wife with my producer. I was a company owner and having a relationship with a producer.
My producer is a funny way of saying my subordinate and employee at the company I own. 100% a calculated move to say my producer instead of my employee. He was her boss. Hate that he's now reframed it to be my producer instead of I cheated with my employee. You see, Ned's role was foundational. He was a co-founder, on-camera talent, and executive producer shaping the brand's growth. The woman at the center of the story, associate producer Alexandria Herring, was part of the crew, making her a subordinate. Ned's home life was a visible part of the Try Guys narrative through his supposedly happy marriage to Ariel, and Alexandria was engaged at the time, which all led the other 3 Try Guys to be blown away by the news.
This is Wix Studio, built to meet any brief. When the brief calls for complex structure, let AI map your site architecture in wireframes.
It's not just, oh, our friend is cheating on his wife. It's, oh, our friend is cheating on his wife, who is also our coworker, with his subordinate, who is also our employee.
Another moment that left many shocked by Ned's audacity was when they were both talking about how meeting new friends in the last few years went, when the other person would want to follow each other on Instagram.
It's like, oh, let's exchange Instagrams. I'm like, well,
Right?
Here's mine, but couple of caveats. 1, I have a lot more followers than you might expect. 2, all of this is pretty outdated. And 3, don't Google me.
Love that the first caveat he tells people is, I probably have more followers, thank you, and not, I was caught cheating on my wife with my employee and was publicly shamed for the past 3 years. Something else people can't get over? Ned trying to constantly relate to Ariel.
And throughout the whole podcast, Ned was getting on my nerves because he keeps saying same. He keeps saying, oh yeah, I relate. Buddy, you don't relate. Your situation and Ariel's situation, entirely different.
And while a few people couldn't get behind Ariel joining him for this podcast, there's something very sinister about interviewing your ex-wife about your own cheating scandal, and then still trying to use your ex-wife talking about it to rehabilitate your career, and then voluntarily getting interviewed by your cheating husband, and voluntarily admitting you spend time with him like besties is insane. Others were proud of her and saw why she did it. People are missing something. In the pre-interview segment, Ned says Ariel wanted to do a sit-down and talk because she doesn't want to have to carry the weight of addressing his mistake in her future endeavors. I actually am happy that podcast exists because Ariel got to control the narrative in a situation she has been a victim of for years. She is so strong and inspirational for remaining firm in her boundaries, refusing to coddle Ned, and reminding everyone that forgiveness is not required to move on. It was hella uncomfy, and I will not give Ned more views, but listening to Ariel really made it all worth it for me. I love her and wish her nothing but happiness. At first, I was like, Ariel, no, what are you doing? But then I understood that it was a never interrupt an enemy when they're making a mistake moment, and it was genius. Ariel, you still are the smartest, bravest, and most beautiful queen. Ariel letting him post that is iconic, the revenge she deserves. But everyone agreed that Ned was stooping way beyond low for this new podcast endeavor. Trying to profit off cheating on his wife is insane behavior. Poor Ariel. I'm so glad she got out of there. This man is disgusting. Why is he talking about himself as if he's a survivor? Bro, you are the cause. A couple TikTokers even posted parodies of the conversation, highlighting just how cringeworthy and irregular the whole thing was.
It's complicated. We're still friends. We go on trips together. There's like a spectrum of being together and not being together. There are ways in which we're together. I mean, and then the big one, and if we're together, then the answer is no. But then there are ways also wherein that we are, like how we have kids. Everyone wants to know, are you and I know? And it's like, well, no, absolutely not, never. Right, no, yes, no, definitely not. Yeah, no, we are not. And there are moments when we tried. Right? But, just because you go to a Taylor Swift concert doesn't mean that all is forgiven.
We're working on things. As co-parents. Maybe something more. What if I killed you? Try guy can't be bad guy. The affair just shattered our marriage and kind of ruined my life and everything I felt like I had built.
Well, I lost being a try guy, so who was really impacted more? Just made out with her publicly. I go, oh, that's a thing to try. And I tried it. Until you still love me. Just by how you look at me.
A few people had a theory as to why he was doing it at all. He must be running out of money. Even when trying to make his grand return to the internet, Ned's biggest selling point is still Man really has no personality or anything original to offer. boycott.
I
But a
have to
reply
upgrade
that
my
comment wanted
cauldron.
to shed some light on an aspect of
But
the
also,
origins of this
what's
new
up?
podcast of many likely don't realize. This was actually their podcast.
Okay, I have to take this
family
shit to this
channel.
guy
He
so that I
changed
don't
the
try to
name and
use it
deleted
in
all
my
past
recipe.
content to make it look like people actually cared about what he has to say now. And they were right. I looked up his channel on Social Blade, and it
Hi,
backs
Nico.
up
Hi,
everything he said.
Mr.
It shows that 38
J.
videos were deleted
Hi,
on September
Tiano.
17th, 2025, and were replaced with this video. Replacing a channel meant for his ex-wife and children with a channel meant to make him look good really says everything you need to know. The commenter is right. Looking at rock bottom
where
on
is he?
Social Blade reveals the startling truth. This channel was created in 2020, but only has 4 videos. The podcast with Ariel, 2 shorts of clips from their conversation, and a new video posted only days ago. The site also reveals that Rock Bottom with Ned Fulmer lost over 5 million views on September 17th, 2025.
And the lights all came on.
Deleted 38
Otto.
videos from the page. But that's also the same day his conversation with Ariel went live as well. All the while,
Hey, yo,
the
Beard Daddy.
62,000 subscribers that the channel had has grown in the last few days, though not by much. Some even seem to have jumped ship after seeing what Ned had done. But if you needed any more convincing that it was the YouTube channel that Ned and Ariel had built together to share about their parenting journey, a quick search on Wayback Machine corroborates the connection. As of August 21st, 2025,
there
Baby
he is.
Steps had
I knew he was at the
62,000
bar.
subscribers, the same number that Rock Bottom appears to have started with, and
I don't know
40
what's going on
videos,
with it.
nearly the
The
same number
sound
that was then
alerts.
wiped to
Hang on.
create a
Maybe I
clean
need to
slate
log
for
sound
Ned's
alerts
new
back in.
endeavor. And within the description of Rock Bottom with Ned Fulmer, under more info, it clearly states that the channel was originally
What is it?
created in
It's
2020
Stream
and
Elements.
has only 4 videos.
Yeah.
It's clear that some things are too hard to wipe away, though one might
Stream
try,
Elements.
and more proof of that is in the reviews. Since the videos posted on Baby Steps
on.
were also available on podcast streaming services like
That
Apple
damn
Podcasts
Silver
and Spotify,
forgot to,
those reviews remain,
put all of
even
them
though
in.
Ned has changed the name. So, all of the 5-star
So
reviews
fucking
stick
many of
around,
them.
even though the old content has been stripped away.
Ned and Ariel had their own podcast called Baby Steps, where they would discuss various aspects of raising a child. We have heard the rumors that Ned's new podcast, Rock Bottom, is actually just the Baby Steps podcast rebranded. Those rumors are 100% accurate. Here is the podcast. You can see that it has 1,700 reviews. The new ones are just like, no. The old ones are still all of the reviews for Baby Steps.
The news of this rebrand left many people in shock, but also
Alright,
not all
I can't
that
upgrade my
surprised.
cauldron now
No,
because I
because the fact that
fucked
he
around too
repurposed
long.
their family podcast channel to do this is also so disrespectful. Holy sh... Ain't no...
Do you love boating? Well, Freedom Boat Club makes boating easier than ever.
Do you love boating?
Way. Just when I thought it couldn't
That's
get
alright.
worse than him using the wife he cheated on to kickstart his channel. We can't be surprised that
Let's
the guy who lied to
see.
everyone would mislead viewers by making it look
I
like
can
people
try-
actually cared about what his cheating act had to say. Let's be
I'm gonna
real.
try getting
no one
some
would
of these
subscribe
pink
to a
flowers
new
and see if
channel
that
from
will
the
help with
start.
my Tetris.
Ain't no
Oh,
way.
what tiara?
I was wondering why he had a
Green,
lot of subscribers.
pink,
Ned
or
is the ultimate adulterer.
black?
The irony of building
Green,
his new
pink, or
career
black,
off of
Nico?
the complete obliteration of the representation of his happy family life. The audacity of overtaking something that could have been bringing in some money to Ariel,
Green,
even if not
pink, or
much.
black,
The
Nico?
corruption of making
Black?
their channel
Alright.
about him. The irony that he was profiting off of his wife's personality his whole career, and now not only continuing to define himself through her, but doing it on the platform they created together while entirely wiping it clean of his family life. The insecurity of piggybacking off the subscriber base they built with Ariel instead of building his own from scratch. And it can also be noted that Ned didn't only rebrand his family account, but he also cleared everything from his old personal account as well. According to Social Blade, the channel was created in 2009 and has over 307,000 subscribers. But on September 17th, the same day as the Baby Steps culling, he also removed nearly all previous videos from the channel, except for
Hi,
two
baby.
shorts, losing nearly 12.5 million views.
So I learned
The
today
channel,
that I
as
could wear
explained
this
at the time of
dress.
This video being made
Oh,
has
it's
no
fucking up my
content
camera.
other than 5 shorts,
Hang
2
on.
old and 3 new. Regardless of the wild news that Rock Bottom is built on the back of an old, once happy family channel and all it represented, nearly every comment drew the same conclusion. Ned should not have done this. He clearly feels no remorse.
I can wear
and the
this dress
future
without a
of the
bra, but I
channel
probably
looks
should
bleak.
not.
He didn't
But I
come
can.
clean. He was
And
caught. He didn't.
That's... Oop, fuck.
a certain person to have a gorgeous family, good paying job, and everything going for you, and you just throw it away for no reason. Ned doesn't feel bad for what he did. He only felt bad for himself.
It shocked
because
the
he got
absolute
caught.
hell out of
He
me
only
because
apologizes
these
to absolve
mamma
himself.
jammas
I
are
know people call
hefty,
everyone a
hefty,
narcissist
hefty.
nowadays, but Ned is a textbook case.
Okay?
Well,
Hefty.
I don't remember it happening that way.
So it,
equals gaslighting. I suddenly realized I hurt someone I love. Equals performative fake guilt after being caught. I overcame something.
I
Equals
didn't
acting
think they
like
would
he's a
stay
victim for his
in
own
the dress
choices.
part,
I'm
but
glad
they
Ariel
did, and I was
listened,
like,
and I hope she continues to heal and
Yeah.
rebuild her life. My prediction is that this podcast is going to be rehab for canceled influencers. It's going to be people who lost
Try having
public
bowling
favor,
balls on your
trying to
chest
get
and
it
tell
back
me if
by
it
throwing
works
a
out
pity
for you,
party to do their
alright?
next
Just,
project.
you know.
On my bingo card, I will put, I changed, I realized other people had feelings, I'm no longer that person. Many people have been relying on recap and summary videos to break down the podcast for them as they refuse to give Ned the satisfaction of his view count rising. And others vowed to never return to his family channel turned pedestal for the downtrodden.
And if you don't want to watch the podcast but want to see a whole recap, I just posted one, so go and check it out.
I'm coming to this video not just for your analysis, but also because I don't want to give Ned the views. The way I'm never clicking this channel again after this video. And if you're wondering whether any of his former Try Guys have had anything to say on Rock Bottom's launch and interview with Ariel, there haven't been any formal
need 2
statements
more
at the time of this video.
flops,
But
or
fellow
whatever
Try
this
Guy Keith did
peanut
post some
is.
things that people are claiming was pointed towards Ned and echoes the sentiment of not giving his new show the time of day.
Keith first posted this video on TikTok saying, just don't look.
Because I can't make that yet. It's too
He
late
then
to
took
upgrade
to
my
his Instagram
cauldron.
story sharing this message. He said, now sounds like
Anyway,
a great time to remind
actually
everybody that we
tighten
have
the
been
sleeves
creating
back
so
up.
many great new shows with our new TriCast on second try. Everything we make is about exploring the world around us with joy and an open mind. We hope you come by and check it out.
A few
Bananas.
assurances
I
can
can't
be
believe it
drawn
held
from
up.
the podcast
I thought
overall.
that the straps
Ariel
would have
and Ned are
snapped
no
or the
longer
tie at the
together.
front
They
or
live in
something,
separate
but
houses.
nah!
They're able to
It's
see
just,
other people.
yeah.
They
Anyway.
still
Hi,
co-parent
Silver!
and have admittedly come a long way in their ability to do that in a healthy, amicable way.
They're not together. She calls him her ex-husband, her platonic friend. She says that they are, well, both of them say that they are devoted co-parents.
But Ariel does not and will not be forgiving Ned for what he did to her, their marriage and their family. She made that abundantly clear.
Like, people ask me, like, do you forgive Ned for what he did? And I mean, the answer is no. Absolutely not. How can you forgive somebody for, like, for lying to you, for cheating on you? No. No. Like, that, like, I don't even.
Hey, girl.
It's
freezing drought.
Freezing
drought. Okay.
You know, I sorry, I saw red for a minute. It's like, no, the answer is no.
And what does Ned think about all of the negativity surrounding Rock Bottom? He told People magazine in an exclusive interview that, in terms of the online reaction, I think I've come to understand that I have to tune it out a little bit. Listen to it to the extent that it's helpful, but to really just let the work speak for itself and move on to the next episode. Time will tell how Ned's wiped clean and rebranded channel does going forward. But one thing is for sure, fans are not here for his attempt to feign the victim and are instead all the way on board with hearing Ariel stand her ground and call things as they are. What did you think about Ned cleaning out his past to try to start fresh? What about their conversation? Have you or do you plan to watch it? And if you did, what did you think? Let us know in the comments. And if you enjoyed this video, don't forget...
Boop. Charlotte.
We are
Should do the video. Yeah, fucking do it. Oh, okay, there's 2.
That's weird. They wrote a message on my desk in zip ties.
What did it say?
It was like, olo, 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 or oyo, oyo, oyo.
FX's English Teacher. All new Thursdays on FX. All episodes now streaming on Hulu.
Am I the a-hole for canceling the wedding because my fiance made a secret deal with my dad?
What the heck does that mean?
We'll find out.
What in heavens?
I, 28 female, was supposed to get married 2 months ago to my fiance, 30 male. We had been together for 5 years. He proposed during a vacation in Santorini, and it felt like the most perfect moment of my life. I truly believed I found my person. Planning the wedding was stressful, but exciting. I come from a well-off family, and my dad had offered to pay for a large portion of it. He's always been a bit controlling, especially when it comes to money. He used to tell me growing up that I needed to protect myself financially, especially in relationships. I thought it was just fatherly advice. Sometimes it bordered on paranoid, but I chalked it up to him having seen some ugly divorces in his line of work. He's a lawyer. Okay. Yeah. I can kind of see where he's coming from. 2 weeks before the wedding, my dad and I were having lunch, and we were going over some final guest list stuff when he asked me something that completely blindsided me. I don't remember his exact words, but it was something like, "At least now I know he signed the prenup. Money well spent." I literally paused mid-bite. I asked him what he meant, and he brushed it off. Then he said he offered my fiance a significant sum of money to sign a prenup he drafted months ago.
What? Yo.
Not a mutual prenup, not something we created together, something he wrote himself behind my back, and my fiance agreed to it.
Oh my gosh. Like, I mean, there's a lot to unpack here. Like, who's in the wrong? Continue.
I went home that night and confronted my fiance. At first, he looked like a deer in headlights. Then he admitted it. Yes, my dad approached him with a prenup. Yes, he signed it. And yes, he accepted the money.
How much was it?
I don't know. I'm curious. Probably a lot.
To do that? Like, do you think over 10 G's?
Maybe the dad was like trying to prove, oh, see, I was right. See, he's only with you for the money. You need to protect yourself.
Oh, God. There's so much to unpack here. Keep going.
Okay, so his reasoning... He didn't want to stress me out. He said my dad was being intense and he just wanted to keep the peace. He claimed he was always planning to tell me, eventually. He just didn't know how. The part that hurt the most wasn't even the prenup. Honestly, I understand the value of one, especially with the wealth imbalance between me and my fiance. I would have been totally fine discussing it openly. What broke me was the secrecy. The fact that two of the most important men in my life made a deal about my future without me. The fact that money was exchanged like my marriage was some business arrangement. I felt like I was being handled, not respected. I called off the wedding the next day.
Wow.
This is really bad. I honestly feel the dad is horrible, but so is the fiance. Like, that's so messed up. Your only response to that should have been, no, I'm not doing that. I need to involve her, regardless of keeping the peace.
Dude, I'm like kind of speechless right now.
Or, here's another thing, signing the prenup and not accepting the money.
Or being like, I'm going to deal with this with my fiance.
Yeah, that too. But the fact that he accepted the money tells you something, right?
Maybe her dad is like really intense.
He's not holding a gun to your head. I definitely think that your dad was trying to test your fiance and your fiance failed that test. And the fact that he can't see that is kind of weird. It wasn't a dramatic scene. I told him I couldn't get into a marriage with that kind of breach of trust hanging over us. He begged me to reconsider. He said it was a stupid mistake, that he did it for me, but he didn't want to start our life together with conflict. He said we could rip up the prenup, but the damage was done. He made a life-altering financial decision about our marriage without even consulting me, and the only reason I found out was because my dad accidentally let it slip. Since then, everyone has had an opinion. My mom thinks I overreacted, says I'm throwing away a great relationship over a technicality. My friends are split, some saying I dodged a bullet, others think I'm being cold. Who caused all this is now acting like he was the victim and said he was just trying to protect me. My ex has been texting and calling nonstop saying he wants to make things right. I miss him, I still love him, but I can't shake the feeling that if he hid this from me before the wedding, what else would he be willing to hide in the future? So, am I the a-hole for calling the whole thing off? I think at the very least, you need time.
We are beautiful, all of us.
Yeah. Take all the time in the world.
Yeah.
Let your dad eat all that deposits that he made on the wedding if he's paying for a big chunk of it. Like, that guy.
Yeah, that guy.
Like, just why don't you say something? Or why don't you just not accept the money? I think it's a lose-lose for that kid anyways.
Yeah.
To be honest with you. Because if he doesn't take the money in the prenup, then you know that that guy is going to be in his daughter's ear. He's going to, like, get in the way, make things really difficult for him. And then if he does, then at least he has an ally with the father, but now his relationship's kind of messed up and there's like a bit of secrecy.
I don't think the dad wanted her to marry this guy. He conveniently let it slip. Now he's playing protective father.
Yeah.
The dad told his daughter that your fiance accepted money from me and signed a prenup. He just told her, by the way, your fiance is a piece of shit.
Yeah, or maybe it was just like he wanted some validation for like what he thought was right. Maybe it's not that he thought your fiance would shit. Maybe it was more like, see how good of a dad I am? See how smart I am? Maybe it's an ego thing.
Her dad is an experienced attorney. He knew exactly what he was doing. OP should be concerned with how manipulative and conniving he is. Plus, she did the right thing, dropping the fiance. He broke trust. Yeah, I think that the right thing to do, regardless of whether or not you're being pressured, would have been to say no and tell your fiance. Not to take the money because you felt like, oh no, like, keep the peace.
I think that as intimidating as the dad was, it would have been a lose-lose, right? Like, you said yes, so he maybe respected you in the moment, but then you would have lost respect. Whereas, like, if you said no to him, then maybe you wouldn't have had his respect in the beginning, but over time, you would have gained his respect. So, like, imagine, like, a scary in-law with, like, a lot of power who's a lawyer, and you're not, like, used to that kind of dynamic. Because you just want to please, right? Like, when you see your parent-in-laws, like, when I see your parents, I just want to, like, do anything to please them. When you see my parents, you hate them. No, I'm just kidding.
I do not. So some people are saying that it's fake. OP's in the comments saying it's real. I'll leave it up to you. It could have been something to do with, like, maybe she has a trust in her name.
Yeah, but she would have still had to sign off.
Power of attorney or something. If we have any lawyers watching, let me know. I don't think you're in the wrong here. I think that you are surrounded by not so great men in your life. And I don't blame you for calling off the wedding. I think at the very, very least you need time to sort of figure out what happened. I wouldn't blame you if you chose not to marry this guy because, like, he got bought off.
Maybe I can grow it.
I'm claiming you. You're coming up to the clouds with me. I don't think you're an a-hole. I think you did what was right for you. You were manipulated by 2 men in your life. Okay? So come on up here. Let's have a cup of joe. Maybe a little cookie.
Am I the a-hole for trying to dance with my daughter at her wedding? So my daughter, who we'll call Jane, 28 female, and I have always had a rocky relationship. I wasn't the greatest father and recognize that now, but I've changed. I know everyone talks crap on religion-based treatments, but I know I'm saved now and no one can tell me different. I was in a car accident when I lost a lot of feeling in my legs. After that, I swear I was reborn as a new man and I promised I would do better, but after everyone's reactions, I'm starting to feel like maybe I did do something wrong. My daughter's wedding was this past weekend and she had her brother walk her down the aisle. Ooh.
It's a slap in the face.
That's a bit of a slap in the face, but my question is, like, what did he do?
What did you do?
Which I was fine with because, I mean, I wasn't really there for her as a kid, so why would I give her away? I found out from my wife, her mom. Oh, okay, so you're still with the wife?
Maybe, or maybe ex-wife,
that she planned on having a father-daughter dance at her reception, but have her father-in-law dance with her instead of me. I figure she didn't ask me because while I can walk, I can't walk far and I'm super unbalanced. So with the help of my wife, I worked on strengthening my legs in secret so I could surprise her at her wedding and dance with her. Fast forward to the reception and they announce it's time for the dance. I roll my wheelchair to the edge of the group, circling her, stand up, and start walking toward her. Everyone in the room started talking and clapping around me as I made my way across the dance floor, and honestly, I was feeling really good about this until I made it 6 feet away from her. She started shaking her head and frowning at me, but I kept walking anyway. She started shouting no and telling me to sit down, but I couldn't believe that she was saying this, so I shouted back that I was coming to dance with her as her father. She acted all irritated and said she'd dance with me later, but now it's father-in-law's turn. Yeah, there definitely should have been some sort of discussion. I understand him wanting to surprise her, but it's clear that she made a choice to have her father-in-law dance with her. And there was no discussion with the father-in-law. There was no discussion with her. I feel like you must have done something really bad. I couldn't accept that, so I got closer and reached out for her hand, hoping she'd recognize I was doing this for her. When father-in-law reached out and blocked me from her by putting his hand on my chest.
Build a website you love.
Oh, so you did not accept no for an answer from the bride.
Or your words?
Okay, yeah, so she told you no, and you still went through with it. So this is where I might have messed up. I told him to back the F up and F off. Our argument got pretty heated before some people stepped in and separated us. Oh, absolutely not. No, no, no. You made this wedding about you. She told me to leave, and I said, if that's what you really want, and she said yes, so I did. I'm really struggling with this because I got a lot of dirty looks, and even my son yelled at me. He said it was really selfish of me to try to dance with her at all, and I'm trying to do better and listen to my kids, so maybe you can all tell me, am I the a-hole?
We need more context. You're really just saying that, like, you did this journey to do all this stuff to you, but like, what did you do to your kids?
I mean, he's not really elaborating. He says that he wasn't there for her growing up, so I don't really know what that means.
I mean, the fact that he's not saying much about that and he's talking about his journey to recovery means that he's hiding something substantial.
He's
so
hiding something specific.
I don't like this. I don't
Yeah.
like this at all.
I personally believe that the reason why he's not saying exactly what happened is it is bad.
But like, I'm not going to discredit like the fact that you were in an accident and like able to rehab so that you could walk. That's like really amazing.
I think that there could have been an opportunity for you later in the wedding to do that, to, you know, stand up and walk over to your daughter, ask her to dance like later in the wedding. You're putting her on the spot and it's a little embarrassing. And I think that any good intentions were kind of, I don't know, they're just not as visible because it just sort of seems like you're trying to take that moment for yourself. And also the fact that you're like her father-in-law also had to step in, like something tells me something really bad happened. I'm just saying. You don't spring stuff on a bride on her wedding day. All the wedding activities are planned out very carefully and no one gets to butt in and change things. Her and her father-in-law probably spent some time picking out a song that meant something to their relationship. We actually did this. We picked songs that meant something to, you know, our parents.
Yeah.
It would have been weird. And also, like, some people practice dancing as well, right?
Mhm.
Like, you practice dancing with your spouse or your dad or whatever, like at rehearsal dinners and stuff. I agree, you definitely don't spring stuff on a bride.
And also, like, if you don't have a good relationship with her, I get the idea of wanting to do a grand gesture to maybe get her forgiveness, but like, I don't think that was the right time.
If you wanted to surprise her, then dancing with her later on in the night. If you wanted to dance with her, like for the father-daughter dance, you should have talked to her first. You're the a-hole. You're making the assumption a lot of religious converts make. Just because you said sorry to Jesus doesn't mean the hurt you caused other people goes away. You aren't owed forgiveness. She didn't want to dance with you. You tried to force her and cause a scene. Just because you're like a born-again Christian and you found God, have you mended the relationships?
I mean, it all opened with like forgiveness and about all this stuff, but like, what are we forgiving you for? Like,
Damn
you're
it,
a born
I
again
need to do it
Christian. Like,
again.
why you were in an accident? I get that journey. Like, that's very admirable that you were able to recover to the point of standing up and all that stuff. Like, that's amazing. But like, what the hell happened? Because that's what it's really about.
Yeah, I mean, it does not say anything. They just updated the post by saying, okay, I'm the a-hole. I clearly have my work cut out for me. I think I'll apologize to her, but I don't know what's the best way. I think she has me blocked now, and I know she's threatening to block her mom. She's so upset that our relationship is a mess. I'm between calling my son and asking him to set up some kind of meeting or going by her place and hoping she'll hear me out. I don't want to risk my wife asking and getting in more crap because of this. Okay, so to me, I think that in this instance, you are absolutely the devil. You are the a-hole. If you hope to have a relationship with your daughter, then you do need to figure out a way to apologize that isn't so, like, pushy. Give her a little bit of time because things are heated right now. You kind of, like, almost caused a fight at her wedding, so she's going to be mad for a bit. I think that you need to not only apologize for the wedding, but probably apologize for why you were not chosen for the father-daughter dance in the first place. And all the things that include that. So,
Come on, hang out with me.
Yeah, you can't come with me until you confront your feelings and confront the things you've been doing.
I got a fiery hot poker with your name on it. Am I the a-hole for asking for my dead sister's ring back after my brother used it to propose?
What?
My sister died when I was like 6 and she was 17. We weren't super close or anything, but I still remember little bits of her. Her laugh, how she always painted her nails, her posters. She was like this perfect angel to my mom after she passed. I barely remember the funeral. When I was like 12, I found this old ring in her stuff. Nothing fancy, just a silver ring with a small stone. It fit me, and I don't know why, but I kept it. It wasn't some big dramatic thing. I didn't steal it or anything. I just took it and started keeping it. I didn't wear it loads or flaunt it. I just had it in this little box, and sometimes I'd look at it when I missed her. It kind of became this one thing that felt like mine, like my piece of her. So anyway, last weekend we had this family lunch and my brother, 27 male, brings his girlfriend who everyone knew he was going to propose to. And yeah, he stands up, does the big speech, and pulls out the ring, my sister's ring, the one I've kept for like 7 years. I literally froze. His girlfriend starts crying. People are clapping. I'm just sat there like, WTF. I look at my mom and she smiles like nothing happened. After dinner, I ask her, was that the ring? And she's like, yeah, your brother asked me and dad and we said it was fine. She said it was sweet and symbolic and my sister would have wanted it passed down or whatever. And I was like, It was never yours to give. I've had it for years. And she goes, oh, come on, it's just a ring, don't be dramatic. But like when I had it, it wasn't just a ring. So yeah, I kind of snapped. I waited until people were outside and told my brother I wanted it back. He laughed at first and was like, no, WTF. And I said, okay, well then I'll tell your girlfriend where it came from and let her decide. He got mad and said I was ruining his proposal and making it about me like always. My mom dragged me into the kitchen and saying everyone noticed I wasn't happy and that I left halfway through dinner because, yeah, I was crying in the bathroom. Dad tried to calm down, but my brother kept going on about how selfish I was and that I'd been weird about my sister for years. I didn't even say anything. I just left early and haven't spoken to any of them since. My mom rang me yesterday and asked me if I've calmed down and am I ready to say sorry? And I said, not really. And she hung up. My cousin texted me later saying it was actually super messed up and she doesn't blame me, but I don't know. I probably could have handled it better, but I just felt so blindsided. It's not even about the stupid ring. It's just like they acted like it didn't matter to me, like I didn't matter. So yeah, am I the a-hole? Okay, so I did have a thought. I think that she is valid for feeling like this was her ring, right? That she wanted to have a little piece of her sister. See if I can do it now. But she didn't really give her brother the opportunity to also want the ring. You know what I mean? Like she kind of found it and she just kind of took it. Like maybe her brother had a better relationship with his sister. Maybe he would have wanted the ring. I just feel like, yes, it's her ring and yes, her brother went behind her back and like took the ring.
Why don't you just ask?
He could have asked her. He genuinely could have. I am kind of leaning toward everybody sucks here. Just saying. Brother really sucks for taking the ring without asking his sister. But I sort of feel like maybe there could have been an opportunity to like be like, oh, I found this ring. Is it okay if I have it? She just kind of took it, you know? Both of them kind of just took it.
I feel like if her parents knew that she had the ring, they must have known like all this time. It's not like she just like had it. She was holding it.
She had it.
But like maybe they didn't know how much it meant to her over the years. Like she would just like look at it and remind her. I mean, you even said that like you weren't even that close with her. I mean, at least this person is being like honest about all the details. It's not like we were like best friends, but like it did mean something to me over the years. You know, it's kind of a weird situation. I don't like how she made a big deal.
I genuinely do think that you were probably blindsided, and that's fair. But like, I feel like this is a discussion that you could have had after the proposal. Like, yes, you waited for everyone to go outside, but you ruined this moment. And, you know, I feel like this is something that could have been handled a bit better. So a lot of people are actually saying not the a-hole. I particularly like manipulation of how it's just a ring when you are upset about it, but when you ask for it back, suddenly it's not just a ring. And you're being selfish and making everything about you. From what you say, it seems pretty clear they knew you wore the ring and had an attachment to it. She was your sister too. Your loss and your grief are valid. Money. They should have asked you if you were okay with the ring before giving it to someone else first. No, I agree. Everybody should have asked. Everybody could have handled this whole situation better. So they had the balls to take it out of your room, your box, not tell you about it, and you are the dramatic one. They are thieves, not the a-hole, and I would tell the girlfriend ASAP. Everybody's like, you know, rushing to this whole, oh, dude, they stole it, she stole it. It's like, okay, but at the same time, also wasn't necessarily her ring.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, it was her sister's ring, and there was no discussion of who would get it or whatever. She found it, and she took it. They are all...
Meet the Vacation Besties. New foods? They're first in line. New adventure?
It wasn't your possession for years. They didn't have the balls to tell you. They blindsided you. They talked crap about you loving and missing your sister like you were being creepy. You're right to feel the way you do. It seems like for once we actually don't agree with what like Reddit says. I genuinely feel like this could have been handled better by everyone.
Yeah, exactly.
It sort of seems like everybody's kind of on the not the a-hole side. I still think that this could have been handled better. So I'm going to say...
go fishing.
Well, everyone's going to go down to purgatory until they talk this out, okay?
Yeah, everybody needs to just like have a little chat and work it out. And listen, it's okay. You can be a butthead. Everybody can be a butthead from time and time again. But just like communicate, you know? Like just talk it out.
So like, I guess if they're all going to purgatory, that means like you have a night off. What are you up to later?
Am I the a-hole for punishing my daughter for not coming to my wedding? Ooh, we got another father-daughter drama. I got married last weekend in my parents' house, which has been in the family for generations. For health reasons, only immediate family was there. My daughter, 16 female, had been calling her new stepmom, 21 female, names like homewrecker and prostitute. And I have been patient with her. She assumes I left her late mother because she had breast cancer. However, I did not leave her mother for having cancer. Nobody decides to have cancer. Her late mother kept using her illness to devalue me and my sense of identity. She criticized the way I was taking care of her and even stuff like my hygiene or the cologne I was wearing. She made me feel worthless, and I felt like she was projecting her own insecurities by saying the smell of my cologne was disgusting because she never made an effort to keep herself up, and despite the fact that I objectively found her disgusting sometimes.
Oh, God.
I stuck by her until my self-esteem was destroyed. I would work hard, closing deals all day, and be acknowledged for my efforts at work, yet I'd go home and she would criticize and nag every ounce of my being. I met her stepmom when I was in a dark place. She made me feel like I could be myself again. My wife made me feel unattractive and not very cute with my new wife. I felt alive. Just the fact that she appreciated me and felt physical chemistry with me made me want to do anything for her, to want to provide for her. That's when I decided not to BS my wife anymore and file for divorce. Okay, so you did have an affair. Since then, my daughter's relatives from her mom's side have been poisoning her against me. You did have an affair. Last week, when I and her stepmom went to the site of the wedding early, we expected to see her drive to the wedding later. But instead, she ended up going to stay with her aunt. Everybody asked where she was, and there was chaos from my side of the family locating her. As punishment, I took her car and allowance and have taken her phone away until I feel she can learn to be respectful towards someone I very much love. And that it will be impossible for her to do that if she keeps having to hear from her late mom's side of the family. My parents have called and said I was being too harsh. However, even when things are tough, I feel I cannot let a child of mine believe they can do whatever they want. Am I the a-hole?
Oh man, there's so much to unpack here. We have to look at that as like an isolated incident. We can't like let all the history percolate into this. I mean, obviously you can kind of go into the weeds about whether or not him leaving his wife who was suffering from breast cancer and going through treatment, which I can only imagine.
Cheating on his wife who was suffering from breast cancer.
So like that makes him seem like a pretty bad guy. So I can see why his daughter would be disgusted with his new wife and him. You're kind of ignoring that fact and you're kind of making it a bit about like, is it wrong for punishing her? You're like,
I punished her for like she can't come to the wedding.
but it's like, wait a second, what about all this other stuff that you just dropped?
Why did she not come to the wedding in the first place, you know? It's interesting how sometimes the people that know that they're in the wrong kind of ask the wrong questions.
They were dating, having an affair while she was still going through treatment. So I can see why the daughter's mad, and she has every right to be upset, right? Like, in her eyes, he left her mom when she was most vulnerable.
She was dealing with having cancer. She was not necessarily treating OP well. If she was being really mean to him, then honestly, he should have left. Like, I understand leaving someone when they have cancer is hard. Maybe he could have waited until she got better or something. But, like, there's no right way to go about it. Like, if you're unhappy in your marriage, like, leave it. Don't cheat.
Yeah, and also, like, when you're going through chemotherapy, you're nauseous, you've low energy, you're not yourself. That brings out the worst in people.
Maybe that's why she didn't like the smell of the cologne. Maybe before she had cancer, it wasn't bad. And then when she had cancer, it got worse. That's why they say in sickness and in health, right? Because it's like, you know, you really have to be willing to go through the trenches with someone that you're willing to, like, marry. You're the a-hole. You cheated on her mother, regardless of the situation. That's all she sees. She doesn't know your marriage problems. All she knows is that you left her mother for another woman. On top of that, you're marrying said woman when your 16-year-old daughter is still trying to deal with her mother's passing. Of course she doesn't want to go. You're the a-hole for not trying to be more understanding of your daughter, for trying to force her and then punishing her. Also, hold the phone. Somehow I completely missed that your new wife is 21. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, no. His new stepmom, 21 female. Oh my God.
How old's he?
That's T.
And he's got a 16-year-old daughter?
It doesn't say how old he is, but I'm assuming he's a lot older than 21. That makes it so much worse. She's only 5 years older than your daughter. Oh my God. They're close in age, and you're still confused about her behavior. Holy cow, I can't even. Wow. Whoa.
Dude, that's weird.
Whoa. Oh wow, poor guy, working like everyone else without the appreciation of his jerky cancer-stricken wife. Your hygiene directly impacts the health of someone with a compromised immune system. But who cares about a compromised immune system when you close deals all day? It must really suck for you that the chemicals killing the cancer in her body changed her sense of smell and her ability to tolerate your cologne. That part. That must have been, like, super hard for you. You're the a-hole. Give your daughter back her stuff and go get some counseling. Seriously, wow. I do genuinely feel like as he wrote that, he was trying to play the victim. His wife was not telling him that he was disgusting. His wife was telling him that she needs him to be clean because she has a compromised immune system and she cannot stand the smell of his cologne because she's going through chemotherapy. You're the a-hole. This reads like you cheated on your wife while she was dying of cancer and now you're punishing your daughter for having a problem with it. Yeah, you're a big, big, pretty stinky butthole.
Your bunk chatter.
Man,
Your little
I
dick.
smell dookie. I smell dookie.
It's decided.
Ooh, a new
go.
ginormous
Another
tuna.
one for the books.
Subscribe!
The body scanner reveals the brutal truth about your body that you're...
My coworker thinks she's my boss, but we have the same job. I swear, my coworker Alicia has a secret job title, and it's my unofficial, unwanted micromanager.
Today, smoking is going to save lives.
We have the exact same role, we report to the same person, we have the same responsibilities. Yet somehow, in her mind, she is my direct supervisor. She's like that one kid in group projects who doesn't do anything but insists on writing their name in bold on the cover page. Oh gosh, spare me, please, spare me. It is a daily thing. Our actual manager will assign me a task, and 5 minutes later, I'll get a message from Alicia.
Hey, just checking in on the report for Mark.
Our boss.
Let me know if you need to review it before you send it.
She never offers to help, only to review. Okay, no, that group project analogy is definitely, it definitely works. Where does Alicia find the audacity? Oh, that's bizarre. How bizarre? How bizarre? So last week in a team meeting, our boss assigned me a project. She immediately chimed in with,
Great! And can you make sure to send me the draft by end of day Wednesday? I want to give it a once over before it goes up the chain.
She said this in front of everyone, including our actual boss, who just kind of blinked.
That would have been whack to me.
You know, it's actually funny. I actually dealt with this similar scenario with 2 people who used to work for me. And it was always really weird because I was assigning them things and they were always equals. Yet one of them kind of assumed the role of manager and would like boss the other employee around. And it was a very awkward thing to witness. Very awkward.
This isn't awkward at all.
There were a couple of times where I had to be like,
Yo, that's not like the structure here.
The audacity to automatically assume that you are the manager or the project manager of a specific project or role. Some people say fake it till you make it. I say, where does one find the audacity? Okay, so let me get this straight. She doesn't offer to help, only to supervise. So basically she's free trailing a manager role with none of the authority and all of the audacity. Got it. I'm a non-confrontational person, so I usually just say, okay, thanks. But inside, I'm screaming. The breaking point was this morning. She walked over to my desk, pointed at my screen and said,
You should really format that data differently. Just stop what you're doing and I'll send you the template I use. It's much better.
Ew. I'm actually surprised.
Audacity.
To know that she like does anything. Does she? I just looked at her. I don't work for you. We are peers. I am so tired of having to manage her attempts to manage me. It's like having 2 bosses, but I only get paid for one. And like similarly, she's also like assuming the role of like your boss, but not really getting paid for it either.
And I'm doing it just for the money, and it's not even a lot of money.
If she's not doing any of the work and all she does is boss people around, I suppose that's probably a better deal for her. But still, has anyone else dealt with a shadow manager on their team? How do you get them to back off without making it a huge HR issue? I forget how I dealt with it. How did I deal with it? I think I pulled the employee that was kind of getting like thrown under the bus aside, and I was just like, listen, like, I'm not really sure why she's doing this, but like, just so you know, like, you're both on the same level playing field. And it was for a project that wasn't very long. And I was just like, you don't have to work with her again. Honestly, I'm probably not gonna hire her again. So in hindsight, I realistically should have done more, but it was kind of funny at that point, you know? Y'all really need to learn how to speak up and stand up for yourselves. I mean, yeah, in this situation, I feel like you could be standing up for yourself a little bit more. Instead of just blinking and telling Reddit, you could just be honest and be like,
okay, sorry, I'm misunderstanding where you're coming from here. I believe that we both have the same role, correct?
I I had a coworker who acted like this, and about the second week she persisted with it. I said, "We're peers, Jennifer." Why are you acting like I work for you? This is weird. Honestly, a really good word that you can have in your pocket to make people feel strange when they're acting strange, you just call them weird.
That's weird.
Weird. Okay, this is weird. I'm sorry, this is a bit weird. Works every time. She got kind of snippy and had to be reminded periodically, but I just kept doing it. She claimed that because I was so young, she forgot I had the same job title as she had. To this day, she remains the worst engineer I've ever met in my life. See, this is the thing. The person that I know that's like this also doesn't have much to back it up. You know, I'm always of the opinion that if you want to take on the role of like a manager or you want to run your own business, you need to be able to do everyone's job. Your role is not to boss people around. Maybe it could get to that point where you're like delegating and giving tasks out. But if that person goes away on vacation or that person is sick, you need to be able to step in and do that person's job.
With great power comes great responsibility.
I have met a lot of people like this, and most of the time, they don't have two legs to stand on. They want the role of manager without the experience or the know-how. I digress. The point is, keep reminding the person that they're not your boss, and they will stop. Yeah, and maybe, like, also talk to your boss about it if it's making you super uncomfortable. All right, so we do have an update, and it's very satisfying. I'll just say that.
Wholesome, satisfying. Perfect.
So a couple of weeks ago, I posted about my coworker Alicia, who decided to make herself my unofficial boss, even though we're on the exact same level. Since then, things have definitely escalated. Do tell. The last straw was when our manager gave me a 2-week project. Not even 10 minutes later, Alicia messaged me saying,
"Can you send me progress updates every couple of days so I can make sure it's on track?"
That was the moment I realized I couldn't keep letting this slide. Instead of confronting her directly, I tried an experiment. Ooh. I ignored her check-ins completely and only sent updates to our actual manager when they were due. And nothing bad happened. No one cared, the work got done, and life moved on. Then came the team meeting. Okay, so you went over her head. Got it. As expected, Alicia jumped in with her usual line,
"I'll review it before it goes up the chain."
This time I spoke up and said thanks, but Mark already approved the draft, and looked at our boss while saying it. His reaction was priceless. It was like he suddenly realized what had been happening all along. After the meeting, he pulled me aside and actually apologized. He told me to always send work directly to him, and he said he'd speak to Alicia. Since then, I haven't gotten a single unsolicited review request. She still has that same bossy energy, but at least she's not breathing down my neck anymore. I feel a little guilty about not addressing it with her face to face, but honestly, it's not my job to manage her behavior. It's really not.
I don't know what your problem is, but you need to solve it now.
She didn't seem to feel guilty when it came to micromanaging you, even though that's not her role. Like, that is her way of saying, without saying, that she thinks she's better than you.
We're better than you, and we know it.
Or more experienced, or more talented, or she has assumed the role of better than you without someone actually giving it to her. Right now, things feel lighter, and I can finally focus without feeling like someone's peeking over my shoulder.
Blue Marlin,
and the
is it
irony
pink
is
meat?
that like that kind of boss, like a micromanaging boss, is like the worst kind of boss.
Shut up.
It's literally the worst kind of boss. Because like, as someone who's had a micromanager for a boss before, you spend more time worrying about their micromanaging than you do actually being productive.
Fact.
Okay, if there's one AI site builder you need to meet, it's this dope tech from Wix. Now this whole flow is a conversation.
So I'm torn. Do I just enjoy the piece and leave it alone? Or should I have an actual conversation with her in case she tries creeping back into shadow manager role or mode? I don't think much more needs to be said, honestly. I feel like you kind of wait until things progress. And if she is making your life really difficult, then maybe you should have a conversation with her. I certainly don't think at this point she deserves the respect of having like an air clearing conversation. I think she was put in her place. But like, let's see how things pan out. Might be a little awkward, for sure. But let's not people please anymore, okay? She was put in her place. We don't need to over communicate, you know? I am also an over communicator, and it's not good. And like, as of right now, I feel like she doesn't necessarily know that you went to your boss or like you had a conversation with your boss. It could be something that your boss, you could play it off as, just saw and didn't like. I wouldn't put yourself in the line of fire. You know what I mean? Because as of right now, it could be just the boss that feels this way, not you. So a lot of people in the comments agree. Addressing it with her might escalate the situation. It also is gonna put you in the line of fire because you went and told her boss what she was doing. And she seems like the type of person that might be unnecessarily petty in that scenario. And I think as of right now, like, you're kind of in the clear. So like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, you know? We got some more work drama for you. We ain't done yet, honey. My boss is pretending I never gave notice. I gave my 2 weeks notice last Tuesday, handed the letter directly to my manager. I had a brief conversation about transition plans, and I thought that was that. Now she's acting like it never happened.
It's never happened.
She's still assigning me projects for next month, still scheduling me for meetings 3 weeks out. I just needed a minute with the second cam, you know what I mean? I just need a little side cam moment. Yesterday, she asked me to order business cards with my name on them. When I reminded her I'm leaving, she just said, "We'll see about that," and walked away. Okay. I'm sorry, if that doesn't come with like a bonus or a raise, I feel like that's mildly threatening. You know what I mean?
We could make things very difficult.
There's literally no incentive to stay as of right now. So weird. I work in accounts payable for a small company. It's not like I'm some irreplaceable genius. Literally anyone can be trained to process invoices. But she keeps saying things like,
"You can't just abandon us during busy season.
And
we invested so much in training you."
Yeah, that's kind of the trade-off when you have a business or you're like a manager or whatever. Sometimes people leave. And yeah, you invest time in training people. Okay, like, it is what it is. Be careful who you hire and be a good boss. I don't know what to tell you. You don't want people to leave, be a good boss. Pay people well. Don't be an ass.
Right, that's gonna be true, right? All right, let's go with
Where the
that
fuck is
one.
And even then, people still might leave
Russo,
for greener
whatever the hell his
pastures.
name is.
And you gotta let them. It is what it is. Have a backup plan. It's not their fault. It's actually insane to me how many people think that, like, a job is like, you're committed to that job for the rest of your life. It is very rare that someone would keep the same job for the rest of their lives. So in terms of invested so much in training me to use QuickBooks 2 years ago. Okay, so it wasn't even recent. This was 2 years ago. Like, it would be one thing if you went through the training process and like, you're just starting this job, but like, no, this was 2 years ago. So today, she scheduled me for a performance review next month. Performance review? Why would I want to sit down with someone I literally just like cut ties with so that they could review my performance? When I said I wouldn't be here, she looked genuinely confused and said,
"What are you talking about? You never said anything about leaving."
Ooh. Okay, is she trying to say that you didn't say that in writing? I have the letter. I took a photo of myself handing it to her, but she's completely in denial. I don't know if she's denial. I think that she's just trying to say that you didn't like give notice. I feel like she knows. We'll see about that. Like, come on. I'm starting my new job Monday, whether she accepts my resignation or not.
Is the kid?
Just wondering if anyone's dealt with this level of delusion before. Do I need to send out another letter, email HR, or just stop showing up after Friday and let her figure it out? I mean, you've kind of already sent it. Like, you could, like, CC HR. Was this it? In an email? No, you gave her a handwritten, like, you gave her a letter that was like printed out. Yeah, I would like follow up with like written notice. It always like makes me kind of uncomfortable when people do this, but I also do this, where you like, as per our discussion or as per our call, I have handed in my notice as of update. Thank you for my time at the company. I'm moving on to a different role and I start on Monday. So I will be leaving this position. Just make it clear and make it in writing because like, damn. People really do be swinging their things around, especially when things aren't in writing. This is so bizarre. I've never had a boss just refuse to acknowledge reality like this. No, I think that she knows. I think that she just...
refuses to accept reality. Is he on the beach again? What the fuck's on there, dude? Where
is trying to maybe force you to stay. Am I wrong in thinking that? Like, I feel like that's what's happening, no? Commenters are kind of saying, don't tell her where you're going. She could sabotage you. People are like, oh, you took a photo of yourself handing in your letter of resignation. And OP says, I knew she'd try to claim it never happened, so I documented it. Another commenter just kind of reiterated what I said, which is send a copy to HR. Tell them when you submitted it to your boss, CC the boss's manager too. It sounds like your boss isn't following protocol and will say you didn't give notice. That's exactly what's happening. That's for sure. Oh, here's an important detail that I feel like is important. Screenshot the photo of your camera roll where the date it was taken is included. So that's the amazing thing about like technology these days is like you can swipe up. I don't know about Android, but you can swipe up on an iPhone and there's metadata for when you took the photo. Okay, it literally says there in the date and sometimes even location. So your bases are covered. So we do have an update. Thanks everyone for all the advice and support. You were right about documenting everything and covering my bases. Oh, I'm always right though. I'm always right, unless I'm wrong, but most of the time I'm right. I sent a follow-up email to HR and CC'd my boss and her manager with a copy of my resignation letter and took the photo I took of myself handing it to her. Also included screenshots with timestamps like some of you suggested. Got a call from HR within an hour. Turns out this isn't the first time she's pulled this stunt. Apparently she did the same thing to someone else last year. They're handling it internally. Ooh. That's corporate speak for you're in trouble. Confirmed, my last day is Friday as originally planned. My boss finally acknowledged my resignation today, though she acted like she was doing me a huge favor by accepting it. Whatever.
Ugh, as if.
I'm out of here in 2 days and starting fresh, somewhere that actually operates in reality. Thanks again for helping me navigate this insanity. Hey guys, it's all cool. It's cool. It's all cool.
Cool. Cool.
Like, sometimes I really wish that I could be in the corporate world just so that I know all the corporate nuance. And if there's one thing I've learned, it's keep screenshots, make sure everything's in writing, CC managers, and CC lawyers. Oh, God, it's good to be back at work. I can't imagine what the working environment was like that they preemptively took the photo of themselves handing in their resignation. Not once in my 15 years of working has it crossed my mind that I would need that type of backup. You're lucky. I'll just say that. It might be a little far-fetched, I will say, but this is why every call, every conversation, especially about something important, has to be followed up with an email and timestamps. I have screenshots from literally 10 years ago, bestie. And Kelly's editing this video and she knows exactly what I'm talking about. Right, Kelly?
You're goddamn right.
Are you feeling? Do we have time for one more? My former horrid coworker now reports to me. I love poetic justice. Several years ago, I worked with the most spiteful, troublemaking woman. Mary. Interesting choice of name. She and I applied for the same promotion, and she got it. I was okay with not getting the job because it really wasn't part of my planned career path. I just wanted the extra money.
Where the fuck is the kid?
She was not in my chain of command, but she seemed to think her promotion gave her the right to treat me badly. I swear, corporate nuance is so funny. It's literally just everybody bossing everybody else around.
I'm a big time bossy boss lady.
She would make snide comments about me to my coworkers, who thankfully knew what she was all about and would stand up for me. She would try to assign work to me. When I'd refuse, she'd run out to our mutual boss and complain until she got her way, and I'd have to take on the extra work. I suspected for a while she was telling our boss lies about me, but I had no proof, so I kept my mouth shut. Eventually, I was promoted to another department. In the the days before I went to my new job, it was apparent that someone was sabotaging my work. Data was changed on files I was working on, etc. Of course, I suspected her, but again, I had no proof. Let me guess, you gonna get some proof, honey, aren't you? It all came to a head when she announced to the entire office that I was actually the one who was sabotaging the computer system. Of course, nobody believed her, but it was very upsetting to me. It got so bad I made arrangements to go to my new job earlier than originally planned. For the next several years, Mary and I would have to work together on projects. I spoke to her as little as possible, and see ya was my motto. It was awkward, but manageable. During that time, I received several promotions and ended up as the director of my department.
Where the F is the kid?
There are about 50 people in my department, and I mainly have contact with only the supervisors. I guess I'm known as the one to give problem employees to. I either get them to shape up or ship out. But I was very surprised when HR approached me about taking on Mary because she was about to be fired in her current job. Ooh, how the tables have turned. My initial reaction was hell no. I really felt I couldn't be impartial and give her a fair chance. Oh, come on, it'll be so fun. But I pretty much wasn't given a choice. What's worse, I couldn't pawn her off to one of my supervisors. Because of the work she did, she would have to report to me. Ooh, but come on, babes. That's so fun.
Women riders can now request women drivers with women preferences. Uber.
The power of 3 creams. All in one. Revitalift Triple Power by L'Oreal.
That's so fun.
This is my torture chamber.
You don't find that fun? I do, and I'm just reading it. After resigning myself to have to take her on, I started dreaming of how I would exact my revenge. There were so many possibilities. I was almost giddy with anticipation. Ooh, see, we're seeing the silver lining. I love that. The sweetest revenge was on her first day. I called her into my office and gave her my come to Jesus message. Excuse me, what? Come to Jesus. Are you Jesus?
It's Jesus!
She came in with the most scared look on her face. I thought she was going to puke. I decided to have pity on her and start out softly. I asked her if she understood how she ended up here. She replied meekly, I guess it's karma. Oh, no, she did not. Ooh. Ooh. You could have knocked me over with a feather. I knew exactly what she meant, but I wanted her to say it. What do you mean? I asked. She then proceeded to apologize for everything she's ever done to me, including spreading lies and doing the sabotaging herself. God, I wish I was recording that. I was about ready to admit defeat in the revenge game, but then I thought of the very best next step. I told her ever so calmly, you know that you could be fired for that. I let that sink in until I saw the beads of sweat on her forehead. Then I said, but I'm not going to do that. Instead, you are going to decide your fate at this company.
Stupid sexy Flanders!
You will not be able to blame me for what happens to you because it will be up to you to succeed or fail. It felt so much better than using my power over her to get my revenge. She's still working for me, but I don't think that will last much longer. Not because she's gonna be fired. She really has improved a great deal, but because being nice to me is so hard for her. I don't think she can stand it and will find another job, hopefully at another company. That is delectable.
Yummy!
You did such a good job, bestie. I can see why they promoted you to director. That was exactly what I needed to end this video. So satisfying indeed.
Let's see. Murder makeup. Yeah.
Hi friends, how are you today? My name is Bailey Sarian, and today is Monday, which means it's Murder, Mystery, and Makeup Monday. If you're new here, hi, my name is Bailey Sarian, and on Mondays I like to sit down and talk about a true crime story that's been heavy on my noggin, and I do my makeup at the same time. It keeps my hands busy and stuff, you know? If you're interested in true crime and you like makeup, I would say, hey, subscribe, because I'm here for you Mondays. Before we get into today's episode, I do have a word from our sponsor, Factor. Cooking is one of those things that personally I feel like I don't have time for it, and I don't really want to do it, honestly. Between work and life and more work and work, cooking is always like kind of low on my list. So, throughout the day, I would always kind of like randomly reach for like
Nuts in my
snacks,
mouth.
and then wondering why I'm feeling like a zombie by 3 p.m. So then you drink coffee, and you're like, now I'm anxious and feeling like a zombie. It's just a whole mess. But that's why I started using Factor. Factor is a meal delivery service that sends fresh, not frozen, meals straight to your door. They're fully cooked, so all you have to do is pop them into the microwave, and you've got a chef-crafted meal that fits your goals and your schedule. They've got over 80 meals on their menu every...
Blah, 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 blah.
Clara and David Harris. Now they look like they had it all. The big Texas house, luxury cars in the driveway, the perfect children. Oh, a thriving dental practice, or should I say practices? And look, from the outside, they were living the American dream. But of course, listen, we're here, huh? Because behind that picture perfect family were secrets that would tear everything apart and end in one of the most shocking crimes of passion Texas had ever seen.
Oh no, Texas!
At the time, to be fair. This is the story of how the dream life of Clara and David Harris turned into a true nightmare. Now listen, the question here, it's not who did it. It's not one of those. The question was it out of rage, the crime that was committed? Was it out of rage in the heat of the moment? Or was it a cold, deliberate murder? That's still up for debate, honestly. I don't know.
Kid?
I don't know. Here we go. If you're ever curious to know what I'm using, I'll list it in the description box down below. But let me tell you. So, Miss Clara Suarez, she was born on February 3rd, 1958 in Bogota, Colombia. Now, her father, smart little cookie there, he was an electrical engineer. He was very ambitious. And he dreamed of one day moving to the United States. And it was said that he had a very big impression on Clara. Clara was said to be very intelligent and driven just like her father. But sadly, when Claire was 5 or 6 years old, her father passed away.
Oh, there he is. You bastard. Get over here.
Left Claire's mother, who was a seamstress, to, take care of everything for the family. Again, Clara, driven, determined, everything. She ended up going to college and dental school in Colombia. And then after that, she ended up opening up her own dental office. So at 32 years old, she decided to follow through on her father's dream and move to the United States. Now she had to get a college certificate in the States before she could practice dentistry there. So she attended college at the University of Texas. And I guess she would pick up small jobs along the way to help pay her way through. But she did it. She was able to graduate, and she was
I gotta
off.
go get gold shells, I
She
suppose.
found herself a position working at Castle Dental
Can't
Center
make
in
that until I
Houston,
upgrade my
Texas.
dog.
So Clara, she's now 33
Hang
years
on.
old, and she's working there
Maybe
now.
I can. Oh, nope.
And I
it's
guess
too
during
early.
this time, she
Look.
entered the
Okay, now I gotta
Miss
sit here.
Columbia Houston beauty pageant. It was said she did it on a whim, and she won. I mean, she was very good looking, but she won. Good for her. But it was while she was working at the Castle Dental Center. That's when she met 34-year-old David Harris, who was the orthodontist there. And I guess the two, they really hit it off and they started dating. At this time, David was divorced. He had a daughter from his first marriage. Her name was Lindsay, and she was about 4 years old when David and Clara started dating. David's ex said that she divorced him because he was too focused on his career and he really just kind of neglected everything else. Now, many people at this time said, Clara and David were a perfect match because they both shared big dreams and ambitions and were just driven for more, And plus, they're total babes. That's fair to say. Because, he looked like a Ken doll for a minute. Kinda. I don't know. Whatever. Anyways, And like, I mean, they must have agreed because
razor
they dated
fins.
for like
Damn
less
it,
than
they
a
just
year,
want you to
and then they
fucking
ended
get
up
these
getting
razor
married.
fins like they're
Good
super
for them.
easy. They're not.
It doesn't end well. So on Valentine's Day, 1992, they tied the knot and they celebrated
I got
at
distracted.
the
me
Hilton
fucking upgrade
Hotel,
my
which was like across
oven
the
again.
street from NASA Mission Control.
Nope.
It's not just about saving time, it's about expanding what's possible.
Hold on, bitch.
At the Johnson Space Center. I know. You know when the spaceman says, astronaut Bailey says, Houston, we have a problem. Houston at this NASA center. I know this is dumb.
Okay.
I know, laugh at me, whatever. I truly thought Houston was someone's name. And he was like, Houston, we have a problem. But he was talking to Houston, Texas Space Center. Anyways, the hotel that they celebrated at was across the street from like that. When it comes to space stuff, I need to be educated on my space knowledge. I lack NASA knowledge. Anyhow, my apologies. Moving on.
All right.
So
I think we have the
celebrating
space
at
now.
this Hilton hotel. Okay. Woo! So the two of them, you know, again, successful, driven, ambitious. They ended up, Clara and David, they opened up their own separate practices. Now, their coworkers said that the two would, like, you know, talk on the phone at least 3 times a day.
Yep.
They were always in contact with each other. And every time they would end their calls, it would be like, I love you. You know, you hang up first. No, you hang up first. I love you. To everybody else, it was just, like, very cute. They were so in love. They just seemed like the perfect couple. So these two, I mean, they were quite the power couple. Clara, she bought her own practice called Lake Jackson Dental Care in 1993. And I guess, you know, David would come by to the office like every Monday and help her out there. And then Clara, she actually helped David open up his own practice called Space Center Orthodontics a few months later. I guess after that, he went on to like purchase 7 more practices over the years. So they were making bank, okay? In 1998, the couple, they bought a mini mansion. I won't even say mini mansion because it was pretty big. But it was in like a very ritzy suburban city called Friendswood. And I guess it's right outside of Houston.
Shit,
David
I need
and
one more of
Clara's
those.
specific neighborhood was the Estates of Polly Ranch, which sounds like, you know, ooh. But their backyard was facing like the water, the creek. There's like a beautiful creek back there. So their backyard was like facing the water. And it was like, ooh. I looked up this neighborhood. Very fancy looking, very expensive looking, you know? I mean, this neighborhood even has like a private airstrip. Like many of the people who live there, they had their own, or they have their own private planes. But really what I'm getting at here is that the people who lived here had money, okay? The Harrises. Now, they didn't have a plane, but they did have a very large house, a 2-story, 6-bedroom, 5.5 bathroom home with premium finishes, a long dramatic driveway, a pool, just like all sitting on a piece of land that was just a little bigger than 3.5 acres. So they buy the house, and that same year, Clara, she gives birth to their twin boys, Brian and Bradley. Now, it was said Clara's, like, most prized possession. I mean, of course, she loved her kids and all that stuff, too, you know. But the thing that really made her feel like she made it in life was her silver S-Class Mercedes-Benz 430. I guess to her, you know, again, this was just like, this is it. This is the dream. I've made it. The kids, the house, the husband, the car. I mean, it didn't stop there, though. They had dreams of one day opening up
suck
like,
my
a
dick, I
mega
did it.
office in Clear Lake that would be
Tetris my way
through. Now, while the Harrises were wrapped up in building their empire in this like little rich people area, there was still a lot of hot gossip going on and affairs going on. And everyone had something to say about everyone. The people love to gossip, don't they? They sure do. Especially rich people gossip. Come on. Now, there was, like, I guess, so much scandal going on that a nearby private investigations business called Blue Moon Investigations was actually getting flooded with cases that were all connected to each other. Now, listen, we're going to gossip for a little bit, but I promise it all circles back to the Harrises. So go with me on this journey. So a woman named Bobby Baccia, great name, Bobby Baccia, come on. She was the owner of Blue Moon Investigations. Now, she got a lot of business from wives who believed that their husbands were cheating on them. It was said that the Blue Moon Investigations business, like, really catered to women. Like, they had the scented candles. It was a bunch of women who worked there, and they knew their audience, their clients, I should say, you know?
Just because we're not living doesn't mean we don't enjoy a good living room.
And Michael's Halloween decor really knocks him undead.
Anyone with brain.
So women would come in all the time and, you know, my husband's cheating on me, at least I think they are, blah, blah. But there was this one rare case where two men showed up asking for their help. Their names were Chuck Knight and Steve Bridges. So they came because they wanted to find out if their wives were having an affair with each other.
Look, it's a wet hole.
These two couples, they were best friends. They went to church together. They had lived near each other. They raised their kids together. But according to the husbands, their friends and neighbors started suggesting or whispering to them, your guys' wives' friendships, they seem a little bit too close. You know? Are you sure they're not more than friends? People were kind of like suggesting that. You know,
I'd like to go back to
alluding to the men that maybe their wives were scissor sisters. You know?
And who the fuck
now listen, this is
again?
southern like church area, so this is pretty scandalous. Two women potentially scissoring. Oh,
that
my
guy.
God, heads are exploding everywhere. So I guess it was said at first the husbands didn't believe them, like all these rumors and whatnot.
Cop is
but
over
then
here.
the marriages like kind of started to go south. So they figured, you know, maybe
There's your sausage rolls,
should
buddy.
look into it. So that's when they asked Bobby, the private investigator, to follow their wives, Julie Knight and Gail Bridges. Now, Julie was Chuck's wife. Gail was Steve's wife. There was going to be like this one evening where the two women were going to go to the mall together to go shop, you know, while their husbands stayed back and watched the kids. So they're telling the private investigator, like, hey, follow them when they go on this so-called shopping trip together and see if you find anything. According to Bobby's notes, Chuck said, quote, but I bet they will go to a hotel, or they might just pull over on the side of a highway to do their business. Gail has a boob job, and my wife will not be able to wait to touch those puppies. End quote. All right, you know? Side note, later on, Chuck swore he did not use the word puppies. He said everything else, but he said, I didn't say puppies. Just a little funny side note, but okay. But that's it. Okay, you get it. Bobby, she took the case.
That's
and
what it
she
was.
Followed Julie and Gail.
Awesome.
She followed them to the mall.
Oh, for fuck.
She then followed them to
Borf.
McDonald's.
It's a
They went
very
through the drive-thru,
inopportune
she followed
time to
them,
need to be
right?
fed.
And then she followed them back home. Now the PI, she did not see anything that looked romantic at all. So Bobby ends up going back to the husbands to let them know, like, I didn't find anything, you know? And Chuck apparently asked her to, quote, unquote, inflame, aka exaggerate her findings, just a little bit, and say that the two got really close in the car and, like, did something spicy. He's like, just say you saw it. Now Bobby, she's like, you know, no, I am not gonna do that. And she told them, like, even if two women kiss or hug, it doesn't mean that they're sexually active with one another. Freaking bozo. So after that, you know, case closed. They're not lovers, they're just friends. Jeez. Listen, in Texas, if you are getting a divorce, and let's say it's considered your fault, like you're cheating, they're pretty strict there. you automatically become at risk to lose more or even everything in the settlement. So I think it's safe to say, you know, low key, I think these guys just wanted a reason to get out of the marriages and like not lose the money, the houses, and everything. So 6 months later, in July of 1999, guess who showed up at Bobby's office? Oh, it's none other than Julie Knight and Gail Bridges, the wives of Chuck and Steve. Julie and Gail told Bobby that they both wanted to file for a divorce from their husbands because these assholes were blackmailing them and threatening to expose them as lesbians, which they were not. Julie, she had a strong feeling that Chuck was actually the one hiding something. So, you know, they wanted both husbands to be followed just to kind of see what they could dig up. But I guess at the last minute, Gail, she backed out. She didn't want Steve followed. I don't know why, but it's okay. She let it go. So Bobby, the PI, again, she took on the case. Now, she didn't even mention anything to them about their husbands previously hiring her to follow them. True professional, I will say that. So Bobby followed Chuck around town, you know, as she does.
Monday Sidekick, AI you'll love to use. Monday.com.
Love yourself. Love your neck.
Don't tell me what to do.
TL Advanced Neck Cream.
And plot twist. Discovered him meeting up with another woman. Yeah, Chuck was a cheater all along. Of course he was. You know when, like, someone is making wild accusations about someone being a cheater, like, out of nowhere or whatever, it's usually that person who's making the accusation.
More fucking
Usually
razor
they're the
fins.
cheaters. Listen, Chuck was cheating on his wife with a married woman named Lori Wells. Now, Miss Lori over here was close friends with Chuck and Steve's wives. Like, they were all friends. The whole thing is just so messy. Same thing, like, they all hung out together, they went to church together, they went to Lamaze classes together.
Oh, great.
Jeez Louise, they were a close bunch. Now, all three couples, the Knights, the Bridges, and the Wells, they were all moving forward with the divorces, and it got messy. At one point, Julie and Gail had accused Chuck and Steve of recording their phone calls and then editing the calls to make it sound like they were talking about something sexual. Again, just really trying to push this lesbian narrative. Just doing the most. I mean, they got caught, you know, and both Chuck and Steve, they got indicted on felony wiretap.
Those are like,
now Steve,
they
his
were
case
up in
was dropped
prison
pretty quickly, but Chuck's case remained active for years before it was eventually dismissed. But by the end of 2001, all three couples, their divorces were finalized. So after Gail Bridges split from Steve, she and her two youngest kids, they ended up, you know, moving into like a smaller home in town, and she was able to get a job working at Space Center Orthodontics, David Harris's main office. See, I told you we would get back to the Harrises. 38-year-old Gail Bridges was hired as a receptionist at David's office, and, you know, the two really hit it off. She wasn't bad to look at. She was attentive. She would go to lunch with David and was always available for his needs. He always said he would, like, visit her desk between appointments, and some people in office noticed that they were just kind of like openly flirting with one another. It just appeared that way, at least. But then in February of 2002, the relationship, it evolved into like a full-blown affair. You know when you work in an office, you worked in an office, right? Have you? No? Yes? You know when you work at a place, and you can tell when something's going on between two people. You know. So it didn't take long for other employees, to catch on that the two were bugging, you know. David would, he would still go to like Clara's office once a week, and like Clara would come to his office occasionally. So it was like, to the employees, it was like this pretty bold of him, you know. Just an asshole move, huh? This woman named Diana Cheryl, she worked at like both offices as the office manager. She said she was very offended by the affair because, well, first of all, she considered Clara a friend, but also she couldn't believe that Gail was just fine, like flaunting the affair in front of the other employees. It was just completely disrespectful. Plus, Diana, she said that she was worried that David, like, he could lose everything. His dreams, his family, his life, his career, everything all over this woman. David's now 16-year-old daughter. She's now 16 years old, Lindsay. She would come to Friendswood every summer to live with her dad and Clara. And while she was there, she would work at David's office. And I guess there was one day where she went to the office, she's working, whatever, and her dad had dropped like a patient file on the floor. I don't think it was like on purpose, but like, you know, he dropped a file on the floor. And then Gail, she got up and she like walked over there and she bent over and she picked it up for him. You know, in that really sexy way where the butt looks.
Pardon me,
real
sir.
Nice. She's like,
You know.
"Let me get that for you."
Yup.
The bend and snap.
Ew, though.
So Lindsay, the daughter, sees this and is like, okay. And then the daughter, she overhears like the office ladies making little comments amongst each other about just how like raunchy that was. Like, can you believe she did that? Oh my god. So Lindsay, she's starting to put some pieces together, you know? She's like, is something going on between my dad and his secretary? So I guess the affair at this point had been going on for like 5 months. And Diana, the office manager, she had enough. She was like, I need to say something. So she pulled Clara aside and she told her, like, you need to pay attention to what's going on with David and protect your marriage. Clara straight up asked her, like, is David having an affair?
What happens if... Too soft.
And Diana was like, yeah, but you didn't hear from me, you know? Now Clara, she needed to know all the details. So she went to dinner with Diana to hear everything. Just tell me everything. But it was said that at the end of the night or after the dinner, Clara was still... She was kind of in denial about it, you know? Like, it can't be true. Could it? No. Going back and forth. It was like during the drive home, Clara was going back and forth, like really thinking about it. And she wanted a second opinion on the situation. So she calls up David's mom, Millie. Now, they were all close, so it's not like it was out of the blue or anything. So she calls Millie up, and she's like, do you ever think David would cheat on me? You know? And David's mom was like, oh, of course not. He would never. You're the love of his life. You're gorgeous. You're amazing. No. He would never do that. But even with that reassurance, I think deep down she knew something was up. Because when she got home, Clara went right to David, and she just asked him point blank, are you sleeping with Gail? And David was like eating a burrito or something. He's like, no, don't be silly, you know. And that was that. Not very convincing, David. Not very convincing. So listen, it must have got to him, because the next morning David decided to come clean. Kind of. He told Clara that he and Gail, they actually had gone to lunch once, and he kissed her hand. He kissed her hand. Now let me ask you at home, did you believe that? Oh, you kissed her hand?
Oh my!
What are you, a knight? Like, what is this? What are you doing? No one does that. Not me, please. Please. Anyway, so he kissed her hand. That's what he tells her. He was like, he was confessing, but not fully confessing. Clara knew like there was something there. She's like, oh shit. So she asked him straight up. She's like, do you love her? Do you love Gail? And it was said that David said he wasn't sure. Yeah. All right. Okay. Claire's reaction was allegedly calm. I say allegedly.
Flawless.
I can't imagine any of us being calm in that moment, but she said she was calm. She said she was like,
I better
fine.
go make that potion.
If you want to be with her, then I will file for divorce. Like, it was very matter of fact. Fine. I'll get a divorce. Fine. David, I guess, did not want that. He begged her to stay with him, saying that he would do anything to avoid a divorce. Again, I think going back to that whole, like, Texas situation, like, if you get a divorce and you're cheating or whatever, you could lose everything. And it's like, maybe he doesn't want to do all that. But that's just my wild guess here. I don't know. Maybe he did want to work it out. Either way, he begs her, you know, please no, stay with me. We'll work it out. We'll figure it out. Now, Lindsay, the daughter, she was like downstairs or something, like in the kitchen, and she overheard the conversation. So when Clara had like walked into the kitchen area, Lindsay tells Clara, like, everyone in the office knows about the affair and people talk about it like all the time. At this point, Clara realizes that David, he was not telling her the whole truth. So she goes back upstairs and she confronts him. And I guess they're yelling at each other. It said that she slapped him and she just started yelling at him, saying that he needed to fire Gail right away and that they needed to go to marriage counseling, like, if this was going to work out. I'm sure that was said at some point, because she slaps him and then it said David, like, threw Clara to the floor. But it's just a whole situation, right? Now, Lindsay, the daughter, again, she heard all this commotion, right? So she goes running upstairs. She gets in the middle of it, starts yelling at her dad, like, why are you pushing Clara? And it's a whole thing. And it said at one point, David kind of is just like, fine, you know, I'm leaving. You will never see me again. And it kind of stops everything, okay? It was very dramatic. So everything cools off for a whole 5 minutes. And then
oh, wait a minute.
Shortly after, they all piled into the same car and they drove to work together. So family drama, you know? So once they get to the office, Clara, she went right up to the receptionist desk and she tells Gail, we need to talk outside. So Clara, she asked Gail one question. What kind of relationship do you have with my husband? And I guess it was said that Gail, she just like couldn't give a straight answer. She was scared too, you know? But like she couldn't give a straight answer. So Clara demanded that Gail give her office keys. So Gail gives her the keys, and then Clara walks back into the office building, which like locked Gail out and basically like fired her. So later on, Clara called David's parents, Millie and Gerald, and she told them all about what happened. So his parents arranged for a dinner where all four of them could talk about the situation without like the kids around, you know? So that night they went to Millie and Gerald's house, they ate dinner, and they talked about how the couple should move forward, reach forgiveness, and suggested to David that he should talk to their pastor. During the dinner, David finally admitted to being intimate with Gail, like fully coming clean. And I guess, you know, the family, they prayed over it, and that was it, I guess, you know? But it was said that the night seemed to have ended, like, in a good place. It's unclear if anyone had asked him why he had the affair in the first place.
California has seen an increase of invasive fruit fly infestations, and we need your help. When you travel or ship items, please don't bring produce or plants into the state, and always buy plants and produce from local licensed retailers. Visit stopinvasivepests.com.
Step into Wix Studio and turn your blank canvas into a creative playground. Pre-designed.
Like point blank period, you know? Like, hey, why'd you do it, you know? Some people later said that they think he started to resent Clara after she had the twins because she gave the children more attention than she gave to him, you know? Clara believed, her theory was that he was going through a midlife crisis because all of a sudden he was working out more, he bought a new car, and now he's sleeping with his secretary. What is it? It's got to be a midlife crisis. So Clara, she actually told the daughter Lindsay her midlife crisis theory. She's like, yeah, I think your dad's going through a midlife crisis, blah, blah. Just like telling her thoughts, you know? So in Lindsay's free time, she went to like the bookstore and she was looking for self-help books for people going through a midlife crisis. But I guess she couldn't find one. So instead she bought 2 relationship books, you know, in hopes to help David and Clara fix their marriage. One of the books she got was Relationship Rescue, a 7-step strategy for reconnecting with your partner, by none other than Dr. Frickin' Phil, you know? So Lindsay, you know, she picks up these books and she leaves them out on like the kitchen counter in hopes that Clara and David would see them and read them. And honestly, at this point, I was like really feeling bad for Lindsay. They were involving her in the situation a little too much. You know what I'm saying? Like, you really shouldn't involve children, kids, into your adult matters. But especially Clara, she was like treating Lindsay like her best friend, telling her all the details. But it is what it is. Okay.
Old man.
Listen, the next morning, Clara, she wakes up, you know, knowing everything. Her husband's having an affair.
I have lots of snowberries.
Whatever. Now she has like a renewed sense of energy. She is determined to be better than Gail. Operation Get Her Man Back was in full effect. So Miss Claire, she went out, she dyed her hair. She was like, I want to be blonde. So she goes blonde. She went out, she bought new lingerie.
That's lame.
She booked a trainer, a personal trainer. And she went to go see a plastic surgeon about getting a boob job. Because she knew that Gail had gotten her boobs done. And, you know, Clara, she was determined to one-up her. So she was like, I'm getting my boobs done, plus I'm going to get liposuction. So she puts down a deposit for boobs and liposuction. She meant business, okay? Honestly, I would have divorced him and then done all that and then been like, oh, look at me now, dick. But that's okay. So that evening, Clara and David decided to go out to dinner, just the 2 of them, you know, to really just talk things out. So while they're at dinner, Clara asked David, she's like, so tell me, what do you like about Gail? Which, you know, is like kind of a trick question. It's like, you want to know, but at the same time, it's going to piss you the fuck off. But she's like, what do you like about Gail, you know? And he was honest, a little too honest. David gave Clara a detailed pros and cons list about Gail and herself. And as he rambled off his pros and cons about both women, Clara, she took notes on a napkin. When it came to Gail, David said that he liked that Gail was pretty and smart. She had no fat. She had the perfect body. She had big boobs. She always believed in him. She was good with money. And when it came to sex, it was like his fantasies had come true. His cons list about Gail was that he didn't like her hands and feet. He thought they were kind of masculine. And those were his cons about Gail. Okay. So then it was Clara's turn. She's like, okay, what are my pros and cons? And David was like, well, I like that you're pretty and smart and you have better hands and feet than Gail. And that was it. It was like, his cons list, the things he didn't like about Clara, was a lot longer, okay? He had this long list. He straight up tells Clara, he's like, I don't like how you don't let me do the things that I want to do. I don't like how you interrupt me all the time. I don't like that you plan everything. I think you're a poor communicator, pessimistic, and you spent too lavishly. Oh, and she interrupted him all the time. He didn't like that either. She's writing this down like, okay, right.
Witnessed.
He then went on to say, because he wasn't done, he also said
I can't find the
that
damn
she was
hobo.
fat, a large person, too big, and that their bodies didn't fit well together during sex. Excuse me? Now listen, if this were me, I know if this were you, I don't know what I would flip the table.
Wanted to fight.
Absolutely. Like, why am I trying to make this work with you, you asshole? I would. When I was reading that, I was like, why? If that were me, I would start going back and start listing all the things I didn't like about his dumb ass. I'd be like, oh, really? That's interesting, because your dick is lacking
is the
girth.
hobo?
Your hairline disappearing. You have bad breath in the morning. You have no personality. You suck. I don't know, just your feet, toes, ew, ugly. Like, he's Mr. Perfect. Like, he's the prize to be won. Anyways, but she took these notes.
Thanks to this stylish hotel on Booking.com, even Giants fans are loving LA.
No, we're here to mess with our rivals.
Where'd they go?
They were just here. It was.
And it's just, yeah. He could have held back. He really didn't have to say that. And if you see a picture of Clara, what are you talking about? She's not even bad. What are you talking about? The next day, Clara announced at work that she would be stepping back, you know, to focus on low-key her makeover, but also her marriage and family. She was gonna take a moment, you know. After that, David told Clara that he wanted to talk to Gail and tell her that the relationship was over. It's done.
Be outside,
Claire
right?
said that she understood.
I don't know where to find the hobo.
She would be comfortable with him calling her, but David insisted that this needed to happen in person. So Clara told him to set up a dinner or lunch, and that she would like drive him to the restaurant. She would sit outside. She would like watch the conversation and like wait for him to get the closure he needed, but she wanted to go with. So David calls Gail, and of course Claire's there listening in, and he planned to meet up with her and have dinner on Wednesday night. Now, when Lindsay, the daughter, found out about this, she insisted on going with Clara, you know, to sit and like watch the conversation too. But again, like, this was too much. This did not sit right with David, and he decided that no one should come. Okay, actually, no one's coming, and I'm just gonna do it alone. Well, the week is going by, you know, and Clara is all up in her thoughts, thinking about shit. She's coming up with some wild conclusions, as sometimes we do, you know? And she remembered hearing rumors around town that Gail was a lesbian. So, Claire's like, oh my god, what if Gail was actually like seducing David for his money so she and her girlfriend could like live a lavish lifestyle together? You know, she's like, yeah, that's probably what it is. It's gotta be that. Now, she wants to tell this to David, but she's like, I need proof in order for him to believe that she's a lesbian. And, yeah, I need proof. So she goes to none other than Blue Moon Investigations. Honestly, if this man were a prize at the end of a race, I would walk backwards. I don't know why everyone wanted him so much. So Clara calls them up and she fills them in on all of the drama. And Clara asked for them to start by listening in on David and Gail's breakup conversation that would be happening on Wednesday night. Which actually makes me think like maybe she didn't think she was a lesbian, because if she thought she were a lesbian, wouldn't she want the investigators to follow Gail first? Whatever. Anyways, so Blue Moon Investigations, they take on the case. So now it's Wednesday evening, and it's time for David to meet up with Gail. Now, he was supposed to be going straight from the office to the restaurant to meet with Gail, okay? So Clara, she calls up, like, one of the ladies who works in the office, and she asked her to essentially, like, follow David to see if he was indeed going to the restaurant. I know, it's like, yes, she hired the private investigator to like follow them and whatnot, but like Clara just did not seem to be very patient in this moment, and she wanted extra eyes on the situation. So the friend ends up following David, and then ends up calling Clara. Okay, cell phone. Remember, cell phones. So she calls Clara, and she's like, "Yeah, he's actually driving towards Gail's house. He's not going to the restaurant." So Clara is like, "Oh hell no! What's the address? What's the address? Give it to me." And the friend gives her the address. Now this lit a fire in Clara's ass, okay? And she was like, you know, I'm gonna drive my ass over there. I'm gonna confront them. Now, according to a later interview Clara gave, she said, you know, she gets off the phone, whatever. She chugged a bottle of wine. She grabbed her car keys and was heading out to the car. Lindsay, the daughter, my assumption here was that she's like kind of witnessing what's going on because Lindsay decides to join her. So I'm assuming she was involved in the know of the conversation. But Lindsay joins her, and she's the one who actually decides to drive Clara's Mercedes. So the two of them are driving, and they're like on this wild goose chase, looking for like, where the hell is David and Gail, you know, driving around. First, they went to Gail's house, but they noticed, you know, David's car, he wasn't there. So then they drove to the restaurant where they were supposed to meet. They weren't there either. So then they drove to like another restaurant that maybe they were at. No sign of them at that restaurant either. Now at this point it was said that Clara was becoming more and more irritated and flustered, not knowing where they were. So she gets on her phone and she calls Blue Moon Investigations. And she's calling asking like, where's David? And the operator said, listen, it's not our job to give a play-by-play report on whatever job it is we're performing for fear that the client might react poorly or impulsive on like whatever is being found. So that's what they tell her on the phone. But Clara isn't taking no for an answer. So she ends up asking for the cell phone number of the specific private investigator who was on the case. And they gave it to her. They went against their own rules and they gave her the phone number. So Clara calls this person up, this specific private investigator, and she's like, you know, where are they? Whatever. And the lady says, like, you know, you need to be patient. We're at a hotel. Now, when Clara hears this word hotel, boop, little light bulb goes off. She's like, I know exactly where the fuck they are. I know where exactly they are. We're going. David and Gail, they were at the Hilton Hotel. It was the Hilton Hotel where David and Clara celebrated their wedding. Yes, same hotel. Asshole move, huh? So Lindsay drives them there. They go to the hotel. They pull into the parking lot. They see Gail's SUV. They know what she's driving. So Clara, you know, she hops out of the car, busting up her car, punches out like the tail lights, keys the car, you know, just doing all the things. She's doing the most. Taking all the anger out. And I don't condone that, but like, that's fine. Just leave it up there. Just leave it up there, bro. You should have just gone, that was it. But they wanted more. Clara hops back into the Mercedes. Lindsay, they go into like a parking spot or whatever, and then they hop out and they head into the lobby. Clara and Lindsay, they go to the front desk. And Clara asks the front desk person, like, what's David Harris's room number?
Give me a mouse.
What's Gail Bridges' room number? The front desk person tells them, like, we don't have anyone under those names staying here. Later on, we find out that David paid in cash and told the front desk guy to like not take his name down or anything, and they didn't. They never took his name down. Now, technically, legally, and all that stuff, not taking someone's name down is against like Hilton policy. And later down the line, the front desk employee ended up getting fired and in trouble for all this. But yeah, they're not supposed to do that. But also, I feel like if someone asks for a room number, they're also not supposed to tell you what room number it is, right? Like, isn't that a policy too? Doesn't matter either way. Front desk guy is like, there's no one here by that name, but they know that they're there. So Lindsay comes up with like this master plan. She's like, oh, I'll get him to come out to leave the hotel, you know?
I'll just
So
sit
she
here and
texts her dad that her brother is like really sick and he needs to rush home immediately. Like, you know, it's urgent. So she texts him and then she calls him to make it sound extra urgent. David answers and is like, okay, like I'm on my way home. I'm coming.
Do you
So
wake up
Clara
at 8? Wake up at
and
exactly
Lindsay, they're
8 o'clock?
waiting in
Exactly
the
8 o'clock.
lobby
Wake up.
area,
What?
waiting
It's
for
true.
David to come down, but he's taking a little too long. Where is he? So now Clara calls him. Calls his phone, saying the same thing. The boys are sick. You need to come home. You need to go.
Go to
blah,
the
blah, blah.
tailor shop.
And again, he
Alright.
says he's on his way. So they're waiting. They're waiting. And just when Clara and Lindsay, you know, are about to leave the lobby and like go outside and wait, the elevator doors open, and guess who comes walking out? It's David and Gail, and they are holding hands. When Clara sees this,
There we go.
she goes off. She starts screaming, "You bitch! He's my husband!" And she's like launching herself at Gail. She's pulling at her hair. She's ripping her shirt. She's like getting her good, slapping her. It was a lot. It was a lot. And then I guess at some point, kind of love it, not really, but kind of at some point, Clara makes an announcement to like the hotel lobby because they're in the lobby, right? And people are just watching.
Yeah, and I gotta go get
There's like
or
this
bitter
right here.
sap.
This is Dr. David Harris, and he's fucking this woman right here. It's a lot. If you were in that lobby, you'd be watching like, damn.
Okay.
Oh shit. So Clara, losing it. So you know this whole thing's happening, right? Remember, Lindsay, the daughter, still there. She gets into the middle of it. She grabs her little purse, hitting David with her dad, hitting with her little purse. And she's like, I hate you. It's a whole show, okay? Mind you, like the hotel employees seem to have let it go on a little too long, but eventually they step in and they try to break up Clara and
hilarious.
That
one's
who
tasteless,
are
so this is
essentially
the
playing
wrong spot
tug
for
of war
fucking
over
trees.
Gail's shirt. David steps in and he puts his hand on Clara's head and like pushes her to the ground. You know, guys, when they got big hands, it's like your fucking whole head and just. Pushes you down. I guess while she's down, David and the front desk clerk, they usher Gail out of the back of the hotel to her car. And then other employees, they guide Clara and Lindsay out the front of the hotel. So everyone, take a deep breath here, okay? It should have ended there, okay? But it didn't. When Clara and Lindsay get back to the car, Clara hops into the driver's seat and Lindsay is in the passenger seat. Clara said, according to her, at this point she blacked out, as they always do. They blacked out, but all she remembers was that she did not want to let Gail leave the parking lot with her husband. She remembered thinking, like, I need to stop that car. But she also said that she blacked out, but she seemed to remember this. So, okay. So then, she's like, I need to stop that car. So she sped through the parking lot and, like, to see where Gail's car had been parked, to find the two of them. So Clara, she spots David helping Gail into her car, and that's when Clara, like, guns it towards Gail's vehicle. I guess David pushes Gail into the SUV, and apparently he tries to stop Clara by putting his hands, like, out on the hood of the Mercedes. I think it's just also instincts, like to put your hands out, you know? But at that point, it was too late. Like, she was gunning it. So, David gets hit by the car. He flies freaking 25 feet across the parking lot. Lindsay, daughter, witnesses all this whole thing, screaming, okay? And she's trying to, like, get out of the car. But Clara, she guns it again. This time, she runs over David. Okay? Because he went flying, so she runs him over. Then she turns around and she runs him over again. And then she does another 180 and runs him over a third time before stopping the car. Now, Lindsay, the daughter, obviously deeply upset. She's hysterical. She's screaming. Oh my gosh, you know, she gets out of the car and she like runs over to Clara's driver's seat, you know, and she like pops her in the face. And then I guess she like falls to the ground and is just screaming and sobbing. It was said, according to Clara, that when she got popped in the face by Lindsay, it's kind of when she like came back to and was in shock about what she had just done. So she gets out of the car and she runs to David. Other witnesses who were staying at the hotel, obviously they heard a lot of commotion. Screaming, crying, yelling. It was all coming from the parking lot. They heard someone yelling like, he's been hit, he's been hit. So some eyewitnesses like ran out to the parking lot and saw that there was a man on the ground and a woman over him. You know, and it was Clara. And the woman was holding him saying, David, look what you made me do. And was like aggressively shaking him. The witness said that she got between Clara and David and like tried to get Clara away from him and was telling her to back off because like if someone is in that type of condition, like you should not be moving them, just shaking them aggressively. You can make things worse, you know? So the witness said she was trying to get her away from him. The witness also noticed that David's injuries were bad. Like, he said like the side of his head was completely scraped off, essentially. And like his teeth had come out. Oh, it was awful. And then they said that Lindsay, the daughter, came over yelling and screaming and like hysterical, obviously, and was just yelling like, that's my daddy, that's my dad. Tragic scene. Where was Bill during all of this? I didn't even actually think about that. She might have taken off at this point. I'm not sure. But David, he was clinging to life at this point. So the police arrived on the scene and David was taken to the hospital where he was pronounced dead. Clara was arrested on site. Now, I don't know about you, but I was like, where the hell was Blue Moon Investigations and all this? Like, weren't they supposed to be there watching, you know? Like, why didn't they see Clara and Lindsay kind of pop up at the hotel and, like, stalk them? Well, the private investigator said that, you know, I guess that night she had invited a friend to join her because it was clear that David would be gone for a while. And she was just kind of, like, watching his car to see when he would leave. So she's like, just come with me. We can, like, you know, hang out and, like, sit and chat. So that her and her friend were just chit-chatting, watching David's car. And I guess they just completely missed Clara and Lindsay showing up to the hotel.
Razor fin, that's what it was.
But when they heard, like, tires screeching, and they saw Clara driving like a mad woman, the private investigator started videotaping. Yeah, we have the video. Well, you know, it's nighttime and it's dark and she's filming from kind of far away, so she's zooming in. Footage is grainy, but it starts right after David is hit for the first time. I mean, it was clear who had done it. It was Clara, and she was charged with murder and was out on a $30,000 bond the next day. Now, Clara had claimed that the whole thing was an accident, that she only hit David once. Even though there were multiple witnesses said that it was 3 times. They saw her do it 3 times. So Miss Claire, she hired a well-known lawyer. His name was George Parnham. who had just been in the public eye the year before. Because guess who he defended? Andrea Yates. You remember her? Andrea was the mother in Texas who had drowned her 5 kids. Yeah, during an episode of postpartum depression in 2001. And George, he defended her. Yeah. So George, his defense, his plan was to prove that Clara basically blacked out with rage or sudden passion and had no clue as to like what she was doing. Okay. So Clara, she pled not guilty to the murder of her husband. So her trial started on January 21st, 2003 in a Harris County courtroom. David's parents, Millie and Gerald, they showed up to the trial in support of Clara. They really liked her. They really believed it was just like a tragic accident.
Oh, and the aloe.
And she was still the daughter-in-law.
My daughter's plants.
Lindsay, the daughter, she immediately turned against Clara, as she should. I mean, it was hard for her because Clara was like the mother figure she had kind of been supporting throughout this whole affair. But now, to Lindsay, like, Clara was her enemy, which I'm sure we all can agree, completely understandable. Remember they had twin boys? Well, the boys, they were now like 4 years old, and they were in the temporary custody of their grandparents. Now, for this case, it was a little tough to select jury members because many people felt like they understood where Clara was coming from and that David got what he deserved. I know it's a very Chicago vibe. If you'd have been there, if you had seen it, I bet you would have done the same, you know? So they had a tough time finding jury members who maybe didn't feel that way. But eventually, you know, after jury selection, the trial itself, it lasted about 3 weeks. The prosecution relied on the evidence, videotape of Clara running over David 3 times to argue that her goal was to kill him. But the defense argued that she was doing too many things, which was kind of showing she didn't want to kill him. Meaning, like, she was stepping away from her job. She was getting a makeover. She was considering counseling to save her marriage. And these are actions that someone would not do if they were planning on murdering someone. So that's what they're saying.
I already robbed
so the
it
witnesses for the prosecution
Hi, welcome to
included
ADHD.
investigations.
I forgot
the owner,
immediately.
Bobby, the Hilton front desk clerk, and of course, Lindsay. I think the biggest shocker was that Lindsay said she heard Clara say, "I'm going to hit him," before running over David. Now, Lindsay herself, like when she took the stand and all that, she seemed to be in terrible shape. She was very, very depressed, having nightmares, you know, having thoughts of taking her own life, you know, and especially after witnessing everything that happened. And again, I think we can all understand why she's feeling that way.
I forgot to go to the
It was
tailor.
said the trial itself was very emotional. That the judge had to call for several recesses so everyone, including Clara, could like pull themselves together. Let me get this lip liner on. Hold on.
Oh, there he is.
Keep it quilted with
Quilted Northern my balls. Quilt my northern balls.
Defense's turn. George, he brought in an expert. The expert's name was Steve Irwin. No, I'm not kidding. Same name, different guy.
Yay.
I know. Funny, huh? But the
level
Steve,
3.
yeah. But Steve Irwin, he reconstructed the crime scene to prove that David was only run over once. And the other bumps that are shown in the video were actually Clara, like, hitting the curb. He's like, yeah. Based on the blood stains and the tire marks at the scene, He believed that David's body was too far out of range for the car to have gone over him. So Steve Irwin created a video to like explain this, but the judge did not allow it to be shown in court. So instead, Steve brought in a whiteboard and like had some magnetic cars to kind of like illustrate his point. He's like, you know, but it wasn't like as clear or very convincing. David's family and some of the women from the office testified in support of Clara. Everyone loved Clara. Oh my gosh, everyone loved Clara. They all talked about how sweet, honest, good-natured she was, how her relationship with David was like a match made in heaven. One employee even mentioned how devastated Clara was in those final days, saying Clara lost like a noticeable amount of weight from all the stress. Well, yeah, girl, you killed someone, you know, so, okay. But one person no one expected to show any support towards Clara was the mistress, Gail. So Gail testified, and when she got up there, she was like, yeah, David told me, like, he had an open marriage, and she said that she didn't blame Clara for being angry. She's like, yeah, I get it, actually. I can see that. Yeah. During trial, Clara actually took the stand and shared all of the details about the 8 days that led up to David's death. Now, according to the media, her account of what happened really tugged at the heartstrings of the public. Most people felt like David put Clara through hell in the days leading up to his murder, and it seemed clear to them that Clara still loved David, that she'd done everything she could to make him happy, but he still chose the other woman. The closing arguments were given. Then the jury went to deliberate.
I've
On February 13th, they found Clara Harris guilty of first-degree murder with a deadly weapon. Now, the jury was then sent back to deliberate on a sentencing recommendation and whether or not they believed this was an act of sudden passion. Listen, in Texas, sudden passion is when someone is overwhelmed with rage or fear and commits a crime out of that emotion. Like if you started your period and you're just raging and you're like, I guess that would be sudden passion. And if a jury believes that this is why the crime happened, the sentence would be much lighter. And in some cases, even taking like a first-degree murder charge and dropping it down to second-degree murder. In Clara's case, if it was considered sudden passion, it could take a potential life sentence that she was kind of facing and turn it into something like
razor thin
20 years maximum.
All right,
sentence.
I still have time.
I was looking into this. I was like, that's interesting. Sudden passion? Okay. And on February 14th, which would have been Clara and David's 11th wedding anniversary, the jury did find that this was a crime of sudden passion, and they recommended a lighter sentence. Because it was considered a crime of sudden passion, Clara was sentenced to the maximum penalty of 20 years, fined $10,000, and would not be up for parole until she served at least 10 years. I always thought for some reason Texas would be like the psycho ones, and like, look, I'm a forever. Clara tried to appeal her case on the grounds that not all of the evidence was presented, like the Steve Irwin video, but she was denied. After her sentencing, there were actually quite a few lawsuits that followed. Clara ended up suing her lawyer, George Parnham, for overcharging her and breaking attorney-client confidentiality because he was giving information to a true crime author who did not have Clara's permission to write a book about her. And so she was suing and all that. She ended up losing that case. David's daughter, Lindsay, she filed a wrongful death lawsuit on behalf of herself and her brothers, right after their dad died, with the goal of stopping Clara from having access to David's estate and using the money for her
Where
legal
the hell did he
fees,
go?
which is like good for her. You know, that's a good catch. Lindsay won her case, and you know, the estate was like split evenly
Go,
between
you little
all the kids.
bastard.
Millie and Gerald, David's parents, were promised permanent custody of their grandsons. But
Oh, there
after
it is.
sentencing, they stopped taking Clara's calls and would not bring the boys like to visit her in prison. And Clara was like kind of bitter about this. So when the temporary custody agreement ran out, Clara
Ran
fought
away
to
so I
have the
couldn't whack
boys
its head
live
off.
with her former neighbors.
I know what I said.
Which sounds super random, but I
All
guess
right.
they were really close
Now I
with
can
these
go
neighbors.
to the tailor shop.
And the neighbors were actually named in Clara and David's will. Like, if anything were to happen to them, these neighbors would raise the kids. Clara and the neighbors won this case, and the boys went to live with the neighbor friends full time. Millie and Gerald, they were granted visitation rights. I don't know how they felt about it. I think they were upset. I'm not sure, but yeah. After the custody battle, Millie and Gerald filed their own wrongful death lawsuit against Clara, claiming that David had promised to take care of them in their golden years, and they just wanted their part of the estate. They ended up winning. They settled for like a lesser amount, but they
hard
ended
shell.
up being awarded a lot of money.
Talk to the
And
mayor,
then,
talk to
in
Laura,
the
get
final
some hard
lawsuit,
shell.
Lindsay, the twins, Millie, and Gerald
Where's the
filed a
mayor?
wrongful death lawsuit against Hilton, the hotel,
There he is.
and Blue Moon Investigations. The lawsuit stated that hotel management failed to provide effective security or notify police in time to prevent David's death. And then as far as Blue Moon Investigations, they should not have told Clara that the two were at the hotel, and they should have followed the freaking
have enough
policy
yet.
in the first place, right? Yes, both companies settled, and the amount was undisclosed, but they did it. Good for them. Listen, in 2018, Clara was released on parole after serving 15 years, and as of
Where is
2023, she has completed her sentence, making her a
Probably home.
completely free woman.
Mom.
Due to her conviction, she did lose her dental license, but while she was in prison, she worked in a program that translated text to Braille for adaptive textbooks.
Oh.
And I guess she did so well in this program that she got a full-time editor position. So next time you're
there
reading
she is.
Braille, you can think of Clara. She probably did that shit. Part of Clara's parole condition was to not contact Lindsay. And according to Clara, you know, it remains that way. Lindsay stayed out of the public eye, and she focused on healing and moving forward and getting the fuck away from this. The twins, the two boys, they were 4 when it happened, but they are now like 27 years old, and it's said that they have a great relationship with their mother. Apparently they have forgiven her, and they spend a lot of time with her out on their boat. I'm like, okay. Millie and Gerald, David's parents, they passed away in 2017 before Clara was released. As for Gail, she hasn't been in the spotlight since the trial. I read an interview where, like, she gave it shortly after the trial, where she said she was dealing with severe PTSD.
Hard
and
shell.
depression,
Oh,
and
that's
she was
them
going
little
through therapy,
roly-poly
and
guys.
She just
Where
wanted to
was
lay
that?
low,
Where was that?
move
Where was
forward.
that? Where was that?
And I think she did just that, because you can't find her anywhere, and
Roly-poly.
good for her, because
They look like
what a
armadillos.
mess. What a mess.
They're
You
little
know?
roly-polies.
Damn. Listen, at the end of the day, this is truly sad, tragic story with a freaking loss that could have very simply been avoided. Yeah. If you go online and
They were in the
look
other
up
rest of it.
Claire Harris and all that stuff, there's a lot of people that praise her. They think she's amazing. Like, yeah, good for her.
No.
And
There he is.
I get both. You know, but it's like, you still feel something. Yeah. But a lot of people, you know, they praise Clara, or at the very least, they have sympathy for what she did. Some people feel like he had it coming. But Clara had even said again in a later interview that she is proud of what happened and no one should be cheering on her behavior. Let me tell you, you want to hear my thoughts? My thoughts are this. A couple things. I personally don't think Clara was in a blackout rage. That narrative seemed to kind of appear when she hired that attorney guy. And same with her, like, downing a bottle of wine before she left that night. I'm skeptical about that because, listen, when the police show up and whatnot, if you drink a bottle of wine, you're gonna reek of wine, and it would be noted in police notes that, like, she reeks of alcohol. And there was no mention of alcohol at all. I just feel like the whole blackout rage was kind of part of her team's strategy. I'm all for, like, keying the car, slashing the tires, right? Beating them up, whatever, but not murder. What Clara should have done was gotten a divorce, took everything
Oh no, that's a
from
rigid
this
pelt.
man,
Oh,
got the life
ass.
got the boobs.
Okay, it's the wrong one.
And been like,
That gives me
I
bug
win.
legs.
You know, like, that's the true win here. Killing the guy is not the win. No. The win is looking hot as hell and taking everything from them. Should've done that, girl. Should've done that. Should've done that, but that's okay. You know, instead she ruined her life. She ruined her stepdaughter's life. She ruined Gail's life. She affected a lot of people here because of her decision and actions. But I think a lot of us can understand.
Brown guys,
no,
I think.
I don't know.
Where are them
I know a
brown
lot of people in the
guys?
comments are going to be like, good for her. You guys are going to drive me
think they're
nuts.
down in the
And then,
wasteland.
okay, so when I
Nope,
was
not
learning
gold.
about this whole
Brown.
situation,
Oh,
and I
there he
learned
is.
about sudden passion, and I was like, that's such an interesting thing. I didn't know. I've never heard of this whole sudden passion situation, and I was like, is that mainly like something that they give to women? Like, has there been any cases where, like, the situation was reversed? Just out of my own curiosity, like, and this is where it kind of got spooky to me. I was like, uh-oh. See, the sudden passion thing could be potentially a very scary thing, because listen, there was this man, Texas, okay, listen. His name was Kerry Birmingham. He shot and killed his wife, and he didn't, like, just shoot her, like, once. He shot her, like, 3 times while she was filming it. And it was considered an act of, like, a sudden passion, and he was sentenced to 10 years in prison. And I was like, what? That's kind of spooky. I'm not gonna say it, but I'm gonna say it, because it's like, if you're gonna kill your spouse, it's like, shit, go to Texas, I guess. Can I say that? I just did, because I don't like that. That I did not like. I did not like that. I don't know about the sudden passion thing. To me, sudden passion is like, I was angry. I always think of my period, because sometimes I get a lot of sudden passion when I'm PMSing, and I'm like, I was angry, so I drove through a grocery store because I was just fucking pissed off, and I just wanted to get some donuts. Like, to me, that's sudden passion. Just fuck it. Just let me drive through this grocery store so I don't have to get out of my car. I just drive through the grocery store, go to the aisle, and then get it, my stuff, and then get out. That's my version of sudden passion. Not shooting someone, running. Anyways, that, my friends, is the Clara Harris case. A murder, a death, an accident that could have 100% not happened, been prevented. I would love to hear your guys' thoughts down below. Let me know who you want me to talk about next time. Let me know your thoughts on this whole sudden passion situation. And I hope you have a good rest of your day. Make good choices. Be safe out there.
Yeah.
Please don't do anything crazy and blame it on sudden passion. Okay? And I'll be seeing you guys later. Goodbye. Doo-dee-doo-dee-doo.
Okay, wait. BJ.
too late. Teeny Garagos had filed it. Teeny Garagos, on that behalf of Diddy, had filed to get these non-prison clothes, 2 different outfits, to the MDC where Diddy's being detained currently. Now, she did it too late to get it for the first outfit, which was for the oral arguments for the acquittal, the motion for an acquittal, motion for and the alternative a new trial, which interestingly the judge still has not decided on. The judge has still not made a ruling on the acquittal or the new trial thing. Now, I mean, I think he's going to deny it, but just, you know, some people were thinking he was going to walk out of the courtroom that day free, and like, the judge hasn't even made his decision yet. But anyway, okay, so Diddy basically wants to walk out the courtroom at any moment, out of the jail at any moment. The judge has granted him the clothes. I made a little short about that. You might have seen it. He's allowed to wear non-prison clothes to his sentencing hearing. Now, the sentencing hearing is coming up this Friday, October 3rd, and it's going to be at the same courthouse as everything else was, and we're going to finally see how long, you know, Diddy's going to be sentenced in jail. Now, a lot of people are asking, you know, is he going to get time served? Is he going to get time served? That has already been decided. He, yes, will get time served insofar as what the meaning of that is, where Diddy has already been in jail. He's already been sitting there in jail, awaiting trial and awaiting sentencing. So all of the time that he's been sitting in the jail, that's going to count toward his sentence. But that doesn't mean time served, period. Like, you know, there's like different colloquialisms, right? Like if somebody says he's just going to get time served, he's going to get time served for sure, no matter what. Like that's already been decided. But is he going to get any additional time beyond the time served is, you know, the next question. I think absolutely. Now the feds, they're going for, as you saw in the title, thumbnail and all that, 11.25 years. That's what they want. So I wanted to bring up the document because not only do the feds not, I cannot do two things at once. Not only do the feds give this sentencing recommendation of 11.25 years, not only do they provide their arguments, but they also provide statements from alleged victims and support. Now, the reason I'm saying alleged is because I have not read the statements yet. I don't know who gave the statement, so I don't know if it was statutory victims under this or not. So see, because like last week or whatever, Diddy had filed his sentencing memorandum. He had filed wanting to get certain amount of time. Like I said, basically he wanted like 1 more month or whatever. And then he wanted to be out by his birthday. Well, the feds have now filed their response. They're like, no, absolutely not. He needs to be in there for years. And this is why. And just like Diddy was allowed to attach these statements from, you know, his mom and his friends and his former coworkers, et cetera, the feds are also attaching statements as well. And I understand Cassie wrote one of them. I think maybe a former chef of Diddy's wrote one, and I don't know who else wrote these letters. I don't even know for sure if they did, so we'll get into those together. But there is this document, so let me pull that up. Oh no, I'm in the wrong folder. Hold on. Okay.
Wait. I have Tourette syndrome.
Oh, I have no idea where my kicking tick came from.
She punches me in the.
I had to do it now.
Balin Out Loud returns October 7th at 9. See it first on TLC.
Help reduce plastic landfill waste with San Francisco Bay Coffee's commercially compostable 1-cup coffee pods. That's one small sip for a better tomorrow. San Francisco Bay Coffee.
I cannot get my camera at the right spot yet. Okay. The max he could get is 20 years, but like that's really not even conceivable. It's kind of like theoretical. It's like the theoretical max. Okay, so yeah, no, James, no mention of any kids because there's no,
All right,
that
Nico.
wasn't in the indictment. That wasn't part of the trial.
That's
so
enough
I
Crown.
wouldn't
It's
expect
giving
that
me
to
a
be
headache.
mentioned. Okay, so here's the document. This is docket number 516. It was filed yesterday, I think, or today. No, I think it hit the docket today. Okay, so as you can see, the title is The Government's Sentencing Memorandum. Missing from here is Maureen Comey. Oopsie. Introduction. Throughout this case and over the course of a 7-week trial, this court has seen extensive evidence demonstrating Diddy's criminal conduct perpetrated across more than a decade. At trial, Diddy disputed that the government had made out particular elements of particular offenses, but he largely conceded his conduct. The violence, domestic abuse, drug use and distribution, and bribery. The defendant will not be punished for any crimes of which he was acquitted, of course. So they're saying, we're not trying to get him punished and serving jail time for something he got acquitted of. No. He got acquitted of force, fraud, coercion, whatever underlying the trafficking, because he didn't get convicted of that. So we're not looking for him to be punished for that. But he did get found guilty of 2 things. And punishment for those crimes must take into account the manner in which Diddy committed them. These crimes, the 2 that he was convicted of, are serious and have warranted sentences over 10 years already in multiple other cases for defendants who, like Diddy, engaged in violence and put others in fear. Consistent with those cases and based on the corroborated evidence presented at trial, the court should impose a sentence of no less than 135 months imprisonment. So that would be like 10 more years. 10 more years of what he's already going to be, time served for. A substantial term of imprisonment is also needed in this case because the defendant is unrepentant. He's not sorry. Incredibly, while he conceded his acts of violence and abuse throughout the trial,
Distracted by BJ.
he now is trying to argue that his victims should shoulder the blame. The defendant tries to recast decades of abuse as simply the function of mutually toxic relationships. But there is nothing mutual about a relationship where one person holds all the power and the other ends up bloodied and bruised. Whoo, girl, they spitting. They're like, Diddy tries to recast decades of abuse as just the function of it's just a mutually toxic relationship. Chill out. The feds are like, no, there's nothing mutual about a relationship where one person holds all the power and the other person ends up bloodied and bruised. That's not mutual. I would have to agree. Okay. Indeed, in connection with the sentencing, Cassie, who, along with multiple entertainers, was transported across state lines by Diddy for multiple day freak-offs in connection with count 3 of the indictment for which Diddy was convicted. Cassie writes to the court that freak-offs were degrading, disgusting, and left her with infections, illness, and exhaustion. Cassie became addicted to the substances that Diddy provided her. She still has nightmares about the abuse, and this is physical abuse that Diddy conceded. Like, this is basically the same as saying, like, Diddy admitted this, Your Honor. Like, this isn't up for debate. He literally just admitted that he was abusive. So can we cut the crap? It lasted more than a decade. It left her with permanent scars all over her body. Sean Diddy Puff Daddy Combs' abuse drove Cassie to have certain type of thoughts and ideations, which she almost followed through upon, and she testified this at trial. She asks that the court impose a sentence that considers the many lives that Diddy upended with his abuse and control. The court also heard testimony and reviewed contemporaneous communications from Jane, the other victim, who along with entertainers was transported across state lines for hotel nights in connection with count 5, of which Diddy was convicted. Jane's testimony and communications detail how she was manipulated and beaten by Diddy. So she didn't write. The evidence included a note that she wrote to herself about how she felt violated and was tormented by how the defendant had placed and paid all of these harmful men on her and risked her health every single time for 2.5 years.
Where's fucking Nova?
Defendants who perpetrate violations of the Mann Act involving such violence and fear regularly face significant penalties, the feds say. The defendant should be no exception, so Diddy's not an exception. There's nothing out of the ordinary to give him a sentence. Particularly when Diddy's history and characteristics demonstrate years of abuse and violence. Several former employees abused and exploited by Diddy, including one who he sexually assaulted, submitted letters to the court in connection with sentencing. These letters uniformly ask that the court impose a sentence that reflects the severity of Diddy's conduct and his history and pattern of violence. Given the seriousness and duration of his conduct, as well as his decades of unchecked violence, consideration of these relevant factors under the law weighs heavily in favor of a substantial sentence, as well as the statutory maximum fine. So also he needs to pay up. Cha-ching! The sentence imposed on Diddy should reflect the substantial psychological, emotional, and physical damage that he has inflicted.
On a Sunday?
Most significantly, the nature and seriousness of the offense, the need to deter and promote respect for the law, and the history of and characteristics of the defendant warrant a sentence of no less than 135 months imprisonment. That's 11.25 years. Such a sentence is consistent with similarly situated defendants who committed Mann Act violations and is warranted here. So then they get into the procedural background. I'm just going to skim a little. Let's see. Began investigating him back in November 2023 after Cassie filed her lawsuit. September last year, he was indicted by a grand jury. Earlier this spring, in April, the grand jury voted on a superseding indictment. He tried to get bail several times. He was arraigned September. This was Judge Tarnowski at the time. After extended argument, the judge detained Diddy, did not let him out on bail, said that his crimes happened behind closed doors, alleged crimes at the time, which makes it impossible to monitor him. The court further found that detention was warranted based on the defendant's history and characteristics, observing that given the allegations of violence and substance abuse, quote, I think you can trust yourself. So you're not trustworthy, in other words. Diddy appealed the decision to another judge, Judge Carter, to whom the case was then assigned, and a bail hearing before the judge proceeded on September 18th. After a lengthy argument, the judge also denied bail, finding Diddy was a danger regarding obstruction of justice and witness tampering, and that Diddy posed a danger to the safety of others in the community. Diddy's detention and bail renewed. In November, he tried to renew the motion for bail. The government cited excerpts from certain of the defendant's notes that had been photographed during a sweep of the MDC. Remember his notebook? The defendant's allegations of the government was in possession of attorney-client privilege material. The defendant caused his attorney to present the court with a notebook marked legal to falsely, erroneously suggest that the government had knowingly obtained notes from Diddy that had clearly been marked legal. These actions form, in part, the basis of the government's request for the obstruction enhancement. Your Honor, some of the reason that we're asking for you to give an enhanced sentence is because of this dishonest behavior. Diddy handed a notebook over to his lawyers and was like, oh yeah, this notebook said legal in it. It did not. It was written on there afterward. When was Diddy apprehended by the FBI? I believe it was in March. No, it was September. September 2024.
New Neutrogena Collagen Bank 15% pure vitamin C serum. Stronger collagen, glowing skin.
Fucking children should not be doing it to that skin.
Okay, by order dated November 2024, the court also again denied. A different court, different judge, same like courtroom, denied Diddy's renewed motion for bail, citing his propensity for violence, his serious risk of witness tampering, and the open question as to whether he could abide by conditions given his flagrant violation of the prison rules and the misrepresentation about the legal notebook made at that hearing in November. Okay, then they move on to the section about the trial. A 7-week trial happened and started in May this year, 2025. Notably, at the trial, Diddy did not meaningfully dispute the government's evidence of his brutal violence. The defense repeatedly conceded through his lawyers that he was horrifically abusive, along with other criminal activities such as substance use and distribution. As described below, the trial evidence included the testimony of Cassie, testimony of Jane, testimony of multiple other individuals, including employees responsible for setting up the freak-offs, expert witness testimony. There was texts, emails, phone records, photos, videos, audio recordings, other records, physical evidence, including substances, firearms, pew-pews. July 2nd, 2025, the jury convicted Diddy of counts 3 and 5, concluding that he transported individuals, including Cassie and Jane, and male S workers in interstate and foreign commerce with the intent that they engage in a certain type of work or act. You can read it on the screen. I'm trying to follow the YouTube rules here. The jury acquitted Diddy of counts 1, 2, and 4, the RICO conspiracy and the S. Ficking counts. A summary of the trial evidence is below. Offense conduct beginning approximately 2009. He starts this relationship, these hotel nights, these freak-offs. His relationship with Cassie, they go into how much control he had over her. She was 21 years old, and he was 38 when they met. He signed her to a 10-album deal with Bad Boy. She described at the time she was a really super young, naive, total people pleaser. This was on purpose, the government is saying. She was targeted. We also heard about Capricorn Clark, from her, rather, and about her. Diddy had paid for Cassie's apartments in New York and LA, frequently came over unannounced, let himself in. He often had violent fits of rage, kicked down doors at the apartment. Door is broken. Had the keys. He was violent, allegedly. And, you know, and on those videos, I mean, it looked like he was violent, looked like it to me. This is something he conceded at trial, they're saying. He said it at trial, he agreed. At trial, he conceded the overwhelming evidence of his violence against Cassie and admitted that he engaged in abuse that was horrible, dehumanizing, and indefensible. There was a name in criminal law for the violence we will hear about, and we will see at this trial, and it's called domestic violence. It's called assault. This is from his own attorney's mouth. We take full responsibility that there was domestic violence in this case. Jealousy led to domestic violence in the elevator bank. What Diddy did to Cassie on those videotapes is indefensible. It's horrible. It's dehumanizing. It's violent. It's evidence of domestic violence. Please understand that this video is overwhelming evidence of domestic violence. Again, describing in June 2024 an incident involving Jane as an incident of domestic violence. We own the domestic violence. We own the domestic violence. It happened, Diddy's lawyer said. If he was charged with domestic violence, we wouldn't all be here having a trial, because he would have pled guilty, because he did that. The domestic violence is the issue. God, the quotes go on and on. We're going to take the domestic violence. Let's take the domestic violence. Obviously, something happened. The video is very much domestic violence. Indeed, across the testimony of over 30 witnesses, the defendant's conceded abuse was detailed during the trial. Cassie testified about a January 2009 incident after a club appearance. The defendant called her a curse word after she spoke to a producer at the party. And then she drunkenly hit him. His whole demeanor just switched. I remember his eyes went black, and then after I punched him, and he attacked me, and I was basically like underneath the back seat in the Escalade just trying to cover my face. Cassie attempted to run away, but Roger Bonds, a member of the security staff, ran after her and brought her back to the house. The defendant kept Cassie at the London hotel for a week while her injuries healed, despite Cassie wanting to go home to her mother. Then there was the 2000 party at Prince's house, where Mia saw somebody or Cassie getting beat up. December 2011, where there was a kicking incident, and you know there's pictures. August 2013, Deontay Nash. I didn't know there was going to be these pictures. My God. Hold on. Let me just get past all the graphic images. Okay. September 2018, an S assault. Cassie also testified to seeing Diddy with and around pew-pews. Sometimes that he made Cassie touch him. He also forced these freak-offs to happen. She was dissociated and numbing. There was violence during the freak-offs. Threats to humiliate Cassie, like AKA what they were trying to call blackmail. Humiliating, disgusting. I never wanted anyone to see me like that. It was just not okay for me. I felt like it was just tossed around. Like the idea, it was just tossed around like it was nothing, like objectifying me and putting me in these really compromising and gross positions with strangers. This is from the trial transcript. Diddy frequently brought up the videos of freak-offs involving Cassie when he was angry about something, using the videos to pressure her as blackmail material. She told Cassie that, Diddy told Cassie that he would release videos to embarrass her and put her career in jeopardy. Cassie was afraid that Diddy would release the videos, the fear for her own reputation, her family, and her career. And Diddy knew that. He told her that it could ruin everything she worked for. Make her look like a curse word. She would be ashamed. She just felt trapped. Then they talk about the relationship with Jane. This is the second thing that he was actually convicted, found guilty of. Jane, the early 2020 relationship. He would want to have the hotel nights. I guess he stopped calling them freak-offs. Christina Karam was involved. There was some financial control to the situation. He paid the rent. Are you going to let me in our house? He kind of held it over her head a little bit. Then there was a lawsuit after Cassie. On November 16th, Cassie filed a lawsuit against Diddy, alleging some of the conduct described. The defendant settled with her, paid her $20 million the next day, but publicly denied Cassie's allegations. Okay? Jane saw the suit and was overwhelmed by the harrowing resemblance to what she had been experiencing with Diddy. She sent the defendant text messages telling him how she felt. They broke up, but they ended up getting back together. In May 2024, surveillance video of Diddy beating Cassie during the Intercontinental Hotel freak-off in March 2016 was released online. Diddy publicly responded to the surveillance footage shortly thereafter by releasing a video on his Instagram account, committing to be a better man. Only 1 month later, in June 2024, Diddy viciously assaulted Jane and then forced her to take substances and perform acts on Antoine the escort, or whoever it was. Specifically, on June 18th, 2024, Jane was at Jane's residence in LA, which had been set up for the night by one of the defendant's assistants, Jonathan Perez. The defendant, Diddy, Diddy and Jane got into a verbal argument about another woman. Jane initiated a physical altercation. He did some physical stuff. He has used his vast resources to perpetrate this conduct. So they're just laying all these different little sections we're going through are different things that the government is saying the judge should consider in deciding what to sentence Diddy to. So the judge has some guidelines. He has some sentencing guidelines of which he has to follow. He has to go, between pretty much time served.
Yeah, I just happen to have one of those in my pocket.
I think he can go up to 20 years, which I doubt he would do. I'm thinking Diddy will probably end up getting 4 to 6 years, if I had to guess. I don't know why. I think that just different. I did use the Diddy docket calculator. The judge knows there's a lot of eyes on the case. I hope he makes an example of Diddy, Becky said. The feds are making their case for sentencing. Right, they're making their case for sentencing. So the judge has the discretion within a certain amount of time to look at everything that he saw at trial, take into consideration certain things about what he saw at trial, what evidence remember, he's privy to a whole lot of evidence that we never heard about and we never saw. He's was privy to a lot of stuff we never knew about, never saw.
Grabbed a bottle of water.
But on the record, the judge does have to kind of say, based on the, I think it's like the Criminal Justice Reform Act or something, that what he's taking into consideration when he makes the sentencing, because you already know Diddy's gonna appeal it. No matter if Diddy gets a few months in jail, he's gonna appeal it. Okay, so she goes on to the next section. The feds do right here also, and on top of that, he abused others.
You like it?
Just being
No, it does not.
In addition to Diddy's abuse of Cassie and Jane, evidence at trial also established that Diddy, quote, physically, sexually, and emotionally abused many other individuals between the 10-year period. There was Mia, who he allegedly abused. Deontay Nash, who observed a lot of this. Brianna Bongolan, Carrie Morgan, Jordan Atkinson. Also, what about Dawn Richard? There's Gina Huynh. They didn't even put Dawn Richard in here. Maybe it's because he didn't like physically abuse her. She just saw it. The defendant attacked Gina Huynh. He engaged in other misconduct. There was a supposed kidnapping, a break-in. Don't forget about the Kid Cudi car situation. There was the Boom Boom arson situation, alleged. The fingerprints went missing for the break-in. Remember that? That's interesting. How did the LAPD lose those fingerprints? That's something I really want to know. Then there was a March 2016 bribery, alleged. Substance use, distribution. All these things are things that the judge can take into consideration in deciding whether or not to let Diddy just walk free on Friday or not. The sentencing guidelines. Okay, so then the government is going to get into what the guidelines actually are.
Build a website you love with Wix.
You Wix.
Fuck
Were
you,
yours?
Wix.
Oh, you bitch. You got me bit. Fucking Wix. There we go. Oh, fuck. Alright.
Stupid sexy Flanders!
Hi, Barsha Barb.
Okay, the government submits that the guidelines range is 240 months imprisonment. Range. Okay, so they're telling you the range. 240 months imprisonment. The statutory minimum based on a combined offense level of 42 and a criminal category of I. This calculation is based principally on the cross-reference in 2G 1.1 for offenses involving conduct described in these statutes, engaging in or causing another person to engage in an sexual act with another person by threatening or placing the victim in fear, other than by threatening or placing the victim in fear that any person will be subject to death, serious bodily injury, or kidnapping. Because the evidence presented at trial, including in support of offenses of conviction, so the evidence, they're saying, look, this isn't just stuff Diddy got acquitted of. This isn't just stuff that was only brought up in the RICO. No, we also brought up these violent acts, all this other stuff for the purpose of him being convicted on the transporting somebody for the purpose of whatever. We also used it for that too, so you can consider it in sentencing, Your Honor. Okay. Probation calculated the applicable guidelines range. Okay, so probation calculated the range as 70 to 87 months imprisonment. Okay, so what's 70 to 87 months? Let me look it up. I can't like divide by like 12 like that just in my mind. I know. What is 70 months? Okay, so the probation department recommended 5.8 years to 7.25. Okay. They put his level of offense level at a 27 and his criminal history category of I. So they agree on the criminal history category being I, but they put him at a 42. So the feds are saying he is a criminal offense level 42, and the probation department calculated their own calculation and said he's a criminal offense level of a 27. But they agree that he is a criminal history category of I. In reaching this calculation, probation declined to apply the threats or fear cross-reference. As described in more detail below, the government submits that the law and the facts call for application of the threats of fear cross-reference. However, even if the court follows the probation's recommendation and does not apply this cross-reference, this special factor, 2 additional enhancements still apply beyond those. Applying these enhancements to the range as calculated in the PSR would result in a guidelines range of 108 to 135 months imprisonment. So the government has said, Your Honor, please, you cannot put him in for less than 11.25 years. But they want him in, actually, that what they're really asking is, they think it's 240 months. So how long would that be?
I did the okay.
What they're
color?
really asking for is that.
Pink,
but it's kind of like they know
probably
they're not
pink.
gonna get. Oh, the guidelines
Pink,
allow
right?
for 20 years. Okay. Oh, duh, 24. Yeah, duh. Okay,
Just got rid of the damn tiara.
The 240
Just trying
months
to make some
imprisonment would be the whole full
fucking
20
ramen.
years. So,
Hey, bitch, how's it going? I need one more mushroom.
now I want to go to
some other shit.
I'm not going to get into like the nitpicking of like why they disagree with the probation department and stuff, because this is like just really in the weeds. The point is that they're trying to they are trying to get over 10 years. They're trying to get 11.25 years, which I think would be 10 more years that he would be sitting in jail after the sentencing hearing. He's trying to get time served and walk out. So I want to get to the letters. That's kind of what I'm trying to get to here. Because we're going to find out on Friday the exact time. I mean, it's going to be something from 0 to probably 10 years. I mean, I would say, 11.25 is what they're asking. But then again, he's already done the 11. He's already done the 1 year and a little bit, about exactly a year right now. I'm just trying to get to the letters. Attached here, letters. Yeah, okay, I think we have the letters. Okay, Exhibit A. Okay, so whose letter is this? This is Cassie. Cassandra Ventura Fine. All right, so this is Cassie's letter that she has written. This just hit the docket today, September 30th, 2025, on the government's submission of their version of Diddy's sentencing memorandum. This is a document that it's 189 pages long, and it's the government basically saying and laying out their arguments as to why they believe Diddy should be in jail for a substantial prison sentence, which they're going for more than 10 years. They're going for 11.25 years. So in support of their arguments as well, they have attached some evidence here in the form of statements from victims of Sean Diddy Diddy Combs. Okay, so we're going to read the first one now. This is a letter from Cassie to the judge. Dear Judge, I have been in a cycle of thought and then overthought writing this letter to you. If there is one thing I have learned from this experience, it is that victims and survivors will never be safe. Wow. Although I can hope for justice and accountability, I have come to not trust anything. I hope that your decision considers the truths at hand that the jury failed to see. Wow. Well put. For 4 days in May, while 9 months pregnant with my son, I testified in front of a packed courtroom about the most traumatic and horrifying chapter of my life. I testified that from age 19, Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs used violence, threats, substances, and control over my career to trap me in over a decade of abuse. He groomed me into performing repeated S acts with hired male S workers during multi-day freak-offs, which occurred nearly weekly. I was forced, she says, into lingerie and heels, told exactly how to look. I was plied with substances and alcohol so that he could control me like a puppet. These events were degrading and disgusting, leaving me with infections, illnesses, and days of physical and emotional exhaustion before he demanded it all again. These acts became my full-time job, used as the only way to stay in his good graces. I testified that I learned to read his signals, knowing that when he spoke of freak off, he was demanding them. that refusing meant punishment, losing my car, losing my phone, or worse. He controlled every part of my livelihood and threatened to destroy my reputation by leaking S-tapes, a threat he repeated often. His power over me eroded my independence and sense of self until I felt I had no choice but to submit. Wow. Eroded my independence, eroded my sense of self until I felt I had no choice but to submit. When he believed I had wronged him or was not sufficiently responsive, he also threatened people around me and those close to me, including my family. I regularly worried that displeasing him meant putting my family and my friends' safety at risk. I testified about how, beyond these threats, Diddy frequently used violence to get his way. Over the nearly 11 years we were together, Sean Combs would hit me, punch me, stomp on my face, pull my hair, throw my body to the ground and against the wall. The jury saw pictures of bruises on my back from Diddy kicking me and saw the deep gash over my eye that he caused when he slammed me into a bed frame. The entire courtroom watched actual footage of Combs kicking and beating me as I tried to run away from a freak-off in 2016. People watched this footage dozens of times, seeing my body thrown to the ground, my hands over my head, curled into a fetal position to shield me from the worst blows. This physical violence caused bruises that makeup artists, paid for by Sean Combs, would cover up, as well as permanent scars all over my body. Scars that will never heal. Scars that will never
write
go
weird
away.
bullshit in my channel.
Right?
No gang slurs.
She goes on, during my time with Combs, I was in a constant state of hyper-vigilance, as I was always anticipating demands for S-acts or otherwise fearing retribution for any perceived slight. My descent into substance abuse was directly correlated with his increased control over my body, my money, my freedom, and my free will. I used those substances to push through the horrifying S-acts he demanded, and to numb myself to the physical pain and emotional turmoil I was constantly in. While the defense attorneys at trial suggested that my time with Diddy was akin to a great modern love story, that's a quote, by the way, nothing could be further from the truth. Nothing about this story is great, modern, or loving. This was a horrific decade of my life, stained by abuse, violence, forced S, and degradation. I spent the last 7 years of my own life slowly rebuilding myself, physically getting clean from the substance abuse that Diddy had forced and encouraged, and mentally understanding how to live with a seemingly insurmountable level of trauma. The horrors I endured drove me to have thoughts of no longer being living, ones I almost followed through on if not for my family's intervention and urging that I seek professional care. I have been to rehab and I have taken part in dozens of types of therapy modalities to confront, compartmentalize, and to cope with the horrific memories of sexual and emotional abuse that I endured for nearly 10 years. She goes on. While what he did to me is always present, I am slowly learning how to live my life free of the fear and horrors I endured. And in doing so, I'm fully devoted to my husband and children. I still have nightmares and flashbacks on a regular, everyday basis, and continue to require psychological care to cope with my past. My worries that Diddy or his associates will come after me and my family is my reality. So her reality is always thinking that they're going to come after her. I have in fact moved my family out of the New York area, and I'm keeping as quiet and quiet as possible, because I am so scared that if he walks free, his first action will be swift retribution toward me and others who spoke up about his abuse at trial. As much progress as I have made in recovering from his abuse, I remain very much afraid of what he's capable of and the malice he undoubtedly harbors toward me for having the bravery to tell.
Boobs. They're having the bravery. Boobs.
The truth.
All right.
His defense attorneys claim
Very
he's a changed
inappropriate
man
commercial.
who wants to mentor abusers. I know firsthand what real mentorship means, and this disgusts me, Cassie says. He is not being truthful. I know that who he was to me, the manipulator, the aggressor, the abuser, the trafficker. She's calling him a trafficker. Now, just, for purposes of my YouTube video, my own liability and things here, he was found to be not guilty on this. However, she can put whatever she wants in her letter. And this is clearly how she feels about it. It seems to be. I know that who he was to me, the manipulator, the aggressor, the abuser, the trafficker, is who he is as a human, if he's a human, y'all. I mean, she's giving him more credit than I would. Anyway, he has no interest in changing or becoming better. He will always be the same cruel, power-hungry, manipulative man that he is. When I came out with my allegations in my civil case, he flatly denied them, again and again. It was only after actual video footage corroborated the exact words in my civil complaint that he issued an insincere apology on the internet. Thanks to the footage in my testimony, this is also something he will forever be associated with. For over a decade, Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs made me feel powerless and unimportant, but my experience was real, horrific, and deserves to be considered. While the jury did not seem to understand or believe that I engaged in freak-offs because of the force and coercion the defendant used against me, I know that it is still the truth. And his sentence should reflect the reality of the evidence and my lived experience as his victim. Reliving in detail the events and truths described throughout the trial and this letter causes me tremendous emotional pain. I am trying with all that I am to move on. I hope that your sentencing decision reflects the strength it took for victims of Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs to come forward. I hope that your decision considers the many lives that Sean Combs has upended with his abuse and control. I thank you for your time and attention. Cassandra Ventura. We got another letter. Regina and Roderick Ventura, this is Cassie's mom and dad's letter. Dear Judge, we're writing you as extremely concerned parents regarding the upcoming sentencing. I could cry on this one. Because all the stuff I've been reading lately, it all just kind of is like, it's all kind of connected in a weird way. Webbing.
All right, what
We
am I
have read
missing?
many
Do I
online
got them all
reports
now? I do.
that state that months are being suggested for his punishment or sentence as opposed to the many years that we feel he deserves. 11 years is the length of time this horrific nightmare lasted. During that time, our daughter was beaten repeatedly and exposed to harmful and copious amounts of substances. She was held like a prisoner, kidnapped by the defendant when her face told the story of a beating. Yeah, that's true. She was held like a prisoner when her face told the story of a beating. That is a way to put it.
It's too late. Shit.
She was coerced to perform sexual acts with strangers and S-workers for Diddy's own sexual gratification.
Her. All right.
None of the sexual acts were consensual, as there is no consent in a domestic violence relationship. There was always the threat of violence. Everything she did with, for, and because of this defendant was self-preservation. She was in actual fact brutalized by this man's power and depravity. Woo! Girl. She was in actual fact brutalized by the defendant's power and depravity. Our daughter is dealing with the psychological, emotional, and physical aftermath of the abuse she endured at the hands of this defendant. She will be left to deal with the trauma
real quick.
of his abuse far beyond a 27-month sentence with time served, as suggested by the defense attorneys.
Eat this
we believe
potato.
the charges that the defendant
you
was
like the
convicted
potato.
of are not
Okay,
only
good.
federal crimes, but they are also severe violations of human self-worth and freedom. Clearly a vile abuse of power, coupled with an immense disregard for human life.
I want to grow
To
more
sentence
mushrooms.
lightly in this case that involves such vicious abuses of our daughter's body, her safety, her dignity, is to dismiss her very existence. Whoo, my God. He's gonna throw an extra year because of this letter alone. To sentence lightly would also send a dangerous message, and that's the truth. A sentence that is handed down in months instead of years sends a message that such a repulsive behavior can happen without meaningful consequence. It's the truth. That's the truth. That's the truth. In closing, we, her parents, urge you to deliver a sentence that appropriately reflects the severity and the depravity of the abuse, the breach of trust, and the suffering that our daughter experienced. The justice system must be a place where the voices of those who have endured sexual and physical abuse are heard, believed, and honored with appropriate accountability. Thank you for your time and consideration. We got another one. This one's from Mia. She testified at trial. Your Honor, I'm writing you on behalf of my younger self, the little girl who once dreamed without fear. Dang, this is sad. I'm gonna cry. The little girl who once dreamed without fear, who believed the world was full of possibility, who had faith in the goodness of people. And who trusted that her hard work, big heart, and integrity could carry her toward a bright and meaningful future. That little girl is gone. She was buried alive by an abuser, trapped in a world of terror, abuse, humiliation, and coercive control. This letter has been excruciating to write. Other than during my testimony, I've never had the courage to discuss my abuse publicly. It feels impossible to describe as I'm slowly just beginning to unravel the tangled web of trauma myself, but I decided that it's better to try to describe the permanent damage that Diddy, my abuser, has caused me rather than to remain silent any longer. I began working for my abuser in my early 20s after I moved to New York City with only a mattress on my car and a dream in my heart. I was made to believe it was the opportunity of a lifetime to work for him. I was young and naive. I wanted to make a name for myself. I wanted to change the world for the better through my creativity. My dream was to one day become a writer, a producer, and a performer. In these early years, I was hopeful and innocent. From the start, however, my abuser preyed on that innocence. Prayed like predator prayed, not prayed like to the Lord. And what I thought was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity gradually became a never-ending nightmare. I experienced manipulation, humiliation, coercion, and violence. I was groomed, exploited, and broken down. He stripped me of my freedom, my safety, my identity, my instincts, and my autonomy. He alternated rewards and punishments to break down my self-worth and instincts, creating dependency and confusion. He dangled my dreams before me like a carrot, promising me opportunity, mentorship, and advancement. He controlled every part of my life. I needed his permission for everything. When I could sleep, when I could eat, when I could use the bathroom, when I could go to my room, and even whether I could buy sanitary hygiene products.
Amazon Music.
He created a life where nothing was mine, and I lived in constant fear because his moods could determine my right to exist. Asking for compensation for my labor, including like overtime requests or reimbursement requests, would lead to him throwing a tantrum, yelling, and sometimes throwing objects at me in an effort to humiliate me. He framed my requests as stealing and made me ashamed to expect any income at all. Through this financial manipulation, he kept me dependent and trapped. My work for the defendant was not a job. It was captivity. His coercive control and unpredictable violence left lasting psychological scars. Anxiety, hypervigilance, dissociation, self-doubt, and an ongoing struggle to reclaim my autonomy. Years of abuse have rewired my brain. Even today, I feel trapped in the mental and emotional patterns that he created. I live with chronic and severe PTSD, depression, and crippling anxiety. I suffer deeply from intrusive thoughts, derealization, panic attacks, night terrors, and insomnia. When I can get a few precious hours of sleep, those hours are often filled with night terrors that wake me in a breathless sweat, screaming and crying. I awake with my heart pounding, gasping as if I am still trapped. I have struggled to feel safe in any workplace because of my PTSD, which has resulted in a fragmented professional record, a bankruptcy application, and crippling debt. I can't go to many of the public places I once loved, concerts, festivals, clubs, without risk of having a panic attack. I have struggled to set roots in any location and build a community for support, for fear my abuser would find me and ruin my life all over again. I avoid social media. I can't even listen to music I once loved. I can't watch many TV shows or movies, all for fear that I might unexpectedly be triggered and have to relive some of the worst moments of my entire life. All of this trauma was compounded by the impact of my testimony at my abuser's trial. The investigation and pre-trial process really threw me back into a world that I had spent years desperately trying to suppress. I had buried so many terrible memories of abuse, including violence and sexual assault, that I was forced to dig up and relive. I cannot overstate the traumatizing impact of reading his threatening emails,
Unlocked
reviewing old photos.
Noise. Almost done with the lavender.
Excuse me. Reviewing old photos and videos and hearing his voice again. Every meeting felt like a hammer striking at the fragile foundations of my healing. The anticipation of testifying was also horrendous. I bet. My therapy sessions were spent bracing for the unfathomable moment that I would face him in your courtroom, Your Honor, instead of focusing on rebuilding my life and forging a new future. When I tried to imagine walking into a crowded courtroom and facing him, I would black out. For months, I suffered panic attacks. My tongue swelled, my stomach dropped, my hands would go cold, my legs became numb, I couldn't sleep, I couldn't eat. The feeling of dread and terror was so intense I couldn't hide it. I would randomly burst into uncontrollable childlike sobs. I found myself self-isolating for fear of being a burden to the people I love. I didn't know how to ask for help. I didn't know how to say I was not okay. I had been conditioned for so many years to believe that my needs were not important, and any emotion was forbidden. If I expressed any indication that I was suffering or unwell, I would be in imminent danger. I wanted to jump out of my skin. I felt relentlessly ashamed. There were times where I did not want to go on being alive. As a result of the defense team's tactics during my testimony, and despite my use of a pseudonym, my identity has been publicized. My name is no longer my own. It is forever linked to an abuser's violence. My sweet, loving parents had to read horrible details about the abuse of their daughter, riddling them too with anxiety and leading them to unfairly question themselves, as if they could have done anything to prevent this. Everyone I have known and everyone I will meet will now know my darkest moments. Even the children in my life. My sweet niece and nephew, my loving goddaughter and godson. My friends' children who inspired me to tell my truth will one day read the vile details of my abuse. Although the verdict fell short of the justice I had hoped for, the defendant was still found guilty of serious
Where did
crimes.
she go?
What he stole from me cannot be returned. It cannot be reduced to years or money. He stole my freedom. He stole my sense of safety, my ability to trust myself and others, my confidence. He stole my dreams of having a stable, healthy family of my own, my career trajectory, and both my creative work product and creative aspirations. He stole 16 years of my life, time I should have been spending developing into the independent woman I was meant to be. My life has been profoundly broken. I am pleading on behalf of my inner child, the sweet, hopeful, bright-eyed girl who could not survive the defendant's abuse. And for the woman, yeah, she said she died. She could not survive the abuse. And for the woman I should have become,
fuck is Ruined Heart,
who was robbed of her future, I am pleading for the brave victims that came forward and the countless other victims who continue to suffer and who have been scared into silence. The defendant has shattered many lives. They too deserve justice. They too deserve to live without shame or fear. Victims of sexual, psychological, and violent crimes, especially against women, are often forced to prove themselves while reliving the very trauma that destroyed them. We are questioned, doubted, humiliated, re-victimized, as if surviving and coming forward to tell the story of the survival makes us a suspect. We're forced to serve a life sentence of living with the consequences of the defendant's abuse every day. Finally, I am pleading on behalf of future generations who deserve a world where predators cannot escape accountability. Your Honor, I ask that you do justice to the sentence that you impose on October 3rd, 2025.
Fucking beach.
The defendant's wealth, power, and fame should not place him above the law. These forces have shielded him for too long. I ask you to deliver a sentence that reflects the full measure of harm that he actually caused. The years of coercion, financial abuse, humiliation, physical and sexual violence, and the profound trauma that he's inflicted as a result. I ask you to deliver a sentence that takes into account the ongoing danger my abuser poses to me and others. A sentence that honors the truth, the pain, and the lives that have been destroyed. A sentence that gives us hope, protection, and justice. Please, help us believe that the legal system can offer justice to innocent and vulnerable victims, and that those with power, wealth, and influence cannot destroy lives without consequences. Please help us believe in a world where survivors are heard, believed, and protected. Please help us restore the belief that good can prevail. This is really gut-wrenching. Help us ensure that no one else suffers as we have. Help us believe that justice can and does exist by holding our abuser fully accountable. Please, Your Honor, you have the power to show us, the world, in the future, that our lives, our voices, our truth, and our humanity matter. Please help us. With gratitude and respect, Mia. Okay, so we have another letter. Who's this from? Capricorn Clark. She's written a letter. Let's read hers. This is Exhibit D. Dear Judge, I testified in your courtroom in this case, May 2025. As you heard, I worked for Puff from 2004 to 2012, and during that time, I got to know him very well. Since he fired me in 2012, he has had me blacklisted from the industry, and I've had to take multiple jobs to garner anything near my worth. Today, I'm a single mother and to a non-verbal autistic little boy living in Los Angeles. This ordeal has taken 14 years of my life. My career trajectory halted at 33 years old. What I lived through working for Puff, and in particular the events of December 2011, altered the course of my life and have haunted me for years. I feel that I paid with my life for the events that transpired that fateful day that we had to relive in federal court. I never wanted this. For many years, I couldn't tell my story. I lived in fear. Fear of Puff, fear of how I would feed my son. About a year and a half ago, Homeland Security Investigations case agents found me and asked me what happened. Those agents changed my life. And I would like to say that the Southern District of New York is the epitome of prestige and professionalism. I was handled with the ultimate care. But testifying publicly in front of Puff and his supporters was one, and I'm glad she said that, because I was in the courtroom for one day. I went in there for one day, the day of sentencing, and I can tell y'all, they only let 11 or 14, it depends on the day, people from the public in there. Everybody else in there is media, and then there was the jury. There's 2 rows of public, and it's the very back of the courtroom. You got to look over stuff. You can't see nothing. I mean, they're doing the court for the victims and the public. We can't see nothing. And, you know, there's bloggers with 1,000 or 1,200 followers on YouTube that have preferential media seating for some reason. But, you know, the people in the back and the public are back there. And when they would say not guilty on stuff, the whole 2 rows except me, the whole 2 rows of public would go, yes. So I just feel like, I mean, I wasn't in there, but I just feel like those people were obviously, and listen, they'll tell you themselves, they win every day. They went every day of the trial. So obviously those were the same ones that went every single day. That's the fans. That's the stands. And so I have no doubt in my mind that they were in there doing that same type of behavior throughout the trial, making little, you know, giggles, making little who knows, you know, what they were doing and what these victims and witnesses were subjected to by those supporters in the courtroom. Now, not all of them were mean to me, but they all did seem to be in support of Diddy. Testifying publicly in front of him and his supporters was one of the hardest moments of my life. Every last word you heard from me was the truth, yet I felt, and to be honest, I still feel, like I had to fight to prove in your courtroom that I am a victim, because the purpose of kidnapping me wasn't for trafficking. What was it for then? It was for something more serious, more sinister and grave. Violence and absolute power, unchecked in the ultra rich and famous. Wow. Tell them one time, Capricorn Clark. Wow. These are some powerful letters. Testifying publicly in front of Puff and his supporters was one of the hardest moments of my life. Every last word you heard from me was the truth. Yet I felt, and to be honest, I still feel, like I had to fight to prove that I'm a victim. Because the purpose of kidnapping me wasn't for trafficking. Well, then what was it for? What it was for was something far more serious, far more sinister, and far more grave. It was violence and absolute power, unchecked in the ultra rich and famous. It is insane to me that of all the things that people heard, 2 counts of prostitution of men is the only thing that remains on the table. It is insane, she said. I wanted to speak up. I wanted to tell the truth and do the right thing when I was asked to testify, but I am afraid that women and girls in America actually feel less protected than ever watching what just happened. The lesson seems to be that we should not speak up, not call law enforcement for help, and not say anything, but instead keep our head down and try to make a way, regardless what happens to us. I'm afraid this may be the only realistic way to proceed in the modern world. The last ray of light is that you provide justice for us. You have a chance to finally help him know that he cannot just do what he wants to people. There are repercussions and consequences. He cannot just destroy other people's lives. Karma. Ooh. You know Judge Subramanian knows about karma. Will come back. Oh my God, I could cry. Because it is so true. Like, the last ray of light, like it's Navratri. Oh my God. Like, it was, ray of light is you. Karma has to come back around. I would like to see Diddy serve additional time in a correctional institution. I truly believe that serving more time will save his life. As time away from his money, substances, and power is the only punishment he will recognize. I hope he has life on the other side of his time to make good on the changes he knows he has to make, to spend time with his family and get a chance to correct the damage he has so recklessly done to so many people who only meant well by him. Thank you, Your Honor, for your time, consideration, and for hearing us finally. God bless. There's another letter, Exhibit E. Who's this one from? Oh, girl, who is this? Deontay Nash. Oh my God, girl, Deontay just went in. Dear Judge, thank you for the opportunity to share these thoughts. I write with great respect for the court and the difficult decisions it must weigh. Diddy's attempt to secure release before his scheduled sentencing hearing demonstrates a troubling lack of accountability and a continued pattern of manipulation. Right. Just coming out of the top. He's trying to escape. He was trying to get out of jail before the freaking sentencing hearing even. It shows that he don't understand the severity of what he did. Troubling lack of accountability and a continued pattern of manipulation. The charges he was convicted of, including violations of the Mann Act, are not minor. They reflect serious, deeply disturbing conduct involving the coercion and transportation of individuals for illicit sexual activity. The thought,
special weird seed.
The thought that Diddy doesn't believe he deserves jail time is both disturbing and frightening. It underscores the depth of his lack of accountability and the danger he poses.
Sunflower, lavender,
Someone who
lemon
refuses to
balm.
acknowledge the harm they have caused, who believes
Rainbow
they are
dew,
above the law,
sunflower,
demonstrates the same pattern of
lemon
manipulation
balm.
and abuse that has impacted so many lives. The fact that Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs believes that because he harmed people he claimed to love or called friends, somehow he deserves leniency is outrageous. That sense of entitlement makes his actions even more sickening. Yet, he continues to treat this process as negotiable.
Check out the expanded strength equipment at Planet Fitness. Join the club today.
As though he's merely managing a legal inconvenience, rather than confronting the consequences of federal crimes. Woo! Deontay is going in. He said he continues to treat this process like it's a negotiable. Like he's navigating a legal inconvenience rather than confronting the consequences of federal crimes. His efforts to preempt the court's process show not only a lack of respect for the justice system, but also a refusal to acknowledge the severity of his actions. At one point, there was public indication that Diddy intended to seek professional or mental health treatment. Whether that ever occurred remains unclear, but what is clear, however, is that there has been no visible movement toward accountability. Woohoo! Tell him. Rather than allow the legal process to proceed in a good faith way, he has focused on tactical maneuvers meant to bypass scrutiny and maintain control.
Okay.
Soliciting letters of support.
What was it again?
Crafting
It
PR
was
statements. And attempting to manipulate public sentiment.
lemon balm,
His plan
lavender,
to escape accountability has
sunflower,
been in
rainbow
motion
dew.
from the very start.
Lemon balm, lavender,
His violence has not been limited to
sunflower,
private
rainbow.
encounters, I will remind you, Your Honor. From orchestrated freak-offs to assaults on staff and strangers. His behavior has left a long trail of victims, many of whom still live in fear. Some of the worst
lavender,
abuse was
over
inflicted
here.
on people he
Oh, no,
claimed
lemon
to
bomb's
love.
right there.
This is not the
Right here
story
first.
of one or two isolated incidents. This is the story of hundreds, possibly thousands of people whose lives have been scarred by his unchecked power and brutality. Mr. Combs must also refrain from comparing his crimes to those of others. His conduct stands on its own, and it has set a new legal and cultural precedent. This is not about relative wrongdoing. It is about individual accountability for a decades-long pattern of abuse. There are many reasons why Diddy should serve an appropriate sentence. I feel like ChatGPT might have assisted on this page. There was psychological impact on victims. His release would re-traumatize survivors, many of whom remain in hiding for their safety. The court has a duty to uphold justice and protect those speaking out. Influence over potential co-conspirators. Release would allow him to coordinate with uncharged associates and retaliate or construct false narratives. No remorse or accountability. To date, Diddy has shown no genuine remorse. Only carefully crafted statements issued under legal pressure. This lack of accountability should weigh heavily against any request for release. And there's also public safety concerns. The allegations include violent physical abuse, death threats, and intimidation.
All right, I was supposed
His
to be
release
cutting
would
trees
endanger
down.
survivors and the public at large.
Sweet
Beyond
sap.
legal concerns, I want the court to understand
Oh,
the very
there's the
real
sour sap.
lived impact. Beyond legal concerns, I want the court to understand the very real lived impact of Diddy's abuse. This man
Tasteless.
harassed everyone
this
around
one.
us, including friends and business associates, so relentlessly that people no longer wanted to work with us or even spend time with us. We were ashamed to leave the house. The balcony he hung Bana from, a place that once offered peace, became a site of terror. The home he held me in against my will was my own. The keys and phone he stole were possessions I earned through years of hard work. He robbed me not only of my safety, but also my dignity. His reach was suffocating. He has caused lasting damage to the lives and careers of nearly everyone in his inner circle, past, present, and likely future. Some complied willingly. Many more felt coerced. He taunted victims through songs, contradicted the truth, creating false, that's interesting. He taunted victims through songs. That contradicted the truth, creating false narratives that could never safely be challenged because of the fear he instilled. He pursued Cassie through her friends, despite both of us telling him she wanted no contact, and he tried to manipulate situations by offering favors if I helped deliver her to him. He has openly declared to his victims that he does not respect or care about the legal system, and if he does not respect the court should not extend him any leniency. Whoop! Got him. That was a good one. I do not just do this for myself, but for every mother, father, child, grandparent, sister, brother, boyfriend, husband, wife, friend, artist, intern, employee, and assistant who sacrificed for a man who only abused them in return. I have watched people take trains, move across the country, leave their families, and dedicate themselves fully, only to be mistreated, exploited, and silenced. Some of these same people have even left the entertainment industry entirely because of his actions. This issue is not only about violence, but also secrecy. Many of us were abused precisely because Diddy wanted us to hold his secrets to maintain his reputation. The truth is, Mr. Combs never respected those who worked closest with him. He rummaged through our lives while publicly pretending to suffer through hard times. He refuses to take responsibility privately or publicly. The abuse was deliberate, the control was relentless, and the damage is lasting. The same ailments that Diddy now claims as an excuse are the very same ones he has carried with him throughout his years of touring, conducting business, and abusing those around him. So don't pull it out now at the sentencing hearing, Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs. They never stopped him from being violent, abusive, or intoxicated when left to his own devices. They should not serve as an excuse now. True change cannot exist without acknowledging the harm one has caused. Claiming to have changed while continuing to defend the very behavior that led to incarceration is not accountability.
Does not
This is
like
avoidance. Diddy repeatedly shifts between denying responsibility, seeking sympathy, and reshaping the narrative to suit his immediate needs. But real transformation is consistent, honest, uncomfortable. It does not depend on who's watching or what your outcome is what your desired outcome is. Until he confronts his actions as wrong and takes full responsibility, any claim of change is hollow. I do not expect him to be in jail forever. But I am praying for a sentence that allows the victims to heal and encourages Diddy to genuinely change. For all of these reasons, I respectfully urge the court to deny his request for early release and to deny his 14-month suggestion. He has been fighting the truth for the past year, and this ongoing denial is causing additional harm to the mental well-being of the victims. I mean, period. That's also such a good point. He's been fighting the truth for the past year. He's just been gaslighting every victim, acting like he didn't do it. But he's like switching back and forth, back and forth. He did it, he didn't do it, he did do domestic violence, he didn't. He's been fighting the truth for the past year and his ongoing He's been fighting the truth for the past year and his ongoing denial is causing additional harm to the mental well-being of the victims. Survivors deserve safety. The public deserves protection. And justice demands accountability. These letters, hold on. Nothing further. 11.25 years just on that letter alone. I mean, my God. That sentence alone. What a powerful sentence. Survivors deserve safety. The public deserves protection. And justice demands accountability. Judge, this is not a good man. Thank you so much for your time, Judge. Your consideration means a great deal to me. All right, we have at least one more letter, Exhibit F. Maybe this is the chef, Chef Jordan. Yes, this is Chef Jordan. Jordan Shatwan Atkinson, and I was Diddy's personal chef from the summer of 2007 through the spring of 2010. During my time as that, I can say I was extremely overworked, underpaid, mentally abused, exploited, and at one point I was assaulted. Not only was I exploited by Diddy, I was also exploited by his HR executive staff. Throughout my time they would consistently manipulate me into silence and staying in my position. By saying they would get help to ensure I had days off, there was also a time in which they told me to spearhead the creation of Ciroc flavors. I was the one who chose, sampled, and tweaked the flavors throughout their inception, for which I was never compensated for. This was the most toxic and abusive workplace environment I have ever been in my entire career! Exclamation point. It has been extremely traumatizing to relive all of this. It was hard to live through the first time around in my mid-20s. Now, in my mid-40s, a lot of things I was too young and naive to understand. But the reality of all of it is cemented in my mind now. I've spent the last year and a half in a constant fight or flight state mode. And I'm currently trying to heal and repair all of the damage. There was also a time in which Sean Combs threatened my life to keep me silent about his abuse toward Cassie. I have a journal from this time that I never read until Cassie's case came out in November 2023. And it was like opening a Pandora's box, reading what my 20-year-old self endured. I was there to witness the start of Diddy and Cassie's relationship. This has been an extremely traumatizing time in my life the past year and a half. Having to unearth the past and relive it all again, I never forgot what I experienced during my time there, but I for sure buried it in order to survive. I spent the last 18 years building my career within the high-profile sector. And this case has destroyed the life I worked so hard to create. When you become personal staff to high-profile people, you become part of a secret society. One more time. When you become personal staff to high-profile people, you become part of a secret society. Discretion is the foundation. I didn't willingly participate in this case. What I recognize now, this is what happens with collective silence. My silence gave Sean Combs the space and time to grow into a more violent criminal. When I started working with Diddy, he and Cassie were in the grooming phase. That is what it was in my eyes. She was 19, he was 36. There were lavish dinners, shopping sprees, etc., all in the guise of creating a new artist. Sean was working her down like men with money do. I was there in Miami when their working relationship turned romantic. During that weekend, I saw Cassie provided copious amounts of substances. I encountered her extremely out of her mind. I offered her food to help bring her down. I witnessed Diddy cursing his assistant David James out for not having protection on the yacht. I remember thinking it was crazy and gross. Like, why is he so mad about protection not being on the yacht? It's never that serious. It did stick out in my mind because that's when I knew this was no longer a working relationship. They were both extremely on substances the whole weekend. And really, thereafter, I saw Diddy abuse prescription meds, 420, and other substances. Throughout those early months, it was heavy substance use. I saw him be extremely controlling, and I would say there was an obsessive nature about him. He would go on substance binges, and he wouldn't let any of us sleep, let alone get any breaks. I was working 17 to 21 hours a day, 7 days a week. I worked for almost 2.5 or 3 months straight until I had my first day off. He screamed and cursed at me when he saw me having casual conversations with Cassie. He said I wasn't supposed to be talking to her if it wasn't about food. He also cursed me out when he saw me speaking to guests at one of his parties. He was watching me from across the room. Then he pulled me aside and said that I wasn't supposed to be talking to his friends. He didn't work for all these years for me to come and steal his relationships. What the hell? He said this to the chef? SC would cure me out. Sean Combs would cure me out, or maybe curse me out, if I fed people without his permission. He made me feel like I had to look at the floor and not make eye contact with guests. I'd say like a pimp does to his women. Ooh, ooh, ooh. During this time, in November of 2007, while at the Miami estate, I witnessed Sean Combs get aggressive and borderline violent with the estate manager, Amanda. He was enraged by the fact that Amanda was allowing her house staff to eat. When Diddy questioned her about it, she lied and she said she never told me to feed them. Amanda and I actually got into a disagreement about me feeding the staff because I told her I wasn't being paid to do that. I actually called HR to get clarity. They informed me that I was supposed to feed them. One day, Diddy observed the groundkeepers making themselves a plate of food, and even though I said they shouldn't because he hadn't even eaten himself, of course, as they're making their plates, he comes downstairs. Once he sees this, he immediately starts screaming and cursing out who told them they could eat. I stood there silent. I didn't want to get anyone in trouble. I could tell he was furious. Ultimately, the security told him that Amanda told me I was supposed to feed them. Diddy then called both Amanda and me into the kitchen. He started screaming and cursing at Amanda, saying, "Why is she lying? Why is she telling me to feed her staff?" Ultimately, as he is screaming, he gets up and throws a water bottle across the room and says, "I'm the mother effing king, and you are lying to my face right now?" Please no. Please no. Amanda was saying she told me to only provide leftovers to her staff. I told her to just tell the truth. Once he threw the water bottle, I got up and called Dia. Amanda and Dia are in these stories? That's interesting. I used a phone where he couldn't, just names, you know. I used a phone where he couldn't see me. I asked Dia what I should do because I thought he might hit Amanda. I was instructed to get security to separate them, which I did. So she called HR. All while having the phone down on a ledge so Dia could hear everything. Amanda resigned not long after that incident. I believe it fractured their working relationship. Amanda and I never recovered. She blamed me for the incident. But soon after this trip, my hair started falling out.
A lot of it is holding their hand as they make these leaps and getting better.
Rural
and healing.
solution.
I was having anxiety attacks with heart palpitations. I asked HR if they could rush my benefits through because I needed to see a doctor. I was diagnosed with stress-induced alopecia and extreme anxiety attacks. I was prescribed Zoloft. Throughout this time, I was constantly calling the office, asking for help and begging for off days. When you work 17 to 21 hours a day, you never really rest because your body and mind are still racing when you lay down. And by that time, you have to get up for the next day. HR kept stringing me along, saying they would get me help so I could have days off. I was so young and I just wanted to prove I could do it. So I stayed, thinking at some point things would change, but they never did. In April of 2008, in the Alpine, New Jersey estate, Diddy physically assaulted me. We got into a heated argument and I quit, which enraged him. He kept saying I couldn't effing quit on him. As I was walking out the house, he was following me, screaming, cursing, and berating me. Once the door was open, he used all of his might to push me out of the door. I went flying in the air and ended up on my elbows and butt. There were 2 steps to get up into the house, so it was a pretty hard fall. I called the police, but I hung up. I called HR and told them I was going to sue him. Ultimately, HR told me that I would be blackballed and my career would be over if I sued him. They said that Diddy had the power to blackball me and would end my career when it just started. I chose my career. I stayed silent. I left for a few months, but I was asked to come back. I was assured that this would never happen again, that Diddy would apologize and they would find help so I could get days off. HR said that they would look at budgets for a pay increase. At this time, I was only making $65,000 a year. I wasn't working after I left, so when they called, I went back. Diddy apologized, but none of the other things ever happened. In 2008 or 2009, redacted, Genevieve called the office. And I went to the kitchen phone to call 911. I was told to hang up. and that they would send his private doctors over. I was told to leave. The incident was minimized. HR said that he had a reaction to his prescription. Okay, so I guess he had an O to the D type situation is what, is sort of being implied by this redaction, but I really don't know.
O to the LMNO,
I told
yep.
HR I knew what an OD was, I think is what she's saying, but I left it alone. Diddy had some of his prescriptions added to my prescription pickups a few times in Miami. Both these incidents were examples of how I assumed rich people do things, so that the public doesn't find out their personal business, not understanding that some of this was illegal. In 2009 in LA, I was informed by the security guard Roger Bonds that Diddy brutally beat Cassie. And Roger Bonds thought Diddy was going to unalive Cassie. I was shocked, the chef says, as Bonds detailed the beating. He said that Diddy was punching her in the head and stomping her inside the car. At one point, Cassie ran from the car and was dragged by Diddy through the concrete back into the car. Genevieve, the assistant, was in the car and was trying to break the fight up too. Roger Bonds was concerned about Genevieve.
Lemon
said
bomb,
she was hyperventilating.
sunflower,
The security
rainbow
Bonds
dew.
asked me to check on Genevieve, and when I went to
Lemon
check
bomb,
on her, she acted
sunflower,
like she didn't know
rainbow
what I was
dew.
talking about, so I left it alone and went back to my post in the kitchen. Diddy came screaming and cursing in the kitchen. Chef, why are you in my MFing business? What goes on in my relationship is my MF business. I will effing end you if you tell anyone. I took this as he would unalive me. You better not tell anyone in this office either. Which made me realize HR told him I called him about the incident. Up to that point, I didn't know that HR told him about me reporting the Miami incident. I believed then that Sean Combs would unalive me if I told anyone he was beating Cassie, so I remained quiet. A day or two later, his assistant, Genevieve, and I took a bag to Cassie at the London hotel and saw bruises on her face and arms. We never discussed it. We acted like nothing happened. Over the course of my time working with Diddy, I saw hotel rooms be set up with lights, sheets, baby oil, Astroglide. I had always assumed it was just freaky things going on. I never knew the extent. I dare not to ask either. I saw Diddy yell, scream, and berate staff, artists, employees, and girlfriends. He was always mentally and physically abusive. I saw Cassie's bruises on 2 occasions in Miami and LA, but I never questioned it. Diddy weaponized food, sleep, and breaks. We were not allowed breaks. We often snuck in to eat. I would sneak food to feed the staff. I would get cursed out if I asked to go home for the day. I was not allowed to leave for the day unless he said I could. As I type this, my heart breaks for the younger version of myself. I saw Sean Combs create drug-fueled environments for artists, executives, and his girlfriends. I saw the aftermath of the SEX binges in New York City, New Jersey, Miami, LA, and the Hamptons. I believe that the heavy substance use was coercion in order for him to get his way with participants. He was using substances with Cassie on day 1 of their consummation. I'm not sure you could ever be a willing participant under those circumstances. The substance use was far beyond recreational. He was also having an sexual relationship with blank, 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 blank redacted, which to me was an added layer of control, someone in her innermost circle, keeping tabs on her, and also keeping secrets from her, weaponizing her most coveted friendship. I'm not sure Cassie ever knew about this betrayal. Who was he having an sexual relationship with? Over the years, I witnessed all of his assistants break down. Wow, that's a powerful sentence. Over the years, I witnessed all of his assistants break down. And they each started abusing substances or alcohol in order. Wow. Every single assistant started abusing drugs and alcohol to get through the workday.
Rainbow dew, done. Nice.
David started using substances. Genevieve, I'm not sure. But after the 2009 beating in LA, redacted, she left not long after. I personally would binge drink when I was told off and smoke 420 to calm my nerves. My therapist would say I was self-medicating with the weed. On March 20th, 2024, the feds showed up at my door in Atlanta, Georgia. I was terrified and I refused to speak to them without a lawyer present. I was served with a grand jury subpoena before they left my home. By April 4th, Sean Combs knew I was contacted by the feds. Okay, so March 20th, the feds show up. By April 4th, he had known, even though I had not testified yet. All caps, this terrified me. By April 11th, Diddy's lawyer, Aaron Dyer, had left a voicemail stating that they knew I was contacted by law enforcement and that Diddy wanted to offer to cover my legal fees. I did not respond. Immediately, I called my lawyer. They instructed me to disregard it. They said they would send out a cease and desist. On April 15th, just 4 days later, Aaron again texted me about the voicemail and stated in the text that they knew I was contacted and reiterated that Diddy wanted to cover my legal fees. I was extremely terrified because how did he even know I was contacted? Now, I didn't trust him or the government. I didn't know what was going on. I felt like my life was in danger. On April 17th, 18, my Cadillac was broken into. My alarm system was tripped up. All the personal identifying paperwork in my glove compartment was taken out and neatly placed on my passenger seat. All the contents in my middle console, which had a knife and jewelry, all were also laid out. The only thing stolen was my dog bag, and my dog is beautiful, like my child. I took this as witness tampering, and I was intimidated. In my mind, this was a clear threat. I called the police. I filed a police report.
Eat this.
I stated that the feds were at my house 2 weeks prior.
Oh,
and
you
I
like a
believe
truffle?
this was intimidation
Truffles are
because the person at the
disgusting. It
center of
tastes
the
like
case
dirt.
didn't want me.
They're like,
talking.
it gives it an earthy flavor. That means
I don't have
dirt.
proof that this was
Earth
Sean Combs
is
doing,
dirt.
but I firmly believe it
That
was him.
earthy flavor
He
means
was sending me a
dirt.
message, letting me know how easy it would be to touch me if he wanted to.
Dirt.
By this time, I was being asked for
Earthy.
months to
Dirt.
do a documentary about Sean Combs,
Dirt.
and I kept declining.
That's what it is.
I decided after Sean Combs made contact with me through his lawyers that I would do the documentary as a form of protection for myself in case anything more happened to me. I wanted it on record that he assaulted me and that I knew of the brutal 2009 assault on Cassie, which is detailed on page 14 of her lawsuit against him. Diddy never denied that assault. He just threatened to end me to keep me silent. I took that as he would kill me. I accepted that he might have unalived me for my participation in the documentary, and even now I believe he could have. After the 2016 Intercontinental Hotel, whatever's footage was released, I realized that our collective silence only emboldened Sean Combs. He didn't get help. He didn't stop. He just got worse. The fact of the matter is Sean Combs is an abusive maniac.
Worms the whole time.
He doesn't just physically, mentally, and financially abuse and exploit his girlfriends. He does it to his staff as well. He has spent decades abusing almost everyone around him unchecked. So many of us wanted to create our dream careers, and Sean Combs had us living a nightmare. Reliving all of this has been extremely traumatic. Seeing him essentially get off for the most serious offenses is terrifying. This was a miscarriage of justice, in my opinion. For him to now say upon his release he wants to become a domestic violence counselor is truly sick. Him and his legal team should be ashamed of themselves. This PR media tour his legal team was taking just further proves how much Sean Combs believes himself to be above the law, and he has no remorse for the harm he has caused any of us. Cassie said he assaulted her. Nia said he assaulted her. I believe he is a serial artist. We were both supposed to testify, but were ultimately removed at the last minute. So there was another person who was going to testify something about assault, and she or he was removed at the last minute. I wonder why. Diddy likes to weaponize fatherhood, his children, and Kim Porter.
Slamming.
Ooh, what is redacted? What is redacted? Sean Combs likes to weaponize fatherhood, his children, and Kim Porter, when in reality he redacted. Where were his kids while he was being a menace to society all these years? Sean Combs is a billionaire, not a street-level pimp. He chose to use drugs to coerce women into becoming his own personal sex slaves. He used those recorded sexual escapades to hold over their heads, to keep them in check. He used his staff to get drugs, to facilitate and cover up crimes. He kidnapped Capricorn Clark at Pew Pew Point. He was going to kill Kid Cudi. These things really happen. It's sick how it's all been normalized. Nothing about what any of us endured was normal. The Rico was there the whole time. Sean Combs got away with it. Instead of being satisfied that he essentially got off, he chooses to let his ego keep driving him.
Mayor, why are you
Instead of
here?
just being thankful,
All right, whatever.
he and his
Bye,
team have
Mayor.
decided to make a mockery out of all of his victims and the judicial system. It is for these reasons I believe Sean Combs should get the maximum sentence available. I don't believe he can ever be rehabilitated. He is a master manipulator. I don't think he should be allowed to live in New York City, New Jersey, LA, or Miami. He should have to relocate to the middle of nowhere. I love her. I love her. He's banished. Don't put Chef Jordan in charge because Diddy would be banished to the middle of nowhere. I don't think he should be allowed to live in New York City, New Jersey, LA, or Miami. He should have to relocate to the middle of nowhere, far away from the places he preyed on and harmed so many people. Not only do I fear for my safety, I fear for all of the witnesses that participated in this case. I know Sean Combs to be a very dangerous and spiteful man. A long memory and a panache for payback.
Yes.
Thank you for your time and consideration. And that would be the end of the letters. Those were very powerful. Shout out to a scroll down Abby Lane becoming a member. Thanks so much, Michelle Nana, for the $5 super chats. Shout out to Kel on Earth, member for 5 months. It should be longer, but somebody stole my card number and I missed the month. Oh no, oh no. Shout out to you, member for 5+ months. Shout out to Sinchi for the 2 Oilo super chat. Thanks for the update. Thank you. Thank you, Amanda, new member. Shout out to me for the $10 Canadian virtual hugs to all. Sometimes that's all we want is a hug and some understanding. We can survive. That is true. Thanks so much for the $10. Thank you, Tara, for the 1 gifted membership. Shout out to Tara. Tell her thank you if you got that membership. Thanks so much. You'll clap when I'm gone. Member
in a
for
frying
19
pan.
months, just catching up on a stream. Hope everyone is well.
That's right, baby.
Yeah, I mean, these letters were really, really good. Let me go check the docket just to see if the judge has made a decision on Diddy's motion for a new trial. These letters were very powerful, and I bet that the judge does take them seriously. Now, does that mean he's gonna, side with them and
Gotta go to sleep
give
for
20
meat
years or
and
10
eggs.
or 11 or whatever? Maybe not, but I think that they will definitely make a
Goes
point.
to sleep, meat and eggs. Fucking
I'm just seeing right
clinic.
now on the docket if anything's been filed since this. Now, one thing has been filed since this, and I did make a little short about it. The live chat was just
More
not
mushrooms.
speaking. That's funny. I did make a little short about it. The judge is letting him have non-prison clothes, so he's allowed to wear non-prison clothes. Woohoo!
More mushrooms.
I think they're gonna carry some weight. And I was just kind of like trying to, be respectful with the reading because, at least one of these folks we didn't actually hear from at the trial. She said we were going to, but then, we didn't get called at the last minute. We got took off the list. It was running up on July 4th. Maybe that's what the issue was. I mean, I don't know. I think the jury should have been sequestered. Tara said his lack of humility or learning any kind of lesson was shown by him asking the judge to wear clothes. It does. He is very entitled, and his lawyers are as well. Thank you so much, always, forever, for life. Your lashes are beautiful. Thanks so much. Got 4 different mascaras on there. Probably not because after what happened, people that wrote the letters got serious.
He got deadly disease, I guess.
Danny Masterson's lawyer is representing David Blair Burke, right?
A minty goblet in both holes.
Yeah, and seriously, Heather, this is a great point. Everyday person would be spending multiple lifetimes in prison for these offenses. He might get 11 years. It's disgusting. I mean, seriously. I think he did take it a little too far by asking to get out, on bail. It does just kind of rub it in the victims' faces and makes it seem like he doesn't really think that what he got convicted of was serious, and he doesn't understand the gravity of his actions, in my opinion. I mean, that's my opinion. So what do we have coming up? What we have coming up is Friday, Diddy's sentencing. Friday is Diddy's sentencing hearing. So he will be sentenced on Friday. I'll be going live. I will be live. I don't know what time it is, but there will be announcements before then. So we'll learn together, you know, from reading Inner City Press and other sources, whoever's in there. I'm thinking I'm thinking that it's going to be at least in the 5 years range. After reading those letters, I don't know what the judge is actually allowed to take into consideration, what he will take into consideration. We'll see. They trying to get 11.25. They're saying, I mean, actually, yeah, they're trying to get 11.25. And now the probation people have said he should get between, like, you know, 5 and basically 8. A little more than 5, a little less than 8. But the feds are like, no, absolutely not. We need, like, a real sentence, please. Thank you. Shout out to Duda. Shout out to the Gangland and the Neem cousins in the chat. Shouldn't we expect someone else to get arrested in all this, SB said? I thought after this trial, someone like KK would get what's coming. You know what I think they're doing right now, SB, is my opinion. They are trying to get someone. The RICO didn't work, though, right? Because so for the fact that the RICO didn't work, it's going to take the wind out of the sails of getting anybody else because it's not a RICO. But they're still bringing RICO. They're still bringing RICO stuff against people out here. Like, they're still bringing RICO, like, they're still bringing trafficking stuff against this Howie Rubin guy. He was, like, allegedly abusing these playmates. He might get more than 5. I mean, I'm not a sentencing guidelines expert by any means. Some of y'all are saying, I'm guessing he gets maybe 7.5. That would be at the higher end of what the probation department recommended. So it could be that. It could totally be that. And so what else we have coming up? I'm going to probably come on live tomorrow and do a David update. I do have quite a few new updates I didn't get to today because, again, I was working on a David origin story script for BJ Investigates. So the David BJ Investigates coming out. I have a Howard Rubin BJ Investigates coming out. I have a Roblox and 764 Death Cult BJ Investigates coming out. I've been working on them. So tomorrow I'm going to be doing the David updates, and then there's been... Yeah, that'll be Wednesday, and then Thursday I'll be, who knows what I'll be doing, and then Friday we'll have the hearing, the sentencing hearing.
So he's in.
So, also Tory, yeah, there hasn't, I checked, I haven't seen any Tory Lanez updates. I do need to get back to doing my, like, Milagro deposition readings. Everything just popped off all of a sudden right as I was doing that, but I need to get back around to doing that. But I have not seen any news on the Tory Lanez front, but I do kind of feel like something is brewing. Like, one of his lawyers, Diana London, I think is her name, like, tweeted something the other day, like, save this tweet. Justice is coming. There will be a day where everyone will see the justice. And I was like, oh, girl, what? What's going on? And I kind of, like, DM'd a couple of the little accounts that follow, you know, everything about Tory. And I'm like, what's up? And they're kind of, like, cryptic. Like, you know, we don't really know either, but it does seem like something. So... I don't know what's going on with it, but I will let y'all know on that. And that's all I really had for this one. I'll see y'all in the next one. Anytime facts ain't defamation, neither are opinions. Everyone is innocent until proven guilty, and Diddy gets non-prison clothes. Love you, okay, bye.
The app is telling you all of this? It shows you all your expenses in one place, and it can even help you create a budget, which I think you need. Coming for me, but okay. Don't worry about those
So let's start here because it is the most breaking of the news. Celeste, and I mean, is it really breaking? I mean, we figured it out on this channel, like, on the first day of coverage, but, you know, thankfully they're finally putting it in the news, girl. Celeste was likely dead for several weeks before being found in David's trunk, the police say. And as you can see, they have the little special red box that they got. The exclusive musician, that's David, has not been named as a suspect or charged, and his representatives have stated he's fully cooperating with the investigation. Okay. The Los Angeles Police Department believes that the body of Celeste, the 14-year-old, finally they're calling her 14, thank God. The 14-year-old who was found dead inside a car belonging to musician David had been there for several weeks. LAPD Captain and Commanding Officer Scott M. Williams told People that he could not confirm if the musician was cooperating with the investigation. David has not been named as a suspect publicly. He has not publicly been named as a suspect or charged, and his representative has stated that he is fully cooperating with the investigation. Celeste was found her body was found in the impounded Tesla registered to David on September 8th, 2025. That was earlier this month, while David was on tour in the U.S. The LAPD, the LAPD believes that the body of Celeste had been in the car for several weeks before it was discovered. Speaking exclusively with People magazine, LAPD captain and commanding officer Scott M. Williams said that while many questions remain about the death of Celeste, quote, this is a quote from the commanding officer, the LAPD captain. This is an exclusive speaking to People. He says, quote, speaking with People magazine, the captain and commanding officer said the following: we know for sure that she died. Okay, duh, that's what I was saying. What are you talking about? We know for sure that she died, and we know for sure someone placed her body in the trunk. Okay, got it. We definitely know that. Agreed. The quote from the cop goes on, quote, we know that the Tesla had been parked at the location from which it was towed for several weeks. So it was very likely Celeste had been passed away for several weeks prior to her body being discovered. The Los Angeles County Medical Examiner has not determined a cause or manner of death. Okay, so this is the issue. And I mean, everybody's been saying it. Everybody's been, talking about it. Okay, the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner has not determined a cause or manner of death. And so that means, like, haven't determined, is it homicide, is it natural causes, is it self-inflicted, and then the manner of death, I think manner is the one where it's like what all those categories I just said, like self-inflicted, natural, whatever, and then the cause of death would be the proximal cause, so like cardiac arrhythmia is one sometimes or whatever, right? So when a young person such as this age passes and they're not found in somebody's trunk, like they're found in their bedroom or they're found, somewhere else, a lot of times, the first thing that people will think is, was it self-inflicted, or did it have maybe some thing to do with a substance? In Celeste's case, I'm sure they are well down that path, but I don't think that they have, at least to the public, they have not been willing to come out and say, yes, it was some type of toxicity from a substance that caused a heart attack. Maybe they don't know. I really don't know. Personally, I don't know. But nevertheless, according to the cops, they're telling us this lead, what is he? Captain and commanding officer at the LAPD. He's saying that the medical examiner has not determined a cause or manner of death, so we don't know for sure if anyone has any criminal culpability for her death.
Neat. Later, buddy.
Beyond just the concealment of her remains. Okay, so yeah, we know somebody mishandled a corpse. Okay, that's a given. But beyond her, like we don't know, did they walk in on her? She was already gone. Who did what and when and where and how? They don't exactly know. At least that is what we are being told. So it is definitely being investigated as a homicide. He said for sure. No, it's not. It's not being investigated for sure as a homicide. But the homicide division, the robbery homicide division of the LAPD is probing the case. So while it hasn't been declared or ruled by the medical examiner to be a homicide, it is still being investigated by the police as such, it seems, with that in mind. More news that's not news. I mean, this is old news. Williams, this is the police guy, also confirmed that the LAPD did serve a search warrant at a residence near where the car was towed. A landlord had previously told SF Gate that David had been staying at an LA property with his manager, Josh Marshall. But the two moved out days after electronics and more were seized from the home, according to the outlet. The police, the LAPD, told People magazine that he cannot confirm what they took from the property. Okay, so they cannot confirm what was taken from the property. Additionally, speculation has circulated online about the possibility of a relationship between Celeste and David, as the teen seemingly also had a matching tattoo on her right index finger. The LA Times reported. and the LA Times reported that, citing the medical examiner. Allegedly, a similar one is on David's hand, but the LAPD said as far as their relationship, it would be premature for me to say. Interesting. We're looking into everything, he told the magazine. LAPD would not confirm that David was cooperating with the investigation. Would not. His representative had told NBC Los Angeles he was fully cooperating. And do you remember TMZ had told us, we the people, that David was no longer cooperating and they have it on pretty good authority?
Oh, there's men in
So
the
David's no longer
shower.
cooperating. TMZ has it on pretty good authority.
Communal
They're the ones who were able to identify her.
Oh yeah, communal boobies.
Or come up with, ascertain, I should say,
Steamy,
her identity
steamy
before
boobies.
the cops even did.
Ooh,
Okay, so they're like,
hello.
no, he's not cooperating anymore. The rep had previously said yes, he is cooperating, and here's the police saying, we not gonna confirm.
Your favorite neighborhood spots run on Square. You know the ones? Maybe it's
I
the
don't
popular
understand. It
shop
told me to
that
come
just
over
opened in
here,
the-
and then nothing's happening.
Now David has not been named as a suspect
Weird,
or
weird.
charged with a crime in relation to the case. His representatives have not responded to multiple
Whatever.
requests for
Oh right, I
comment.
needed meat and stuff.
Celeste was found in the
Run, bitch,
impounded
run!
Tesla one
Oh,
day
I think
after
I
her
missed it
15th
because I had to
birthday
have a
while
shower
David was on
because
tour in the
I
United
missed it.
States.
Whoops.
Car was reportedly abandoned in the Hollywood Hills, and neighbors told NBC
I had a
it been
bath
there
with
for
you
about a month.
earlier,
One of them said that
darling.
it stank. Officers are called to come to the impound lot 2 days later because of a foul odor reported coming from the vehicle registered to the 20-year-old singer, whose
Nice.
full name is David Anthony Burke.
See?
Celeste was first reported missing on April 5th, 2024. The Riverside County Sheriff's Office told the LA Times.
I guess she didn't like me enough yet.
The
or
Sheriff's Office told
something.
NBC News that the LAPD is investigating this incident as okay, good.
Oh,
so
wait.
they have explicitly stated that. Good to know.
There she is.
Celeste's cause and manner of death remain under investigation. The Sheriff's Office said that Celeste had been reported missing from Lake Elsinore, California, at least 3 times last year. That was 2024, according to the Los Angeles Times. And residents claimed the teen had run away from home before, though her last known whereabouts remain unclear. Yeah, I think that's the accurate way to put it. Her last known whereabouts do remain unclear. That's true. I would agree. David has earned acclaim for his hits, including Here With Me, One More Dance, Romantic Homicide. They left that one out from here, but they did say it earlier in the article. And released his debut album exactly a year after Celeste was first reported missing. Okay. Following the discovery of Celeste's body, the singer subsequently canceled his remaining U.S. tour
Okay,
dates. I think he
I
may
got
have
a bunch
also
of
canceled
mushrooms
the
already.
remaining
I'm gonna do corn.
European. Like
Mushrooms.
On TikTok, someone's saying David doesn't have a tattoo. David's lawyer's last name is Burke. Yes, she's very famous. Hollywood lawyer. She's worked with everybody. The names are not
Orf.
spelled the same. I think Burke is B-E-R-K. Blair Burke.
Eat this berry.
Oh my god, this tea's
Okay,
too
it
hot
likes
still.
it.
Huh. Okay.
Good job.
The tea's too hot. Alright, so that's that. Now,
yeah,
the
okay,
next
gotta go
thing
get
coming
fucking stuff this time.
down. Okay, wait, hold on. This is
I need
another.
eggs and I need meat.
This is a New York Post article from today. This is the original
I need
source
to
I found, and
upgrade
then it
my
had
hooves.
cited that Celeste, excuse me, that People magazine thing. So I'll just read you this one too, because I did have it on the list. I think it had maybe had some other information. See, this one was from just a few hours ago. Teen runaway was likely unalive, quote, several weeks before her remains were found in David's Tesla. This is according to the cops. Teen runaway, Celeste Rivas Hernandez, whose remains were discovered inside a Tesla in LA, had likely been deceased for several weeks, cops said. Police have been probing the girl's death ever since her decomposed remains were found earlier this month, about 21 days ago, when David's vehicle was brought to a Hollywood tow lot. Well, no, not quite. It was brought there. Days passed, and then after it was brought there, that's whenever the cops came. But yeah, anyway, the gruesome discovery was made a day after Celeste's 15th birthday, meaning she was just 14 when she passed. Okay, so this is the second news source, periodical, whatever you want to call it, that is accurately now, finally, thank God, saying this girl's 14.
Enough of that.
She was found in the back, look, they got it all wrong. It was the front of the Tesla, the front trunk, stupid. Look, they're saying so much wrong stuff in here. David is under investigation. No, he's not. According to the cops, he's not. He's not under investigation. He's not being investigated. They got a warrant for the house. Maybe that means under investigation, but they keep being very adamant to be like,
"Woo, now my house is pretty."
He's not a suspect. He's not a person of interest. Whatever hasn't been named.
Bing bong.
We know that the Tesla had been parked at the location from which it was towed for several weeks, so it is very likely Celeste had been dead for several weeks prior to her body being discovered. The LA County Medical Examiner has not determined a cause or manner of death, so we do not know for sure if anyone has any criminal culpability for her death beyond the concealment of her dead body. Okay, so let me just look in California. Concealing a corpse statute, California. It's a misdemeanor. Okay. It's supposedly a misdemeanor, according to the AI overview. In California, concealing a corpse is addressed under two distinct laws. California Penal Code 135, which makes it a crime to destroy or conceal evidence for a legal proceeding. Oh, so like obstruction. Okay. And California Penal Code 152, which specifically prohibits concealing knowledge of an accidental death. Penalties vary depending on the circumstances, but can include jail time and fines, as the intent is to obstruct justice or prevent the discovery of evidence. Okay, so just like failure to report, like if there's an accidental death and you don't report it, you could face up to 1 year and have to pay a fine of $1,000 to $10,000. So even the AI does pick up, like, it's a huge difference, obviously, whenever, like, someone just is an accidental death or a murmur. See, look, like, it says especially. How it applies to a corpse, hiding a body can be considered concealing evidence of a crime if, like, look right here, especially if the death was a murmur or involved other illegal activity. Well, what's that other illegal activity? Ooh, man. Okay, so what this is telling me just off the bat, what impression I get is other illegal activity. Even if they can't pin the murmur on David, they may be able to pin something on him if it is discovered that he intentionally, like, he knew about it and he intentionally hid it. It's very baffling. It is very baffling indeed, to say the least. He's not been named as a suspect. His team previously said the singer-songwriter who skyrocketed to international fame on TikTok had been cooperating with law enforcement as the probe unfolded. It comes after investigators raided the Hollywood Hills home. They have stuff all backwards and mixed up, but I do like to read from different sources. Just so that y'all can see, like, what's actually being said out here, even if it is to critique, like, how much they get wrong. Because you'll see so many times they get it wrong and they change their articles up, and then left holding the bag is, like, all the social media commentary people who, like, are not the news, who are just talking, like, we're just, like, you know, sitting at our house reading the news, and they'll be blaming us for stuff. So, I mean, I do like to put it out here reading exactly where I get my information from, and when it is the mainstream news, then it is. Now, that being said, we are going to get into some Reddit posts and some fan theories and some speculation and things like that soon. All of that should be taken with a grain of salt, just as much as New York Post, to be honest. But anyway, moving on. They seized several items of evidence in connection, excuse me, as connections between the teen and the pop star continued to emerge. Cops, however, refused to speculate on the nature of the relationship. This is what the cops said, quote, "We are looking into everything. As far as their relationship, it would be premature for me to say anything." Previously emerged screenshots of old messages on David's Discord fan server showed he was rumored to be dating a teen named Celeste in the years before Celeste's body was found. David also once made an unreleased track in which he mentioned the name Celeste twice. I think it was called Celeste. The name of the song was Celeste. And her mom noted that Celeste had been dating someone called David. So these are all the reasons why people believe David might have had something to do with this. Some people believe this. Some people believe he's being framed. Some people believe that he is innocent. Me personally, I don't know because I wasn't there. I would like to see more evidence, and that's what we're doing here today on this live. So this is another kind of like breaking piece of information. I don't think I would call this news. This is more like speculation and drama, gossip. However, it is. Hello everybody, thanks for watching the channel. What you just saw was a clip from a longer video. If you
go watch Cakes.
Ah, that's nothing. We have Bounty. It's 2 times more absorbent, so you can use less. And one shit holds up better while ordinary brands fall.
And mute. And watch some Asians make cakes or some shit. Well, I continue my video game. Lovely. Alright, I guess I don't already have an auto for that one. Whatever. Did I go up and down 3? Really? There we go. Calm the fuck down. That's what I made. I just made this bitch some get your shit together and calm down. Da 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 da. Oh, wait. This house? Nope. This house? Nope. What house was it? It was that one, wasn't it? Blah. Which house was it? Cassandra. Where the fuck is Cassandra's house? Is it this one? Nope. Cassandra's probably at the bathhouse? Question mark? Question mark? Is that one the Cassandra? Yes. Calm the fuck down, lady. Drink this. Relax. Why don't you just go to sleep? Do-dee-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. I got distracted by the mixer. Oh, and my camera's freaking out again. Stop the camera. That's enough of you fucking around, camera. Oop. You're welcome. Alright. Oh, now we're green. So does that mean I can do the other quest with her? Let's see. Do-do-do. How are you enjoying your I'm not. Okay, bye. I'm confused by your post on the bulletin board, lady. Nothing. Alright, cool. Cool. Oh shit. Didn't get him before he went to sleep. Winter carrot. Oh, alright. I assume that's up in the winter area. Dur. I'm off. I'm off. I need more stone. Oh, there's a carrot. Do I whack it or pull it? Oh, I just take it. Potatoes. Got wood. Where the fuck the rest of the blue guys? I'm gonna chop this fucking tree down on my way. I'm whacking trees in rage. That's right. Whacking trees in rage. Soup. Pasta. There we go. Oh, there's a carrot. It's like, where the fuck are the carrots at? I feel like we went a far-ass distance not finding a single carrot. Get out of here, Spectrum. Just destroy everything. Slaughter everything. Smash all the trees. Kill all the things. Yep, that's the answer. Find it eventually or everything will die. That's what's up. See? Once you kill everything, you find it. See? That was the answer. It's murder. Wee. Fern Gully. Murmur. Murmur is the answer. Murmur. Murmurs. Whispers in the night. Deliver the winter carrots to the forest. Where the fuck Forest at? Isn't he sleeping? Pretty sure he's sleeping. But whatever, I'll go bust his door down. No, he ain't. There he is. What are we hunting? Wabbits? Wabbits. It's a horse. Horse. We besties now. Hi, Olive. Weird. Oh, I forgot to get Moon Knight. Oops. I'll go with this one.
Here it is. That's what I'm looking for. Moonite. Tron. Shit. I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna bitch. Oh, come on. Oh, fuck. That was close. What do I need? Let's grow mushrooms. And corn. Ooh, fuck that one up. Corn. Did Pandora not start? Oh. Let's see. Mushroom soup. Back ribs. Truffle pasta, that's what I wanted to make a buttload of. Gotta get more of pork or whatever the fuck that is. Wait, right thigh, not right eye.
Holy shit. Up, right, down, right. Down, right, down, up, right. Down, right, down, up, right.
Yay!
Shut up, sausage. Another minty goblet. There we go. How's that? Great. Laboratory box. I think we watched this last time, the Tom and Jerry cheesecake. Yeah. Japanese cakes. Blue meat, pink meat. $5K, huh? Shit. Yeah, I definitely want to repair the, oh, hang on, TikTok's doing that thing again. You know, making sure you're alive or whatever. I need more money. Like garbage bags. I don't. And he left. So, that is not helpful. Should. What do we do? Get out of my way, dude. Bulletin board got anything? Oh, right, the ranger post. Oh. Town hall.
Okay.
Okay. Fuck, I missed him. See him at his house. Oh, he's not home. Let's go see him at the bar. Is he at the bar? Let's see. Is he at the pub eating with the rest of the bitches? Nummy nummy snacky time. Yum yum yum. Okay, well there's the kid. I bet he's in the bar. Oh. There's him. Him. He's in the park, maybe? Oh, he's not down at the casino. Alright, gotta go back out the other way. Oh, there it is. Motherfucker. Oh, I guess it has to be at City Hall in the daytime. Fine. Fine! Let me research this potion then.
course. Shit, the pub then? Nope, that one and that one are. Hot dog! That's them two in there. Is Olive. Should go to hang out on the beach or something. Are you in the goddamn park? Hi, Barsa Barf. Ahoy. God. Trying to find that bitch Olive. Not you, Hannah. I said fucking Olive. Nope. All right. She should be at her house now. Yes. Oh, she's in fucking bed. Stupid Olive. Delicacy fail. Oh shit. Yeah, I forgot to cash that shit in. Whoops. Up, right, left, down, right, up, right, left, down, right, down, up, right, down, up, right.
Yay!
I couldn't sleep more shitty. Party all night, that's life in the city. Wonder where my money went, man. Got drunk, spent it at the bar, goddamn.
Neutralizing Baum. And another fucking minty goblet. Why all these bitches need minty goblets in their downstairs? Just asking. Obviously, I have to still go make it. I'm just curious.
Not any particular reason, I just felt like doing this.
Yay!
I probably should just make several minty. Fucking dude and his truck. Blah, blah, blah. Is she still at home or did she go up to the bathhouse? Oh, she's still in bed. I'm going to loom in her bedroom while she sleeps. Hey, girl. Get up. Oh, my camera's freaking out again. All better. Woo! That's it? No more questies? Okay. Weird. Oh, I gotta get the seeds from the ranger place. But I definitely have enough money for upgrades. I'm gonna upgrade my fucking shit. Oh no, wait. I'm gonna go get the seeds and I'll upgrade all my weapons. Potato seed, marigold seed. Yeah, they're. Oh, I need 2 more roses, 5 more cold blooms, 2 of those, 2 of those. Oh, lots of this. Ooh, I didn't get any of whatever this is. There's something in the wasteland we've not collected. I wonder what it could be. Well, we gotta go to the wasteland and chop everything. Don't need potatoes. probably need orchid, but I can't remember. I'm just gonna slaughter everything. Don't hit me! I'll explode you! Something in the barren wastelands that has not been harvested yet. I thought we harvested everything. Could it be the aloe? That was on there, wasn't it? Whatever, we'll find out. Fuck off, I'm busy. I don't care. Oh, duckies. Fuck off. Eye doctor bullshit nonsense. Magnet glasses. How many more of these other ones I need to destroy, but I'm gonna just kill, like, just kill everything. Like, that's the right answer. Cool, cool. I harvested everything. I said kill, but I meant harvest. And then this one. Could it be coconut? Can't be coconut, can it? Fucking dog. Alright, what can I test on you this time? Honey. Yeah, you liked it. Alright, cool. I don't know if it's coconut, but why not try? Uh-huh. Maybe garlic? I don't think it is, but I tried the coconut. Flowers. Flowers. Garlic. What could it be? I feel like I harvested everything. What could it be? Garlic. Nothing. Aloe. same stuff. I don't know. I'll go back and check. Maybe it was coconuts or something. I don't know. Seems stupid enough. Probably garlic. Dick. Suck on death. Alright. I'm gonna go back out and check. If there is still something I have not collected, then I don't know what the fuck it is. Because I've definitely been all up in the barren whatever everywhere. Yep. Alright. Did we get them all? Roses. 2 more cold blooms. No, I got them all. It must have been the aloe. Oh, it was fucking coconut. I told you it was something stupid. Fucking coconut. Black lotus of fucking coconut. Alright, I'm gonna go to bed. Like for real end in the game. Ugh. Meat stew. Meatballs. Need to get more than that. Pork or whatever the fuck it is. Alright, I'm going to bed. Bye, TikTok. Good night. Kisses, kisses. Good night, Twitch. I'm not gonna raid anybody. I'm just gonna go to bed. You know how y'all like that. But anyway, that's it for me for today. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate being here. Don't forget to check out social medias for updates and whatnot. And I will see you all next time. Bye. Love you. Bye.